For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here, so rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the grand final, and Chicken Dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 Chicken Dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous.
All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units.
We're moving on your position. Come peacefully or face the consequences.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the grand final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the grand final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the grand final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the grand final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the grand final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
All units be advised, robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous.
All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway.
Unit report! We will use lethal force!
Nightclub is under assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units.
We're moving on your position! Come peacefully or face the consequences!
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the Ultimate Heist game Payday for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
That's a big exploit! They just won't go down!
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, In this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous.
All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units.
We're moving on your position. Come peacefully or face the consequences.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, You and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
That's a big exploit. It just won't go down.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion, PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To To advance to the grand final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day grand final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the grand final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
Take me to the front line. Better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my pride away. Take me to the front line. Put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
A warm welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, here for Circuit 2 of PGS. It is time to crown more champions. It's time to get more PGS points on the board. It's time to give away more cash, as the players will be coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea once again for 3 PGSs in a row to determine who's going to be able to walk away with all the moolah, all the dollar. My name is Kalaris, your host, as well as everything that's going to be going on for all of this. I've got Toffees, I've got Porosaurus, and we've got some guy on the end. It's Blank. He's joining us for his first PGS as well. But Toffees, fair to say, we had 3 great PGSs, and obviously the regionals didn't disappoint as well leading up to this. Of course, we are still all of our invited teams here for this circuit number 2 here. But we've had just wall-to-wall PUBG throughout the last couple of weeks.
It's been a crazy amount of PUBG. The PGSs all back-to-back had different champions, right? So it's fascinating to see that roster. It's like it wasn't like domination by just one. But when we get to regionals, it changed a lot, because in regionals, I felt like domination was like top 3 across the board. So I really want to see how that translates here to PGS coming out of regionals with those powerhouses.
And of course, Poro, we've got to address the horse in the room, because Team Liquid, after I had my reservations about how they were going to play things out at PGSs, and they didn't do too well, but over in PAS, man, hey, they were blitzing, so I'm excited to see how they're going to fare here.
Hey, look, I'm glad Kurt got his groove back. Like we're in the Renaissance era for boomers like me, and it's great news for let's be honest, all of us here, except maybe the blonde kid on the far right. But
that reference was so boomer, bro.
We had Team Liquid pop off in the second final. We had Falcons pop off in the first final. You guys have a growing dynasty here between Virtus Pro and now maybe Navi, and then Twisted Minds could show up at any time as well. And then we haven't even gotten started on the rest of the world yet.
No, of course, there's so much to talk about. Of course, there's Blank. Congratulations, you are here now for your first PGS. Welcome, my friend. But you were covering a lot of what was going on over at PEC, and as we saw for PGSs, right? Navi and Virtus Pro won themselves PGSs, and then they went and won both of the weekends here for PEC as well. So I think a lot of eyes will be on them for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think Virtus Pro is like, it's one of the strongest leagues we've seen internationally. It was sort of a crazy event for them overall. I do want to say that I kind of got caught up with Crazy Raccoon storyline during that at the same time, but overall, EMEA has been insane. And it's great to see. I think Virtus Pro are probably a little bit more consistent than Navi, though, but when Navi's on form, unbeatable, I would say.
As we take a look down on the floor here for all of these players getting ready in Korea, as we've got the invites back. It looks like we're really focusing on EMEA to start things off with Twisted Minds, of course.
Fantastic.
Sorry, Paro, I apologize. But one important thing when it comes to Twisted Minds as well there is that Perfectix is on land, Toffees, finally. No Molodox fill-in. We're back with the full roster.
I mean, it's going to be great to see them, but honestly, as I watched regionals, the thing that kept popping up in my head is the person who should be the most worried right now is Batulin. Because I think when you watch Twisted Minds, historically, they've always been the guys, right? The best team over the last couple of series, the team to win PGC. And Navi has always been, I think, the heir apparent. When you talk about regional play, the up and coming, they're going to kind of, when you talk about like language combinations and stuff, they were like the next big thing. And I was thinking Twisted Minds will win their PGC. They'll probably fade a little bit. Then Navi will have their day. Navi's having their day, and Batulin hasn't won a PGC yet. That, for me, is where I would be stressed if I'm on the Twisted Mind roster. And not only that, they're doing it with someone who knows your system. So, like, this is the worst-case scenario for Twisted Minds in their run to finally take a PGC trophy, having Navi chomping at their heels. This is, I think, a race that's going to go all year and is going to be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, I think it extends further than that in the EMEA as well, right? I think you're right on the money with Na'Vi, but the fact that Twisted Minds was always the innovator and always kind of ahead of those teams, but then it's not just Na'Vi, it's Virtus Pro looking amazing, Poro. It's also Vitality kind of nipping at their heels as well, getting second place in that last finals. I don't want to talk too much about EMEA, but there are definitely big contenders here, Poro. It's fair to say, even though I'm slightly regionally biased.
No, speak on what you know, right? Like, and they looked fantastic. They really did. And, you know, you start looking around the rest of the world, and I think we were in an interesting place coming at the beginning of the year at the first circuit or series circuit, where everybody had. I mean, we had so many teams that had brand new rosters, right? We didn't know what to expect from a lot of these guys, and you know they kind of showed out in different ways throughout the course of that tournament. But now here we are, 5 months into the year, and we got those first PGSs out of the way, we got those regionals out of the way, and now we get to see what these rosters are going to be looking like now that they're all should be running on all cylinders.
Well, here's the schedule for our next 3 weeks, of course, as we've got 4, 5, and 6 coming at you. Now, what's important about 4 here, Blank, is that today is what is a mammoth day of PUBG compared to what we're normally used to. 9 games across our group stage with some pretty lengthy breaks in between each of the 3 games, so everyone better get strapped in, right, Blank?
Yeah, it's buckle up time, basically. That's what it is right now. We do have a long day today, 9 games. It's gonna be good though. I get you are gonna have some pretty meaty breaks, as you say, between. But that does mean the players, even though it's a lot of matches, should be playing at like full throttle during those 3 matches each time.
You'd hope,
because then they can just have snacks in between, maybe a little nap. Who knows?
They'll be stressing out switching PCs potentially, but yeah, they're going to have a bit of a ruffle. We'll see. For our PGS 4 here, as it does stand, $100,000 worth of prize pool, and that will be the lion's share of $30,000 going towards the winner towards the end. If we cast our minds back to Circuit 1 here, Toffees, China started out strong, right? 4 a.m. Petrichor Road, a litany of other names really kind of shone at the very beginning of the circuit. Do you think that we're going to get some repeats of that?
Yeah, I mean, you're asking me to give will Petrichor Road and like 17 and stuff be consistent? Who knows, right? These are the teams that like every year I'm like, they have one good day, tournament, and then it's like, oh yes, they're going to be gods, and they just barely make it to PGC, and then they throw to some APAC team who completely walks away with the championship. Like that's the story as it always is. It'll probably continue that way. But yes, they looked good at the first series and kind of rolled on from there. But I think that we saw EMEA in particular, which kills me to say, catch up to them and sort of put them on notice. And as these PGC points are more available and are becoming more and more important, and I think teams are adjusting because now we know what it looks like to get to PGC and how much these points are going to be a big deal. I don't think China dominates. I think there's been some massive adjustments by teams, and I think they're going to put them to the test.
Yeah, there's scary kind of news for some of these teams as well, because we have a situation where even regionals are going to be extremely important going towards PGC, as a lot of news came out yesterday. But also what's very important, Poro, about today, as well as these next 3 weeks, is technically what happens here can have huge implications for Esports World Cup coming up here. There's all these teams fighting effectively for their own region to get more spots.
Exactly, and we've already got a few teams that are already kind of locked in. Obviously, Twisted Minds being the most obvious one as a returning champion. But as you said, there's still a lot of slots available on the line. So, for example, if you look at Americas, right now, Team Liquid and Team Falcons are locked in. But if Team Liquid and Team Falcons do really well here at PGS Circuit 2, then possibly more teams could be involved. They could qualify through those PGS points instead of having to rely on the regional points, which would then open it up for more regional slots. But that's a long way down the road. We've got a lot of PUBG to play before we get to that point, but it's definitely something to kind of keep in mind.
Yeah, a few things for people to look out for themselves as well, as the Expendables has a strategic partnership with GAM. So if you see them as GTE in-game representing, that is basically because of what is implications for Esports World Cup, right, Toffees? Like, a lot of these teams are now partnering up, seeing if they can get more points for Esports World Cup and try and push themselves a little bit further.
Yeah, I think that's what it all comes down to, is especially with the emergence of EWC, it's been great for clubs, it's been great for the industry, it's been great for people picking up teams in events that maybe didn't always have sponsorships. What that also has done is put so much pressure on these teams, these convergence partnerships that mean, like, not only are you carrying one brand on your back, but that both of these brands or these kind of partnerships are really dependent on every single team on their roster. And so my question then becomes, we historically have seen over and over, James, teams crumble when they're put under intense pressure of the sort of expectations to EWC. I hope that doesn't happen to some of these rosters.
And there's a lot of pressure for today, as you will be going up against 8 different teams in each of these lobbies, and then it's across only just 3 games, and then you switch, and then you switch. So for things, we start off with groups A and B, which actually, blank, when I think about it, the fact that Virtus Pro and Na'Vi ended up in the same group for this, I guess it just works out across the 3 PGSs in terms of the seeding, but that's already a monster group to start things off.
It's a wild group, right? You got Vitality in there as well. Again, that's a crazy group to end up with. I only hope they don't cannibalize one another, basically, inside that group. So I do want to see all those teams go through, and I am confident they most likely will go through as well, just fine throughout to winner's stage. I'll eat my sock if that's not the case. I promise.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Bold claims.
Privately. Yeah, I'll do it privately.
Do it.
Privately.
That's not what I heard. I heard he's going to eat his sock right here live on camera.
I heard that too.
At the end of the day.
100%.
Yeah. Match 5.
Wow,
Match
what a
9,
way for
match
Black
9.
to start off his international PUBG experience. But let's take a look at these numbers. Yeah. Hakatori, of course, leading the charge. If anybody watched his highlight video that he put out, that guy has biological aim hack. Yeah. I don't understand. It's crazy, Blank, watching him play.
So stupid. I remember messaging you earlier, basically saying he really do be making it look like it's just a point and click game, like he's got the COD config or something. I don't get it. Pretty annoying, but overall, incredible player.
I like what some of the pros are saying, Toffees, is like, okay, yeah, but if anybody's got a higher headshot count than Hakatori, just ban them because they're cheating.
Yeah,
like,
well, but that's what I was going to say. Is like, thank God that we do these things, at servers, and we've had him at events before, because Hakatori is so freaking good. We're like, he's real, like, because that's important, because this guy plays and does things that don't make sense. His flicks, his finishes, just mechanically are mind-boggling, which is, again, why I'm terrified if I'm Batulin, because this team looks insane right now, and they had Boostic. Like, okay, we had to wait a year for him to finally decide he's not going to play with his friends anymore. He's going to come play with a real team. And here they come out, absolutely bananas. Like, this is the year of Na'Vi. My only worry, maybe they're peaking a little bit too soon. You know what I mean? Like, they're riding that EWC wave, not the PGC wave, and that could happen.
Yeah, terrifying. At the same time, over in Group B, right, there is some big heavy hitters, Poro. Of course, you got Falcons in there, you got Supers in there as well. All of these. Cerberus, who actually, I think, surprised us during the last circuit. We didn't really expect much from them to start things off, but Poro, who are you looking out for Group B?
Group B, obviously Falcons has to be up there at the top. I think Petrichor Road, like, I'm interested to see what this roster looks like now, because we saw, as you saw in PGS 1, the first series, that Petrichor Road had a little something going there with those new guys, I-26V6 and 04MB, and they have been kind of doing really well over in China, but the problem for them is that 17 is just fragging out everything. So I'm interested to see what Petrichor Road can pull in, and then obviously Supers. Please bring it to international, man. Please bring it to international. Like, they've been showing out in Korea for so long now, and we just haven't gotten to see it at the international stage yet.
I think Korea as a whole in Group B needs to bring out things, right? Gen G, who technically is a star-studded roster, Toffees, that didn't do much in those last ones, and Crazy Raccoon, who bottomed out in 16th place in PWS. It's a ridiculously poor result, I would say, for a team that should be doing better.
I absolutely agree with that. I don't know what's going on with that Korea, especially when they transition to internationals. It kind of reminds me of, like, the North America back during the Tempo Storm era, where it was like you'd send a team to international and they just wouldn't be able to make something happen. When we talk about those group comparisons, B is to me the antithesis of A. A is this stacked group with some teams that just blew out their lobbies, are incredibly upcoming or playing out of their minds. B is, in a lot of ways, teams that have let us down over and over and over again, or have ups and downs, sort of roller coaster events. So I'm fascinated for B, because I think B has to come in really strong. They have to be very focused. They got to treat this like an F1 race, right? They got to put on their strong tires, or whatever you call those, because they have a long travel ahead of them where they're going to get moderate points. Teams in Group A are going to have banger matches. They're going to blow up. They're going to walk out with 25-point games. B, I think, is going to be grinders, and are going to have to make sure that they're running points per game averages from the jump of this if they want to be in the conversation at the end.
All I had towards the end of that was, I've got my strong hand. And, I really wish that wasn't
I thought it was the strong hand.
Come on. Anyway. Blank did mention something earlier on about like the potential of these teams cannibalizing one another in the lobby, and that couldn't be more prevalent than what happened in the Chinese scene, Blank, right? With some of these teams who had crazy like potential, but then were cannibalized by the top teams, like 17 Gaming, for example, getting Tian. And we watched how he popped off in the last one, so hopefully that happens again. Hopefully we get to see him pop off. But China's in a weird flux, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of cool teams on there who have just been sort of eaten up and then form back together again like a little bit of clay, which is kind of what China is right now. It's just 16 teams and you just squish them together like Play-Doh sometimes. But it has resulted in some pretty damn good teams so far. I mean, 17 Game is the very obvious one, who have been fairly insane with the addition of Tian and Wenhua. So I am excited to see a little bit more out of these guys. I mean, I know Paro had a little bit of flack, coming into it, say, Korea, China, gods of TPP on the practice scene, maybe not in game, but they've not done terrible. I think Matrin put it very well. It's like they're competitive right now, but I want to see more from that. I mean, I don't think T1 did even that badly, honestly.
What do you think, Paro?
I'm with you, man. I'm excited to see Xianxian. I mean, the fact that Stage S for PCL Stage S and the final were both topped in terms of I think it was kills and damage by Xianxian. Like he's kind of on one right now, so that's a scary proposition to be sure.
Yeah, it looks like we are getting ready to head on down to the stage. So let's hear on in before we get PGS4 well underway.
Fans, and welcome back to Seoul, South Korea. My name is Lucy, the new kid on the PUBG block, and I'll be your host for today. We are now here for the electrifying kickoff of PUBG Global Series Circuit 2. And now, at PGS3 we went through an absolute chaos. And now at PGS4 begins, and the pressure gets even higher. By the end of Circuit 2, the top 9 teams in PGS Point will lock in their spot at the Esports World Cup. And with every single point counting over toward PGC 2026, one match could change everything. So now, there's only one question left. Who will be the one? Let's find out right now.
All right, well, thank you very much, Lucy. Lucy filling in for Bella here today throughout our 9-game series between all of these teams in the group stage. A new face here for PGS4 to start things off. Let's start talking about some of these teams, Toffees.
Okay.
Petrichor Road, winners of PGS1. I'm looking to see that this team can continue things on. They had some drama recently. We won't really dive too much into that. But they're looking to try and get rid of that.
Thanks for queuing me up on that one, James. Petrichor, let's put it this way. Petrichor Road has a lot going on. There's a lot on their plate, and to put that against the fact that yes, they did well at PGS1, but it's been kind of a slow grind downhill since then. I don't put a lot of tokens on them. If I'm choosing where to put my bets in terms of in-game credits, it is not on Petrichor Road right now. And that is just because they've had consistency issues. You never know what's going to happen with Ixlef sort of socially, and they've got their things going on. So I stand by this. If a team is distracted, they tend not to play as well. So could they prove me wrong? Perhaps. But as of now, I just think there's too much going on behind the scenes. And like I said, you guys can go find that if you want to. I think it's a lack of focus. We'll see how they come out.
Did I see Ixlef? Okay.
I was going to say, I thought I did too, but I'm not crazy. Maybe I'm crazy? I don't know.
Like, I was watching as Virtus Pro turned. I need to look, but anyway, let's actually talk about. We'll figure that out later. Let's talk about Falcons, right? The addition of Gustav here, Poro. Obviously, that's been a huge change for them. They talked about in their interviews how like he's been a phenom in the background, kind of like doing some research for them and prepping and stuff like that. What did you take from the changes from Falcons in PAS?
I'm just excited that now you guys have a reason to actually watch PAS and watch the Falcons. Is that you're now excited that the European is there. But no, I think it was definitely, it felt like it was going to be a slow start. And a lot of that was just because of Kickstart taking over IGLing duties, obviously getting input from the other guys. But you could tell from the interviews and just talking with Kickstart afterwards, like the impact that Gustav has is so much more beyond just on the field, right? Like he's there providing information. He's making Kickstart's job a lot easier. And then we kind of saw like a little bit of trepidation at first, but then it turned into like, I swear to God, Tickleton was just trying to impress Gustav because he just fragged out in that first final and just was playing like we hadn't seen him play in a long time from that anchor position. So I don't know what's going on with Falcons, but it looked like things were really starting to pop there for him at the end. So I'm excited to see what they bring here today.
Definitely so, as we are now ready to head into our first game here of Circuit 2 PGS 4. Thank you very much, Toffees and Poro, for joining us to start everything off. It's going to be me and Blank bringing you all of the action here from our first Erangel. Blank, why don't we take it away?
The old mean and green, straight over towards Erangel right now. I'm excited to get into it, honestly, man. It is fun. First PGS. Circuit 2 Series 1. There we go.
There you go.
Down from the southeast side of Oslo towards the northwest. So fairly easy playing path to start things off. I mean, it's slightly awkward maybe on this eastern side, but realistically, I think most people are not too displeased with this initial playing path.
No, of course, I'm excited for it. Excited for it indeed. For someone like E-Arena having a military island all to themselves to start off a playing like this, when there's technically a world where a circle like this could encompass a lot of military island. So we will see what actually does go down here as we are on board here with DN Supers heading over towards Ruins, as they did very well over in South Korea for their regional PWS, looking good. Gike coming in just behind them as well, which was kind of part of the formation of what was Begopar before. And it was really interesting to see them do so much better than Crazy Raccoon, obviously, as that was where all the other members ended up going as well. So I'm still really curious to see if actually Ike's left is on the field from Petrichor Road.
Yeah, it would be kind of interesting considering the namesake on the guy. I'd be very curious to see if he's back in once again, because it would be a real treat to see him on side. But we'll wait. Maybe we catch him here on the old mini map. Maybe he's hidden just underneath that one player underneath school.
He is.
I don't know. Is he actually
he
in?
Is on the Ike's left is in. I did not know that this was going to be the case. Like,
okay, well, this is big news.
Yeah, genuinely. I did not... Okay, we're on with Petrichor Road now as we're taking a look at Chewy and everybody like that. But this is... This is it's very surprising. You can see on the bottom left now, filling in for 0-4.
Yeah.
Of course, Iclef kind of comes and goes when he wants. He's like the wind. You hear the whispers and then suddenly he appears.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise, crazy.
Just appears on the scene. Kind of odd as well, because they weren't doing too badly with 0-4 on side. I think that was fine. Maybe... Ike's left. He got a whiff of the success. Now he wants to make a little bit more for himself. But fair enough. I'm definitely excited to see him on the field. I think most people will remember the guy. He's one of the greats. But we'll wait and see. We'll give him the chance, right?
We will indeed. As for all of these teams here to start things off, obviously, if you're only watching internationals compared to regionals, there's been big changes from our first circuit compared to this one. Of course, destructible terrain is now very much a thing, and obviously the pickaxe as well, Blank, very much a thing. We will see a lot of these teams try and prioritize that, get that down and good to go. And it's created a completely different atmosphere, it feels like, when it comes to these games, right?
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the shift over towards TPP, right? Foldable shields became a huge thing just because you absolutely needed them when you went out into open zone. Now you got a lot more destructible terrain involved, pickaxe especially, like you say, where people are now forgoing the pan, the iconic for the pickaxe, which feels a bit odd, but in those situations where you can create yourself a little bit of impromptu cover, like it is absolutely essential. A little bit faster than nades, obviously, but a little bit more intentional towards your position, and you'd have to waste explosives. I think that's the big thing.
Yeah, that's the kind of debate going on right now, right? At least with nades, you kind of have to trade off some what is lethal utility to actually create some dips here and there. Whereas the pickaxe, man, you just keep going. It's quite slow, to be fair, like that you're actually digging on down. But you know, if you've got time, if you've got yourself a circle position that you can actually work with, and maybe hunker down to be able to keep yourself going, then that is totally fine.
You do feel a little bit like an asthmatic dwarf, but you do get the job done eventually.
What do you call me?
But you can already see pickaxe on scene already. So we got Navi on our screens, just making a little bit of a rotate, trying to get on by. Not too much happening here. Mostly just a scout coming through, figuring out where players are when these teams do start to coalesce a little bit more.
For sure. As Furia, as a Kraken and the boys looking to see what they can get done here from this position. I still am currently waiting properly for a map stream, so I can't quite see where all of these teams are rotating. So we'll go off what we're seeing at the moment here as Deal and the boys moving north of what's going on over in Rozhok up on these fields.
Yeah, I mean, I did actually want to touch on Virtus Pro a little bit, Kel, because, you know, watching them since the last series, I think what became very apparent throughout all the interviews, etc., was that communication has become a massive thing. I mean, it's always been a big thing, but more so when you get on the listen-ins with Virtus Pro. I mean, the way these guys talk to one another, it's very, very pleasant to hear a team that's so dialed in with what each other wants to do. I mean, it's really pleasant hearing Nixie say, you know, these guys are all making great calls at the same time, and there doesn't seem to be any ego going on in that team. And I do think that is one of the big things that is assisting them a lot of times, especially when you get towards those end games, because sometimes they do lose end games. That has happened a few times, but I think for Virtus Pro, they're consistently getting there because of the calls that they make. So I think I genuinely do believe that Virtus Pro, from how they looked in PEC, they've got a real chance to just run it back here.
I just appreciate when I listen in, I just like, you know, volume sliders for each individual member. If I could turn Curexy up 50%, and if I could turn Nixie down like 600%, because he's quite loud sometimes.
Yeah, compared to the rest of them, you are right. Yeah.
But you're right. I think it's really cool to listen to. Obviously, they found a system that really works. It was never more exemplified by when we were watching regionally that two of Virtus Pro outside Test Track Neox Factory was able to defeat Twisted Minds in a four-man stack. So insane stuff from them as we're on board here still with DN Supers, who are just driving around north of Rozhok, still shooting at Cerberus, who are just driving on past them. Now we have the map stream, and now I have the context for where actually everybody's moving, and it's more surprising to me now that they're all driving up here really a bit aimlessly almost, considering that the circle is centered towards Milta.
Yeah, I guess it would be nice to sort of wrap past Mansion and try and tuck yourself on the backside of Milta, maybe. But there was a very clear opportunity about maybe 3 minutes ago for DN Supers, maybe just go past Boatyard. That was also a possibility for them. That's a big old space there over towards the northwest side of Shelter that is just completely free. Finally, both those teams, as well as Cerberus, do untangle themselves from that location and start to make their way in. So most teams have got themselves a pretty nice spot. I think this circle is like so unbelievably forgiving off the back of that playing path too, Kale. So most teams are just going to sit around. This is more about the scouting game.
I'm still amazed that Ike's left on, because the thing is that when the production actually showed Ike the across Petrichor Road, it's as if they were surprised as well, because they still had 0-4 listed on the roster. So this is exciting to see how he's going to kind of fare here at the moment. Of course, as they do usually have a very decent central position on this. Admittedly, Chinese fans had levied criticism towards them that they would give up their drop spots on internationals to the likes of Twisted Minds and the stuff, but like,
Okay.
Like, it's not a decent criticism as Ikesleft starts things off. Will Ikesleft get the first kill against Glories of all people? Oh my god.
Yeah, so I mean, if he takes first blood, I'll be very happy to see it. And yeah, that is GTE there. So that's Gam the Expendables. We explained a little bit earlier. They do have a slight
strategic partnership for EWC. That's a great way to put it. I was trying to figure out a way to say it succinctly, and I think that is probably the best way to go about it. But yeah, just for anyone who's just tuning in just now, they don't quite grab him, and he's going to take him to safety here, so should be able to get him back up again. Here's the new guy for Expendables as well, as Hwang F was playing with them in the first circuit, and now since then they've switched over to Jund. I don't actually know too much about this player, so we're going to have to really discover him on internationals together, guys, because I very much know Hwang F from TDT and kind of how he was going to be able to fit in, and I thought he did all right with the Expendables. However, Jund, don't know too much around him, so let's watch as our group stage heroes themselves, they're on 5, just trolling on around here on the south side of mainland. As before, what we were doing, we were watching, actually, we got the POV of Curexi flying around on that south side on Military Island. Because they're on one of the furthest south locations on the mainland, the rest of the team, I think that's really smart, just to make sure nobody's kind of sneaking on in from the bridge. They do have stock of anybody that's going to be coming up alongside them. Normally they'd be looking for Irina, who's already made landfall on the mainland. So Curexi has full info down there and should be rendezvousing with the rest of the team soon once we get a mainland shift, and there we go.
Yeah, just in case. I mean, it's always a nice maneuver to go for. I mean, it's a horrible thing to happen to you where you get backfilled on this one, you just don't see it coming. But it is a little bit of it's going to be the hack job for them, right? Getting through towards this north side. They do have a lot of time to work with. Right now, there's quite a lot of water in this one, so they can work the circle. But for VP, they are a little bit under lock and key at the moment. So we'll see how they work this one out. Falcons currently sort of bulldozing their way over towards Milta from the eastern side.
Just got information, by the way, that Hwang F failed, unfortunately, to get his visa for the event. So that's why. Because we were, like, when we were looking at things last night, we were so confused.
Yeah, because Hwang F was so reliable. Like, he was a very reliable player. So that makes sense. I mean, I think they probably would have liked to take Hwang F, but we can't put down John just yet. We'll have to see what he can get done. I mean, it would be amazing if he comes out all guns are blazing. I'd be happy to see it.
For sure. And speaking of all guns blazing, we're on board with Levante there briefly to see what they're going to be doing. Holding off on that northwest side, realizing that there's still going to be teams that are moving into this, right? Like, there was a lot of land still up there towards Potato for teams to try and move on forwards. Gen G, okay, I really need to see that team actually do something in this tournament. I think that they looked pretty disjointed in PGS's 1, 2, and 3 from one another. They need to be a stronger cohort, really more together, not losing people on rotations. Maybe they can make something happen, but they're playing edge play, Gen G, so it might be difficult.
Yeah, this is a team that's on paper looks fairly insane, but in the game, not so much. More getting torn to bits like paper, honestly. But we are having a look here. It's an interesting time to get this red zone, right? It's where you're not. It's not the end of the world if you're peeking out here, but it's also a good time to maybe push slightly in, where you might get peeked a little bit, but most players are going to be playing from inside. You're not going to have these huge outposts, so VP takes advantage of that. We'll just heading over towards that southeast edge. Maybe not the most tactical thing in the world, but it does work. You have DN Supers who did make their way down, so they did tuck themselves in over towards Milta Power like we were thinking, but they do have a little bit further to go. I would love to see a Milta circle and a Milta finish for our first game of the day. That would be very, very fun.
That would be cool, especially with Falcons already taking residency up there, as well as Virtus Pro, the big names, trying to steal away some of that from the rest of these teams, as they're on 5, just getting caught in a bit of an odd spot here at the moment, south of copy and paste. Yeah, I mean, actually, it's really not that bad a spot at the moment, and especially if you can kind of hunker yourself down here, you dig in some holes next to the trees. But Schiller with the SLR sees him straight away here, just on the edge of smokes. I think they thought they had a little bit more cover to work with, but not the case.
That's a bit of a gangster move right there. Got him to dig his own grave a little bit. but does manage to make his way through, because it's the little drop off on the bullet, right, that goes under the vehicle and then into the hole. I think he grabbed himself a nice little body shot on him. That was quite fun. But yeah, if we are getting very close to Milter here. And with Falcons already very situated, like you were saying, this is a really, really strong finish. Because if you get Milter early on, you can secure a lot of these really high priority locations in Milter. It's not the most horrible thing to hold in the world. So I am excited to see this one go down. I'd love to see Falcons get themselves a big win at the start of the day.
Big moves from a lot of these teams now, trying to move into what is going to be very limited space on these circles. As Tambu here from the Expendables looking that way as well. So is Furia trying to shut down Virtus Pro, moving on in along the road, which doesn't provide you any cover. They're getting absolutely obliterated here of Vitality. Oh dear me, there was just no room for them to make anything happen. At least Hello My Bad is trying to get a few salvage points here wherever he can, sending some nades forwards against the Expendables, but they are also being knocked by S2G over in the distance.
I mean, you sort of have to make a play here, but I felt for Team Vitality it's a little bit gung-ho. It's a little bit gung-ho at this stage of the game, at least. But where else do you go, really? I think they were hoping just to make a slingshot straight through, but that's not the case. I think the Expendables actually set themselves up very nicely there, get some good shots off, and now they can move a little bit further forward. Crazy Raccoon, check out the watchtowers. Mike's left, just staying ever watchful over on this location.
See what I can get done. All right, 26v6 at the top here. At the same time, looks like DN Supers is going to try and sneak into the south side of Milter, seeing what they can get done as well. Beamy does know on the opposite side of things that they're going to be kind of trying to move on in. He heard the cars. At the same time, though, a good little reposition here from them. Trying to get Rex back up and good to go is Gumin. Throwing down a few smokes, knowing that he needs to just deny a few lines of sight, which would have been Falcons looking that way. But Falcons has an incredible spread on the north side of Milter here. If they can hold on to that, kudos to them. I'm just a little bit concerned about eventual crash-ins, because if we do keep bearing down on Milter, it's almost a certainty. The only problem is right, with it being so close to water and the circle shifting away from water coming up, there is a world where it doesn't include as much of Milter as it would like to.
I think for Falcons right now, it's a lot about, just optimizing location for this next shift. And I imagine you're probably right here, Kale, where it moves maybe a little bit too far away, but wait and see. Axlef finds a number over towards Inonix. Crazy Raccoons. We'll get the flush as well. Lovely.
Axlef and Inonix going one-on-one. Here in 2026, crazy scenes. JDG, though, going to be potentially the next victim as they want to try and make a bit of a mad dash as well. Where are they going to go? They're expecting the circle should be coming in technically this direction, as it does come straight towards them. The only problem is they're on the checkpoint location and it's already taken here, as Tambu now going to start lighting things up with the AUG. He has 120 bullets to his name, plenty of stuff to be able to make this work. And also, I mean, Fury is also protecting Tanvu a little bit here as well, as JDG had to make a bit of a desperate play of this one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the timing on it, but yeah, I feel like this location, it's very full already. They managed to get a couple players in, which is actually quite a success for JDG, but Tanvu will find another on the backside, tries to get the nade through. It bounces pretty nicely, but just about sidesteps himself away from that one.
Tamvu, forget the Expendables here, really making a good salvage of things at the moment. 3 kills to his name, 5 in total here. But on the checkpoint location, it's always difficult to... Yeah, you can get a little bit of defense going off. You know that teams are probably going to rotate past you, but you'll probably take casualties while that's going on. It's not the position you're usually going to win a game from. But Tamvu now trying to get any little scrap he possibly can. Na'Vi also moving across here on the other side of farm as well. And, I mean, they're eventually going to be on edge here. So, unless the circle really shifts very hard their way, it's going to be difficult. These huge nade plays. Whoa!
Yeah, I mean, Glass into PO, but Nike's sending another one back over towards himself, of all people. But at least I266 takes down PO in the process. It's all a little bit back and forth here. Now we're just down to Ming Ming versus Glaz. Last player alive, other than Peel, but it's a direct hit on the nade. Lovely stuff from Ming Ming, and he will be able to get 2 players back up again. Well, 266 does go down, you know.
Yeah,
you say it happens.
At the same time, Navi and Genji. Soul now, okay, lighting up a little bit, taking down Boostic. What can he actually do against the rest here? It's only Spiro left alive here against Genji on this position. If they can get rid of Spiro fast, he runs into fire. Oh no! He goes for flushes here and there, but it will be the molly that shuts him down in the end. Soul, are we back, baby? We will see. Genji with 4 kills. Only 2 alive, though, coming in from that west side now.
I think I'm more trying to figure out what we're going to do from Milter. I think VP's actually set themselves up quite nicely to wrap on that northern side, but rightly so, they're kind of worried about Falcons. That's a team that they're going to have to deal with. DN Supers, not so much. I mean, crossing the road for DN Supers is going to be a little bit of death sentence right now, so they'll have to wait. But for VP, I think they're keeping very watchful eyes over towards Falcons, but is going to delay their exit, right? So for both Falcons and VP, it's a little bit of a mutual problem between them, but we'll see what they can get done either way.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro is realizing that eventually they're probably going to have to move out of Milter, right? So those mortar plays were setting up dips for them to transition to, potentially. Cool. But I actually think it's just either just barely in the circle or just outside where they have actually shot from there. It was 145 meters. Okay, no, it should really be in, but that wasn't aimed at anybody. That was aimed at them trying to get into the next circle.
Yeah, it's a smart maneuver. It's a smart maneuver. I mean, fair enough to it. I mean, like I was just saying, is that they're going to have to leave at some point, but Falcons is a bit of an issue for them. But if they can create an easy entry point for themselves, it might be a bit more simple, just getting the vehicles and just razzing in. I mean, there is mortars coming over the top here. See roughly where they are going. You're right, they are in the circle.
Okay, yeah. So they've been able to find a little bit of landfall. Of course, they needed to do that. If they hadn't have done that, they would have been open to the Falcons angle completely. They still need a bit of smokes with some of the elevated angles from some of those buildings. But they're on 5 now, trying to deal with Opons on the other side of this. Nixie knocks Shrimsy, and actually Tiggleton's down as well to Rex. So as much as Falcons took up residency in Milter early, it's not been easy for them to really hold on to at all, or even transition out of. Teams have been able to leapfrog forwards from them. They're on 5, still throwing some nades forwards against this here, trying to deal with E-Arena. The thing is for E-Arena is that actually the blue's going to be pushing them soon, so they really need rid of them. That's a nice explosion, but it doesn't quite get the kill.
Another one over the top. It's a good airburst. Doesn't quite take down Kong here. He's able to get the first aid kit off, and now maybe looking for a peek here as the players start to flow over that top side. Blue zones are down. We're moving up towards Tanvu, doing his best to keep himself up.
Oh my god.
DN Supers will remove him. That is an awkward little position to be playing here, Kale.
That's Tanvu. Kudos to him. He did whatever he could during all of that. And they got themselves 6 kills in the end. I didn't think they were going to get much more than what they did, but yeah, there we are.
Tried it.
As Baron, oh no, he tried for a C4 play and it didn't work on out here at the same time. Purdy going to try and hold off of everything's going from the Cerberus, but Stan takes him down. So that is Cerberus actually falling as well, though, thanks to the fact that so many teams are looking this way at the moment. Opons and the boys here from E-Arena now trying to clean up Therathon 5, but Genji should be able to third party this and clean up Opons, surely.
Yeah, you'd hope so. I mean, Soul's seeing this all unfold in front of him, so you'd want him to move up. I mean, you got Salutus back up there, nade over the top. It's a pretty long one off the back of that. Looks fairly good, but a little bit short on there. Shrimsy will find DN Supers there with a nice nade at a long distance as well, by the way. Tiggleton does have the old Panzer in hand. Let's see what he can get done. Through the mist, though, not so easy. And a great shot from Rex will shut down the bazooka.
See what we can get done. More blue zone forwards here. A little bit of cover, trying to go forwards as we maybe take a look at a POV of Tiggleton. Let's listen in and see what they're up to.
I knocked him on orange. I knocked triangle guy.
Okay, you guys, can you guys smoke a line?
I don't have any more. I don't have any more smokes.
I have no more smokes. Do you have any lethal? When you're done rezzing. He's dead. We need to push this, guys. You guys need to come with me. Behind P. We just need to run it down, boys.
Yeah. Do about it.
Yeah, not much they could do at all. I mean, they came out of Milter a little bit later than the rest of the teams that already kind of had a bit of a backup plan, like the Mortar player, for example, like DN Supers, who was just shooting at everybody in the back at the same time. Panzerfaust from Nixie. Rex now trying to scramble a little bit, throw out some flashes, try and stop the encroachment here of Virtus Pro. See what they can get done. 4 kills so far here for Supers, but technically they have position advantage here, Blank.
Oh, they do indeed. But Nixie sees him from inside the vehicle. He just about saw him pop out. There's a great shot around the side from Rex there. I mean, I think Nixie was a little bit bold with that one. Tried to crunch down on Dorito. Didn't happen. Broke his teeth instead. Correct. Going to be sending his own nades. It's fairly on target. A little bit of damage, but so much ground has been broken up here. The checkpoint becomes a little bit more defensible. It has required about 17 minutes of wearing away the ground around this checkpoint to make it slightly more playable, but it is working.
Yeah, tough for like Tambu, right? And the Expendables who were here so early being like, yeah, we can deal with this. No, it's about timing. Yeah. Oh my God, that Molotov was actually fantastic into there. And perfect stuff here. At the same time, deal now down. And reverse a little bit here is Kurexi trying to find a little bit of a purchase, as well as Beamy here trying to move on up against this position. As Heaven knows, whilst going for the res, that they are trying to still make the move here. Heaven, perfect stuff. Actually sacrificed the timing on the res a little bit there to be able to get those shots off. That was perfect stuff by Heaven. It delays him a little bit, but at the same time, more threats ahead of them here, and Virtus Pro does go down.
Kind of nuts here from DN Supers. I mean, starting all the way on the northwest side of the map here, wrapping around over towards Milter Power, and then cutting down underneath the beachhead. Oh! That's an incredible play from DN Supers, and then making it work over on this side of the checkpoint. I'm actually quite impressed how DN Supers have played out this match. Team Liquid could get a little bit more done here. I thought, you know, it was going to be a massive struggle for Team Liquid since their early unfortunate approach over towards that watchtower Purdy-Curdy, but Team Liquid's keeping it alive during this match. It's into top 5 now.
This is big, right? I mean, if they start off hot here after having such a good PAS run towards the end as well, it really feels like in this game number 1, the Americas as well as Korea really benefiting from this one. Furia admittedly had quite a good compound to be able to play from, and they've been able to do very well from there. At the same time, though, Genji weathering the storm over on that west side. DN Supers weathering the storm on the south side, finally finding checkpoint. Let's see now if the east position, which ironically here is the Americas teams, is going to be able to see what they can do from the road side. Because the problem is that road is still a focal point of this circle. Everybody has to move into such open terrain, despite, you know, explosive dips, despite some deployable cover, despite a few trees here and there. It's still super open, Blank.
I mean, this is pretty much your big opportunity to cross the road right now, and I think for Team Liquid, they'd like to go for it. I think once we start getting towards our next couple circles, you're going to be locked into your side a little bit, right? For Team Liquid, what they're struggling with, though, is Gen G currently still has sight lines over towards them, making it very difficult for them to move across. And this is just 2 players from Gen G on side. They're getting this done, but they have this little lip to work with. It's very frustrating to play off the back of. Some good shots with the MK12 here.
Looks like we can head over to Liquid Team Comms, so let's listen on them as they try and make this move happen.
That is a new guy. Well, just all out.
I'm gonna be looking for the close Gen G guy.
Okay.
If he ever overpeaks or so on.
Well, yeah, it's always going to be difficult for them to try and make something happen from here. As we mentioned before, Blank, very open. And now they're going to try and just go for a dance across the road.
Yeah, the Texas two-step into position. I mean, to be fair, it's one of those situations where it's a hard call, right? You either go for the full commit, the full send, or something like this happens. And I think in this situation, they might have benefited from a little bit of a full send there over towards Gen G. They don't know how many players are on that side. I think if they knew there was just 2, they would have maybe gone for a bit of a full commit a little bit sooner. S2G, though, now this is an interesting team because overall their results have looked a little bit worse for wear. And now coming into the first game of the day, getting themselves into a top 3 already with 3 players alive, a top 4, sorry. There's a chance here, and maybe that kind of momentum can give them the confidence they need. You can already see, oh, dear me, the pickaxe is at work. Overseeing the entrenchments is DraftKing.
Diggy.
Oh, yeah. Diggy. It's in sync as well. You've got the overseers in the back.
The thing is that, again, with it being as open as it is, right? Like, what else are they supposed to actually do here, right? You could actually stick your head above this trench. No, not to take it. Go away. And you use a little bit more of this cover. They're just this slightly close to the edge where this works. If they were just a little further away, this wouldn't work at all because you just don't have the time to be able to make this happen. And even still, I mean,
it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Work faster, harder. But yeah, Furia is, well, they're mining their way in right now. Meantime, Gen G with just their 2 players still putting on a bit of a performance right now. Do have 1 player from Furia getting a good amount of shots through. Rex also finding Kraken. In the meantime, over towards Furia, and it's all going wrong on the eastern side at the moment. You know what? If DN Supers wins this game, they absolutely deserve it. I think they played a blinder, actually, from the beginning of the game on their rotates alone. Salute, though, hitting some big shots with the mini.
Is Soul, is Gen G back? Soul and Salute, what a duo here, as they're going to dig on forwards as well after hitting some blinders of the shots here with the MK12 here from Salute. This is tough here now for Furia to be able to deal with. They're going to be completely open to a spray potentially. That's Rex now here from the south side, being able to strike with absolute fury against Furia.
Towards the Doritos, and it's awkward cover to work with.
Oh, no.
S2G also has angles, but it's mainly DN Supers and Gen G to get this done. The 2 players from Gen G now up to 10 kills on the game. It's an incredible performance.
Yes, it is. As we look at the concern at the coach's room here for Furia, tough stuff there towards the end. There was only so much they could do from that kind of position, though. But our first game here on South Korean soil really going the way of the South Koreans, as DLG's always okay. I mean, that was close, actually. Not too bad. Yeah, he shot in one side of the smoke and he chose the wrong side, unfortunately. So here for Soul to be able to move forwards just a little bit further here. But DN Super showed dominance over in PWS. Can they do it again here against Gen G?
It's a good launch. It's a good launch on the nade there. Gets a bit of damage done, but that's going to provide slight bit of time here to start working their way up whilst the first aid kit does go through. So he is slightly blind. This is the player that was providing a lot of the information back on top of the UAS there for Gen G. So another stun grenade goes out. Plenty more. And this is going to get them across the road. This is the main angle, the main approach they're looking for. DL also with the Molotovs in hand. All he has to do is get it over towards that smoke. That one swings just over the top, and Soul is quaking in his boots a little bit.
Yeah, eventually these smokes are going to dissipate, and there's not much left here. Salute only has 1 smoke left. He's trying to dig himself in like a tick to keep himself a little bit further alive into this game. And technically, I think the center point of this circle is slightly in favor of Gen G, but they just don't have the man advantage. They're going to have to hit some big shots here. Try to shoot them all out of the sky. Very well done. This one doesn't go too far, though, so it doesn't even connect with him. Salute trying to play lights out here for this one, but you can see as DN Supers has taken 3 positions. Foldable shields being deployed as well. A little bit further forwards. Trying to blow up the car would be a big play here to maybe even make it bounce away. I don't know what happened to that car there for a second here, but Heaven very low at the moment. What a trade between these 2 teams. 1,000 damage on Rex.
It's a really good explode on the vehicle there. They needed that to get pushed out the way, and it gets pushed out over towards the blue. That's an important moment. Salute's still alive here. Heaven makes the push. DL will find Soul. Leaves us into a 3v1, and it's not looking great for Gen G. Where's he going?
Going into the blue here, trying to get around them on a different angle, but they know there's only 1 left alive, and DN Supers, just like they do in PWS, is able to come out swinging for game number 1. In PWS blank, there was flags, and every time they won, they'd take the flag of the previous winner off and throw it on the ground, and now Supers plants their flag for game number 1 of PGS4. Let's bring Poros and Toffees back on in for this one. Poro, this was very much so South Korea favored.
I mean, and to be honest, Supers, it felt like there was 3 or 4 times there that they should have been team wiped before we even got to that point. Like, they fought out of Milta, and Gen G as well. Like, coming in from that western side, there was so many opportunities for them to get knocked out. But that is a huge win for both of them. We look at PGS 1 from last time. The cut line for 16th was 27 points. So both of these teams maybe smooth sailing from this point on.
Yeah, definitely. Toffees, I completely agree with what Poro was saying. I thought when they took South Milta and the circle shifts north, how are they supposed to actually get out from there? But they did. They got kills. They dealt with Falcons. This was a great game by them.
I mean, I think any good soup is comforting, impressive, and hot. And these guys are coming in hot. I mean, they dominated, you said, in the region. They looked good. They survived fights they weren't supposed to survive. And then when we talk about the top 2, both Poro and I at the same time go, Korea? Question mark? Because it was Gen G and Supers going head to head in a situation where neither of them had big advantage coming into the kerfuffle at the crossroads. I mean, look at this. It's utter freaking chaos. Furia, awesome 2-2 setup, but ultimately it was just too many people who wanted the exact same real estate.
Yeah, so many times as you're watching this, the Expendables, right, got themselves positioned here, blank, and as much as Tanvu really made a good meal of it, it's just too early to go there. It feels to me like it's just too early. I mean, maybe they just had nowhere else to go, but it didn't really materialize in what could have been a win down the line.
Well, I think that was the case for practically a lot of players, isn't it? Really, where it did feel like there was nowhere else left to go. We're gonna just have to try and hit checkpoint, and I think that's sort of where DN Supers sort of hit the nail on the head, which is more on the timing side of things when they headed over here, because I think they saw that both Falcons and VP were sort of locked in. They saw VP was trying to create themselves an exit path, and that's when they went. And I completely agree, guys. It didn't look ideal, and it maybe looked like a bit of a team wipe moment, but I do think they played it really well from now on out, because getting from that early game, 5 to 15 minutes, that wasn't easy for them, and I quite like the way they played it.
I think it's particularly interesting, Poro, as well, when you look at these kinds of circles now and how much of an impact the terrain displacement actually has on this kind of circle.
Rock and stone, baby. Yeah, no, it was. You could see how much of an impact it had. I mean, that's basically the only thing that kept Gen G in it all the way to the very end. So that and just chef's kiss utility management, holding on to the smokes and holding on to everything they needed till the very end. So that was obviously a big part of it too. But there you go, DN Supers, 22 points, big 12 kill performance, but 10 kills from Gen G. And look at little S2G up there with 9 points. Look at them.
The little engine that
I think we have our question marks around S2G's performance right after the last PGSs as well as regional. But anyway, we'll take a look at DN Supers. 1,100 damage for Rex, the replacement for Salute Toffees, and oh boy has he been a replacement.
Yo, Rex means king, royalty, baby, and this guy brings it. He's a solid replacement. He's been a great player. He's vibing with this team and this roster. I mean, if you look at the roster just across the board individually, this is a strong roster. These guys should be doing great things, and to see them put up this numbers is really impressive. I don't know what else to say about Supers other than the fact that I'm not shocked, and it's going to continue. Also, to talk about the dig-in, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to miss the pan, but I look forward to whatever progressive comes out for the pickaxe, because it's going to be the most sought-after thing ever to exist, because this proves the value. Every single team had 2 miners and a man making sure that they did the job correctly, right? That was a clutch play by everyone. It is now just basic gaming.
The progressive needs to be actually just truly full Deep Rock Galactic. You can edit little bits of the pickaxe and all this stuff. Yeah. So I'd be all for that. That'd be fantastic.
Absolutely.
I think that's coming along today anyway. So, but anyway, we'll talk about that deep core. But yes, we're going to the core here for a lot of these teams. Throughout the day to see how well we're going to be playing things out. And it's not lost on me, though, Poro, that we're in South Korea. They've just been playing weeks of PUWS, even the weekly series into the final, and they come out swinging like this. I think that is going to be a slight advantage for them, no doubt, playing on home soil. Kind of like how I always look at it when it comes to PNC, because we're always in Korea for them, and they're always looking good there as well.
Sure, and cutting back to the beginning of the year when we were talking about this coming in, everybody was coming in with no regionals. Like nobody had played since PGC.
Yeah.
They're coming in with all these new rosters. So, I mean, the question marks were abound for everybody. But now we're coming in, we're seeing these teams that had success at that regional level find success here. And as you said, having home field advantage, never going to hurt. But, it was also, I think a lot of that had a lot to do with just kind of how the circle played out. And we saw some of the America's teams get some pretty decent circle luck and didn't end up kind of fulfilling the promise of that circle luck in the end. But that was just great individual performance there by Rex and the Supers boys.
Well, I'm getting word that we have an interview ready with Posa from Furia, so let's hear from them after trying to get towards the end of that game.
Furia. Fascinating.
Well, I'm sure Post had a lot to say to Lucy there, but I guess we'll check in on that a little bit later on as well. One thing's for sure, though. I mean, as you say, kind of the America's doing pretty well. Obviously, I think when we kind of looked at that circle and it was Milta focused with quite a bit of that blank, I think that we saw the Falcons split and we thought, this actually might work on out, but it's always difficult to leave these kinds of locations when the circle moves away, and they really caught the brunt of that.
Yeah, I actually really did want to talk about that as well, so I'm glad you brought it up, because it was the case that the Falcons, they had got themselves a nice split on there, and then VP comes in from that eastern side and then chokes them inside of Milta as that circle shifts. And I think at that point, it's very hard for Falcons to leave. Right, and I think if maybe they'd grouped up over towards one of those northeastern sides a little bit earlier, maybe it would have been easier for them. But again, you try and take a little bit too much space, you find yourselves in these situations, and it moved a little bit further away. Toffees is so interesting. What I'm saying, I'm like, I'm scared. I'm scared.
It was his first deep cut at a PGS. I was excited.
Let's listen in on the interview again then, maybe, and see if we can hear from Posa before we get into this game. I think we can maybe take a look.
Maybe? Posa. Maybe not.
No, maybe not.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Furia's Posa. Hi Posa.
Hello.
Yeah, and the first match is over. How do you feel like right now?
It was a good start. So it was a good start for us to keep confident, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and on the scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you with your today's performance?
10.
Oh, perfect 10? Yeah, absolutely. And I'm loving the confidence. And the very first match is over. Which team do you think is your biggest rival?
I don't think there is a rival.
Oh, no rival?
No.
Okay. Thanks for the interview and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi guys, I'm Lucy.
There was some questions asked. All right, well, let's continue on, as it looks like we are getting ready to get into game number 2 here. It's going to be good old Miramar. At the moment, South Korea has started off strong and wild, and now it's time to give you over to Poro and Toffees, the strong and wild American duo.
Yeah, baby! Woohoo! You ready, Poro? They're sending us to the desert.
You got them all jacked up on Mountain Dew and other stuff.
Mountain Dew and patriotism. Let's go! Bam! Nah, it's we're getting ready for Miramar, Poro, and I want to double back to what those knuckleheads talked about, on the desk, this idea of hometown advantage. Perhaps. Yeah. But I'll tell you what the worst part is. I hate when we do events in Korea. Do you know why, Poro?
Why is that, Toffees?
Because all of our players love it there. So all the Falcons guys go fishing, the Liquid guys go out to dinner, everyone goes and enjoys their time in Korea, but the Korean teams, they're sleeping, and they're eating, and they're training. And so they come out in game 1, 2, and 3 banging, and it takes time for us to bounce back. So that's why I hate these Korea events, because our boys are having too much fun.
They're enjoying their time too much, and it sucks too, because we haven't gotten to set foot on Korean soil in so long, and these guys are out there having the time of their lives. I hate to see it, but no, I don't hate to see it. I like to see them having a good time, but I want to see them having a good time because they're winning, Toffees.
Yes, I'd like to see more. But that's it. We saw some really great push out from Korea to start this thing. Gen G looked absolutely on fire. Sure, they didn't get the win, but that was a total could-have situation. So watching these two teams dominate has been interesting. Now, I'm curious as we go through the day today, we watched all those regionals, and the thing that showed up over and over again to me, Poro, is that the top team in each regional bracket was winning by like 30 points over their nearest competitor. And then the next two teams were often anywhere from 15 to 20 ahead of the next. And those are less games played in a lot of those regional areas. So to me, I am looking for those top three teams in each region to really set themselves apart. What we saw in the last game was the top two teams came out of Group B, which I would argue is not necessarily as strong against Group A. So the fact that they were able to pick up points on the three games that they probably are saying we just need to average means that they are going to be in a really good position, Gen G and Supers, going into the next three.
They sure are. And look, at the end of the day, we're playing 9 games today to determine who's going to be the top 16 to go to the winners bracket tomorrow, right? So while groups, sure, important to an extent, I don't know how much it's really going to matter in the end. Now if DNS, if Supers and Gen G start just siphoning up points from everybody else in the lobby, then it's going to make things a little bit more interesting because all these other teams towards the bottom are going to have a hard time trying to get what they need. But remember, as we said last time, the cut line for 16th was 27 points. And so it's not very big, but you only got 6 games to make it. So if you have a couple of teams that really get a hold of themselves and start going on a run, then yeah, it's going to make things a little bit more complicated. And I guess that's where your group play comes into play, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, though, like that last game seemed kind of passive until the end for me. I was shocked at how many teams were sort of going into the final couple of stages here. And I think that, again, for the 4th PGS in a row, that first day, people are playing it slow. And I don't know that I fully buy into that. As we look back at the highlights from that last match, we can see how Supers came into that circle. It wasn't an optimal situation. They came in on an E pickup down at the bottom, or it's just there's not a lot of jumps. They get the car, they try to make this rotation. I don't know how they won this game. Look at the plotting. Great course pathing, but look at this. This is terrible.
I mean, it takes a little good fortune too. I mean, they took an E-pickup and they managed to get a Dacia on the drop. Now, obviously, that means they had to clown car their way up to the checkpoint where they were able to hold the line against Falcons. But I mean, the fact that they were able to keep 3 guys alive that long, fighting up from that south side when everything was pushing away from them is commendable in and of itself.
Also, it came down to their individual skill. Like this was like a action movie, right? These guys crashed the middle and they all put their backs to each other. We're like, we got to hold against the Falcons. We got to hold against Furia. And they did it. You see these great plays. Deal goes down at the end, so it's one of those ironic, it should have been switched around. But it was. We saw Rex take out 3 players sort of essentially by himself as he held his line. And to me, that's what's the most impressive. The Supers individually have that ability to say, let's just put our backs together and hold. And it worked out for them. Now, as we jump back to the Falcons in the current game, they had such a good spot, Poro. They had North Milta. They got the Circle 4 shift, and they just crashed a few seconds too late behind Supers, and that cost them the game.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the question marks we had on Falcons coming into this, right? How is it going to be Kickstart doing the IGLing at an international event? Like, it looked great during PAS and they found a lot of success, but we still didn't know how it's going to be. Obviously, Kickstart has been around for a long time. Brilliant guy. Great head on his shoulders, so I don't expect there to be a lot of downturn. And you can even see right off the bat, they were just doing a little camping there. We can see some more highlights here from Rex and his man of the match performance here in game number 1. Just absolutely farming everybody that was trying to make their way into his territory.
Absolutely deserved man of the match. And again, as we watch this highlight reel for, I think, the 3rd time of him making this play up over the top of the hill, he gets the molly up into the air. And Furia was in such a good 2-2 split. I thought, strategically, they were going to be able to, at the very least, walk away with a myriad of points from kills in sort of everybody crossing that checkpoint. And I don't think they got what they wanted to out of it, which is probably why the interview was a little bit less enjoyable than we hoped, right? Posa, I think, was processing this idea of, like, we got to turn this back around. Like, we should have gotten more out of that game.
I think they should have too, honestly. And again, it's just kind of getting your feet wet in the lobby, right? Like you had to leave that compound eventually. I think they probably could have got more kills for playing from that compound if they were playing a little bit more aggressive. Now they did do the 2-2 split on both sides of the road, and that ended up netting them a couple of kills. But you feel like if they maybe would have got a little bit more aggressive there towards the end, or even just held on to that 2-2 a little bit longer, they might have caught something here. As Liquid's Purdy. Oh, it looks like Falcons is going to spring the trap here on Furia. They're going to catch the Kraken. So we've got America's on America's action to start things off.
Isn't it always just that way? So Furia goes up to the top of the hill. Falcons on the other side. Tiggleton, the man, the myth, the legend, the highlight maker himself, slides around, gets that grenade pushed up. Meanwhile, jump back over to Cerberus, who's crashing to Liquid because Americas is fighting on all fronts as Cowboy tries to manage this rotation. They turn back around. They get the burn down on Stan, baby, and he gets knocked and flushed. Liquid says, don't chase us because now we chase you.
And I cannot stress this enough. Cowboy collecting that one on the seat swappy. Team Liquid get there 1 point. Though Furia and Falcons still scrapping as another one is going to go down. And it looks like the 2 remaining Furia players alive are going to bug out. And Falcons will get 2 to start off.
Falcons had to remind Furia that we are the team that should be green. Shrimsy comes around the right side here, goes ahead and finishes that flush. Kickstart and him together. This duo has been one of the coolest things to come out of Kickstart joining the team. I love the Kick Shrims combo, and I think that adding a Gustav to pair with Tiggleton has made this one of the best 2-2s out there.
No, absolutely. And third on 5 now from range. Ranger X is kind of all by himself, but he is safe. Like he can take. You see that Murado just flying off in the distance there? Who'd that come
some
from?
Murados, they do be like that.
They move in herds usually, but yeah, I mean, look, Ranger X, he's got all the time in the world, but yeah, it's really just a question of if he wants to. It doesn't look like he wants to. So Falcons will go ahead and keep on moving and keep on grooving as they find their way into this circle. Now they are on the far northern side. Looks like Furia is still retreating. They're going to head off to the east. Looks like somebody from third on 5 decided to finally take shots. Team Liquid also going to reset just over here on the west.
The problem with this spot though is Liquid, despite having Cowboy and it seeming like the west is the thing that they want, it's not, right? That is going to shrink away at some point. Right now they're just desperately trying to find a place to rally up, and they're going to have to push across that ravine into the other side, and I don't think it's going to go super well for them. They got to find a way out quickly. Now another team that wants to find a way out quickly, and by out I mean to the lobby sometimes, is Crazy Raccoon. These guys are bananas, Poro. That last game, I think you said it in the green room, well that was very Crazy Raccoon, because they're just what I right? But every time I see them, they try to make trash into treasure, but sometimes you just get dumped on.
It does what the team does what it says on the tin, right? If you're expecting anything sane from the Crazy Raccoons, well, then maybe you're barking up the wrong tree. But they're coming in very, very late. They should have a free path into the northwestern side of the zone. Doesn't look like anybody's hanging out on the edge over there. Now, Virtus Pro, though, holding down a big split across Chumacera. And I'm curious to see how much they actually know about going on below them, as they also have now supers coming in on the south.
I want to hear what Virtus Pro has to say about this situation, so let's check in with some team comps.
Be ready to go down and one guy watches.
Yes, get ready to backfill drain with me. I think Green point, but it's like really like dumb guess.
Yeah, I'm chilling in this third row so I can go straight down. If,
Zone into.
Okay, go back.
Yeah, I mean I can play alone here. Just get orange, no? There's people on orange line somewhere. Like we can get orange probably.
We need that green cup. Okay, yeah.
Just give me comms. No one can take this on me now. Like they can, but like.
Can you go?
Give me comms. Yeah, come to me. Come towards me, boys. There's guy driving for me. Give me comms. Full comms.
Go.
Just come to me. We can fight.
Yeah. Do we on come?
Yes.
He's scouting. He stopped on orange.
All right, Virtus Pro, they've got some enemies in their midst as they try to pull back from this big wide split. You saw, I think that might have been Rex pulling up close. They should have scared supers away for now, but it looks like S2G is going to be in a little bit of trouble here, Toffees, as they've got JDG breathing down there next as well.
Yeah. My favorite part was listening to him tab the volume reducer so that he could figure out where the scout was coming in, which was awesome. Shubsy kickstart, hit that combo up on the roof. They say, Vitality, this place is not for you. Vitality, to their credit, with their tanky little bus, will be able to turn this around with a little help from Gedrock, and I believe get out relatively uncontested. In fact, Gustav is going to get Yes, oh my God. Levante and Quizzy both go down. I didn't think they were going to be able to get two, and they do right there at the end as they try to drive off.
Oh my goodness, Gedrock's just doing what he can. He's staring at his team dying through an 8x scope, or 4x scope rather, and they're going to try to escape. They got him in the car. Can they stay alive? Beamy, though, is going to find Luca Rux, actually going to find Bean. So that's Gen G down immediately after a great game one. How many times have we seen this in the past, Toffees?
Dude, it doesn't matter. Tournament to tournament, game to game, Gen G is always a surprise. So they go down here early on. Booste gets a nice little kill there on Beamy. And then meanwhile, Tiggleton is able to finish off that flush as he gets that point for Quizzy with that Vitality situation went on early on. Hollow My Bad does make a nice rotation, will get Levante back up, so they will stay 3 strong. Meanwhile, Ferret's on 5, comes in from the sky, but they're going to land in a spot that might be somewhat contested. I think they should... If they can avoid death from the sky, they will be okay once they land.
And they actually pick a very fortunate time here. As looks like Virtus Pro has got one knocked, so they are kind of going for a revive while Navi is shooting at him. So that's at least another duo that couldn't take shots at him. So they managed to get all 4 down to the ground. They've got a compound, but they've got no vehicles, and they have got some very unfriendly neighbors here. As you see, Luca Rux, yeah, he's just pinned out, not even going to be able to get rezzed.
What a swing from when we joined them on the listen-in to where they are right now. They felt like they were in such a strong position. We heard them talking about the ability to sort of hold some of their spots as solos and doubles. Apparently that did not work out at the site. I think that we're going to see an evolution of more collapses before phase 4. A lot of times we see our teams willing to play 2s and 1s going into phase 3. I don't think that's going to be the norm as we continue on in these PGSs. It's just too dangerous with TP scouting, with the ability to dig in if you don't get a kill right away. Teams are going to have to start collapsing sooner. We jump over to Furia. They did well in the first game. They're down to 2 in this one. It's a good 2 to have up, but it's not a lot of options here as they drag themselves through the blue.
It's not ideal, for sure. But the fact that there's only 55 left in the lobby. Oh, that shift is going to help them out a little bit as well, as they've got hard south yet again. 2 hard shifts in a row. And third on 5, they are thanking their lucky stars that they took that E pickup and they landed it. But yeah. Let's see if Team Liquid can get over there. Virtus Pro, actually, I'm probably sitting here wondering what could have been, because they had those spots.
They had a great spot. The problem with the great spot is everyone comes by looking to get it for themselves, right? And so you maybe bleed out 1 or 2 bodies in that process. Liquid catches the circle, which I don't know what deal Kurt made with the devil to change his luck, but traditionally they're Teflon for circles, and here they've caught him twice in a row, so very, very impressive. Gam, the Expendables, Jund, the newest player due to visa issues, is playing well. Good support class. Going to get his guys inside and pick up those reses.
Goodbye, Biel. Well, Jund is the one that knocked him with the vehicle, so it's you know, it's a little. He's just countering the hazing, the early game hazing. But they'll get back in. They'll be fine playing out of Miramar. Now you do have, looks like Quizzy returning here for Vitality. But the rest of his team is way far off north in the blue, and Quizzy going to be landing on the bridge, it looks like. So we'll see. This might just be a little bit of preemptive scouting on his part. Is Navi going to get some unfriendly neighbors here as Crazy Raccoon will pull in close.
I love the aggression of Spyro's going to head right up to the top of the hill. Pio just smacks into the building and jumps out, but Spyro, because of that quick move, he's able to get the spray as Ionix tries to do a follow-up crash on Pio. Huge move. Ferris knocked up on the high ground, though. Gillian's got a grenade ready. He wants to make the push. Spyro goes ahead and gets the flush. This is now a 3v3. We luckily have a man on the roof, so he will be able to survive a little bit longer. Spyro's got to try to get Pio from the other side here. Look at him locked into a really good spot, but he's got a whole lot of bullets and a lot of volume to try to get that accurate hit.
The problem for Crazy Raccoon is that it was a duo over here. Ferris gets knocked, but now Hakatori and Boostic have arrived, and that is a terrifying twosome to now have in your midst. And Navi has the high ground as well to play around. They will probably lose Ferris for this, but Glaz needs to be careful. He got a knock on the guy on the roof, and now he's playing that same rooftop position. So Navi going to drop the smokes down, try to slow things down a little bit.
Sparrow down on the low ground while the others keep them distracted up on the high. Beautiful play. Glad's trying to keep them locked back because they know that he needs to isolate this man down here. So Kyo and Appeal can make the play. The hold works. They stop him long enough, and now Hackatory and Boostic have to make a hard decision. Do we push in 2v3 to 2 dead guys, or do we let this go? The second that bleed out happens on Fairest, they should know this is not a fight they want to take. Jump over to the Falcons as they find the remainder of VP. Crash in on Nixie, flip his car. Nixie plays possum.
Oh, seat swapping. Can he stay alive a little bit longer? No, he cannot. He will get knocked down, but Corexi will try to provide some support from range, but that is basically just yelling in the wind, isn't it? Oh, never mind. He's going to get that knock on Tiggleton, so Falcons better drop some smokes here pretty quick.
Yeah, I think he has the advantage of Falcons being like, where, why, what happened? There's smoke everywhere, but he's going to go for those reses inside the smoke. Kick does get the flush on Nixie. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Alo is working on Vitality. The fights are all over the map. Falcons, though, able to stay up with 4 inside of the smoke. Jump to JDG, who's got the lads driving by and not able to knock any of them in the process, but Sue's going to try to set up to get them once they hit that little building.
All right, S2G have 2 on the high side, 2 on the low, but JDG, they've got trees, they've got utility, but they don't have Quetba, who's going to take down Suze from the side, and S2G has a lot of room that they can maneuver around here, Toffee, to get different angles. Suze not going to be likely to be rezzed here. As Cold 119 will try to return fire with a nicely placed grenade, but it's going to go just a little too far.
You can't deal. Quet pops off, and he gets a nice knock there. It opens up the whole left side here. Sue's going to be left to the Wolves. Go for a nice little grenade flush just to make sure, but that should cause a bit of a slowdown, as I think S2G and JDG will probably just impasse for a minute, take a couple of shots at each other as they try to get to a good spot. comes out. Love to see that if you are S2G fans, as Quepa going to be able to put in some work there if JDG doesn't readjust very, very quickly.
Yeah, he's still got to find a way into the zone. You can see his team has already left him behind. They're making their way, and they're going to be playing along that ridge line, trying to avoid the fire from teams above them. As you see Falcon still digging around. Dig, 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 as James liked to say. But that is looking like the most mortar-baitable mortar bait that I've ever seen in my life. But nobody's sending one just yet. JDG, no, still have all eyes for Quepa.
Yep, they're just keeping an eye on him. I like that he sent the team away and says, let me deal with this. It is what it is. So he's going to keep them very distracted. The upside of that is JDG can't do anything. They're locked into this spot till the next shift because of Quepa, and no matter what happens, that shift is almost certainly going to move away from them, so they are going to limp going forward. Now, we jump over to a team that rarely limps. This is Na'Vi, looking pretty good. Down to 2, though, but it is the big 2, Poro, Hackatory, and Boostic that can still make things happen, as they remember they had that crazy raccoon run in, and they are still in the same standoff.
They sure are, and the key factor here, I think, was Glaz, as Glaz was kind of going from that flanking angle, and he's going to get spotted by a Hackatory to immediately put on his back, and that is a big knock here for Na'Vi, as they were getting third-partied from range, I believe, by, I'm not sure who it was. It might have been E-Arena, it might have been Corexi, actually, but Na'Vi still playing around on these hills, going to make sure that they get that point in the bag. That's 3 now for Na'Vi, and Crazy Raccoon down to a duo as well.
We saw that quick jump over to watch Quepa go down, so JDG is now free for rotations, as we saw the play there by Hackatory to even out this 2v2 fight. And I think the situation we're seeing here is both of these teams know down to 2 players, there's not a lot of points left for us in terms of rotations late. Let's try to pick this up and make a clean exit, clean up our points. So Boostic playing very, very aggressively here from the off angle. Pio, yeah. Whoa, Tonbi, okay. Elsewhere, Cerberus giving it to GTE, and Curexi trying his best to just bristle and make everyone say, I'm not going to mess with that house.
I mean, he's got eyes for nobody but Falcons right now, but he's got a nice little little house to hide, a little house on a hill, you know, just vibing up there. He's got some ammo.
It's the kind of place you'd retire.
Exactly. You know, it gets great vision, great views over the mountains. Vision. You can see a vision. You can see the birds hanging out in ditches. It's great. But
Falcon rears its head.
Sometimes it does, man. I can't help it. I don't know what to tell you. But I mean, look, if Falcons are able to stay in this spot, like they've trenched in, they're dug in real good until somebody with a mortar comes along. But nobody with a mortar has yet come along. So far, so good for them. We'll see. I'm actually really interested in the south side right now, Toffees. You got the Expendables and Cerberus having to fight their way out of Miramar, along with Petrichor Road, who are now making making their way to that hill.
Yep, moving forward a little bit at a time. We got the mortars getting set up here. The question is that an aggressive mortar or a defensive mortar? Because now we're using mortars to dig holes these days. So you never know until you see the impact. It does look like they're going to be charging GTE. Boom, close but no cigar. If they can get one hit and follow, that would be absolutely massive. I don't know how many shells he had, though.
I mean, even if they get that knock, it's going to be a tough push because you still got Cerberus that's making their way in. But Falcons now starting to get a little bit more aggressive. They've got 3 kills in the bag already. They'll get a knock on the E-Arena. Can they get the flush as well? It's going to be asking a lot, man. That is a long-range shot. But Petrichor Road still trying to make some headway here with these mortars, as now they've got Cerberus pinned out against the wall.
Oh! You didn't want to live, did you? Get out of here! Run away! Run away! Off into the blue, car on fire, desperate moments. Meanwhile, the raccoons go down to Na'Vi at long last.
The raccoons go down, the Cerberal dogs go down. Somehow, some way, the Expendables, GAMS Expendables, have managed to survive for the time being. Petrichor Road, though, they still have that high ground. E-Arena, they've got a mortar, but they can't afford to really spend time doing it because they're just getting knock after knock after knock, and nobody can really. Plus, look at that mortar; it's on the dead open, Toffees.
Yeah, that's, you know, maybe they ran out of shells and they were just like, let's just leave it there. But again, this comes down to you just have a bad spot. Now the circle is going to move away from them. The upside for E-Arena is JDG has to move too. So if E-Arena waits just a second or two, JDG will probably pull off first and they can get away with this. Alo barely survives the climb, but he lived. And now Therathon 5 is going to have to try to push this compound. He gets off of the building before the explosion. Alo's timing is impeccable.
Yeah, playing that high side, you got Team Liquid, Therathon 5, and now Petrichor Road have joined them as well. As the circle has kind of moved away from E-Arena JDG, they're going to find a way to get in. As Hakator, he's got one mortar, he's got a dream. They've managed to get 5 kills. They must have cleaned up Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, that was great work done by the Hackman. As Falcons will got the knock and the flush, and this is Hakator. He's sending him over to Falcons. He's trying to judge the distance by himself. Let's see how good he is. It's pretty damn good. One more? Yep, there's another one. Give him a third. Oh, it falls just shy.
Still, though, he had that one tester mortar that was off, and they totally readjusted and came in with some big nukes to slow down the Falcons. There's not going to be much of a follow-up, but that alone to slow them down, get them on multiple pickups, is going to be huge in the late game if they have to face off.
That's going to be tough. But they've managed to survive. They managed to survive this long. It looks like Team Liquid will once again lose Purdy Cardi early on, but they did pretty well as a trio. The problem is that the Therathon 5 still breathing right down their necks, and Therathon 5 would love to be able to get rid of these guys. That's a good grenade to at least pause things here temporarily, and I think the best thing that can happen for Liquid is if Petrichor Road starts to get antsy and starts finding the backs of Therathon 5 here.
T5, Fluggy's got to fall back. Demasti trying to make some moves. Alo back up on the roof. This man loves the high ground, and he'll try to control. Luke right below him playing defense. Meanwhile, you got Cowboy gets a knock on JDG from the other side. It's a double front as they try to make the play. Alo going to be doing nothing but heavy suppression. Gets a molly out to try to keep it going, but the mollies are returned in kind, Poro.
They got to make moves now. Okay, JDG does get eliminated here in the end by Falcons, but Therathon 5 starting to make their push. You can see Falcons just still dug in there like a tick. Alo will take the spray, but won't get the knock. Just shooting around the edges of these Doritos. Luke 12, though, he's going to find the knock as he comes in from that flanking angle, and now Therathon 5 is in a lot of trouble. Fluky's going to go down as well.
Nice death throw. Luke 12 still making the plays. Furia out elsewhere on the map as Luke 12 fights for his life against T5. Down to just the two of them. Therathon 5 is eliminated as the grenade comes in from Luke with a little bit of help from Cowboy. They're going to finish that off. So they are limping, but they walked away with a great kill count up to 7. They're going to be happy with no matter how this finishes.
Yeah, 7-piece with a biscuit. You're never too mad about that, but Team Liquid will play forward with just Luke 12 and Cowboy. Now they have that high ground to play around with for a little bit longer, but it looks like Petrichor Road still thinking about sweeping up there and cleaning up what is left. Chewy just looking around to see if he can catch anybody slipping, but the smokes are going to protect Cowboy and Luke for the time being. Arena, meanwhile, they managed to keep 3 alive here for a while, but now they're going to have to move as the circle has centered up on Falcons once again. They are just loving life right now, dug in and entrenched in there. Live, love, laugh, and hope for the circle. They probably got that poster up in that trench at this point. Meanwhile, Gedrox gets Clories up over the top. Surprise, baby! He was waiting for you. EA going to go ahead and try to deal with Curexy up on the high grounds. They just have to watch that ridge and hope for the best. How is this man still alive? I don't know. Because he got to this high ground spot where no one can see you. But what do you do now? The circle's closed. He's just kind of playing for some extra points. You know what I mean? Like, just hold out, see how long you can last. Maybe I'm not even talking about Curexy. I was talking about Hackatory. Oh, that's true. Them boys have been involved in fighting since the very beginning. Well, S2G once again finding themselves in late game here. Let's see if Leza and Shilla can get something done. He's going to get the knock and flush on the Larynx, and he's going to find Patapong as well. Playing around the ditch by the tree seems to be working a treat here for S2G. Very, very nice. Meanwhile, Tiggleton and the rest of the guys are still getting smoked by explosives. If not mortars, then it's going to be grenades. Na'Vi is out. Cowboy gets knocked. Chewy making plays. All of this coming to a head over here, and Falcons just laying low and hoping everybody else leaves them alone. Oh no, Liquid got the double knock on the Falcons. They were cleaning up. They were keying up to take out the entire squad, but then Chewy comes in at the worst possible time and takes down Liquid, so Falcons get to fight another day. But Petrichor Road, they're up to 7 kills, 5 in the bag here for Chewy, playing from that high ground. You can see Supers desperately wants to get up here, but they just don't have the traction on them tires, Toffees. GPTs helping GPTs. Petrichor Road up on the high ground now, looking down on Supers. They got the Bolties. They managed to get everyone up for the Falcons, but still, man, like, if there's any grenades up here, they're going to cook you. He doesn't have any. He's looking in the bag, too. He's looking in the boxes, trying to find something, but nothing left after Liquid tossed a couple down onto Falcons. So Chewy maybe calling for his teammates over here, because this could be easy pickings if they just get some offensive utility sent over in that direction. But the problem for Petrichor Road is that there's just a target-rich environment on the other side here. As you see, Shilla going to go down. Leza will stay alive by the grace of the pickaxe right now, but okay, now Petrichor is coming over, and they've got a couple of grenades left in the bag. There we go. You're right. He called in the team. He said, guys, I need some explosives. And that's probably what they're going to bring over here right now. We see DNS Supers trying to make a little bit of a rotation. Immediately, I26 gets to make the play. Gets a nice knock by Ming. And that's going to be the end of him. Laza gets human. DNS falling apart, but S2G goes out first. And DNS will make the top 4. Okay. One expendable left. Duck Juice playing on the other side of this ridge as I26 V6. Well, play on the other side as well. He's going to get knocked a little bit low. We'll pause long enough to heal up, but this feels like a Petrichor Road game. 8 kills now for them. The surprise inclusion of Ixlev does not seem to be impacting them too much, but I26, God bless. That is so hard to say fast. V6 is going to go down, but should be rezzed as Supers once again in the late game here, Toffees. We talked about it earlier. If these guys start siphoning up points, sponging up points, it's going to make that cut line situation a lot more interesting. Yeah, I've heard of DNS not found, but this is DNS domination as they come out here completely. Again, another game, big points, only 1 kill, but that doesn't matter because they're finding their way into these end games, and they're in a really defensible spot. Like, they're kind of in a decent spot in the circle. They're downhill. If they don't push up, then it's going to force Pero and Falcons to either fight each other or they're going to give these sort of 1v1s to DNS. They want to get up there so bad, Falcons do. They know that if they stay here, they are just fish in a barrel for Petrichor Road. And if they can find a way to get up to the top and maybe get a knock here, a knock there, they could give themselves an opportunity for a win. Kickstart. Let's see where he's playing, just listening for footsteps. As Chewy and Ming Ming keep eyes on Falcons, the other two will keep eyes on the Supers as we wait and see where this final circle is going to take us. The dot kind of far away from everybody here, Toffees. Coach definitely. Let's coach the Falcons. Stress.
puts the hood up because he's so stressed out. Meanwhile, Supers start to fall apart. Main goes down to kickstart. And basically, as Petrichor engages DNS, the Falcons try to push Petrichor. So the wheels are going to come out here. Taggleton is going to get knocked by Ming, but I26 has been holding this angle for a minute, and it works out as DL is no more.
There you go. Petrichor will get their 10th kill of the round. 2 left for the Falcons. After getting that knock on the Ming Ming, looks like they're going to go for the revive, and they're actually going to be able to stick it. But Supers has managed to get themselves a little bit closer to the zone as well, using that smoke wall, keeping utility until the late game. That was a big factor in their game number 1 win, and it looks like it's setting themselves up nicely here for game number 2 as well.
Got a lot of these teams with their newest players seem to be really showcasing here in this event. Kickstart and Gustav going to push on. Blue grenade, big grenade. They get the first knock and decide we're going to swing towards the bottom to look for free points. But Petrichor won't allow it, Poro. They backstab, and that's the Falcons. Now the down push, easy wipe. Supers. It was incredible. Supers can't stand up against them. Molotov going to come out. Big push from Ike's left. This is a win for Petrichor. There's no other way to sell it.
Supers will find a knock on a Chewy. Gets the flush, gets another point. Can he get another one? He cannot. Petrichor Road will secure the victory with 14 kills.
Yeah, it was very clear that Petrichor cared very little about giving them any kills. They said, we're going 4 deep. We're making sure nothing is denied us. Ike's left effect in full exposure as he comes out and brings an unhinged aggression to this crew, Kylaris, as they play out game number 2.
Dominating the high ground from the west there, being able to get himself into a good spot. Very well done by Petrichor Road overall to win out this game on Miramar. Thank you very much for welcoming us back. Blank is here as well to talk about everything that did go down. Man, Petrichor Road, as soon as they cleared the west side, Blank, it looks easy peasy for them.
Yeah, I mean, most of the teams that did well this game pretty much just found a little hidey hole to sit out. And like the boys were saying, save up all their utility for that end game. Didn't quite work out for DNS, but again, they're fighting uphill there. It's very, very difficult. But I do think the big thing for Petrichor was definitely the timing, right? Really, really good for them. They could have maybe pushed down towards Falcons a little bit earlier, but they knew they could just get him in a chokehold. So it was a very, very strong game from Petrichor.
Yeah, I kind of felt for Falcons Poro in this game because, I mean, you take what is technically a strong dip from there, but as soon as you got a team above you, it feels very constricted. It's like, what can you actually do? Gustav keeping an eye on it, knowing that eventually nades were going to come the way. Eventually, surely, but where do you move? Where do you go?
I mean, I think if you take that spot very early on, you're just kind of accepting that, you know, we're going to have to survive mortars. We're going to have to survive barrages from everywhere. I think, you know, all things considered, I think the Falcons did really well considering their position there, and they managed to make it to the top 4. You know, no harm, no foul. This is the part that got me, is that 3rd on 5 was so keyed in on trying to take care of Liquid that they just allowed Petrichor Road to come up on that and take that high ground away from them.
Yeah, very important moment in this game as a whole. Toffees denies this early. I mean, I get it, right? In a group stage where you're only playing 3 games against some of these teams, I understand.
I just think the crazy raccoons don't like to play alone, right? They're like, oh, you're dead, I gotta come with you. It's like they're streamers, right? So they're like, oh, Pio, you're gone? I come join you. We go next. Laza up here in a great spot. Again, we just get to see how big a deal the changeable terrain is by how long these guys are able to last in these situations.
No, definitely. Let's take a look at how all things go down towards the very late game. For DN Supers, I get that with the compound that they had to try and make a choice. It's always going to be difficult going west there, so they decide to go east, which I think is actually the right choice in those moments, Blank, right? Try and get a few kills where you can. It's always going to be hard to dislodge Petrichor Road as they walk away with 23 smackaroony.
Yeah, well, I mean, for DN Supers, I think the goal was always 2nd place on that one, right? If they got it first, it would have been great. It would have been fantastic if they were to get some good stun grenades, some good nades over the top. But I think for them, it was just a case of, you know, the hydraulic press from 2 sides onto the Falcons at the end of the day. But I do agree with Poro. I think the Falcons actually played that game as best they could. Ideally a 2nd place, but I think they'll take a 3rd.
Yeah, is it Go on, Talkies.
I would say I think Falcons, Liquid, and VP are all teams that sum up exactly what Blank said. They were like, we're going to get whatever we can out of this, because once you saw that Petrichor position, everybody knew it's kind of just a salvage at this point.
Definitely 30 points for the way of DN Supers in the end, though. They're doing very well so far in just 2 games alone. Petrichor Row with 27 points as well. And S2G,
Look at
the little
S2G.
engine that could. Little S2G. I don't want this to become a meme. This is awful.
This is how I work my magic. I start getting it into your head. I know you can't deny memes. You are a sucker for memes. So we're gonna make it.
Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, because every tournament you turn up to, there's something new, and I'm just like, ooh, look at this one. Like, in everybody's heads. 945 damage by Curexi, despite Virtus Pro not having the easiest of days so far here, Poro, but good for good old Curexi.
I mean, look, you can't keep a big bear down.
Come on.
Like, eventually, things are going to go their way, right?
Half that damage is from the Falcons because they were stuck in a ditch. Like, come on. You didn't get any kills for it. It's still cool. But, like, there was that whole period where he was just kind of like, I get to shoot at you guys. So it was nice to get the damage, but you want to get those kills to go along with it. Looking at the team stats, Ike's left off the bench. Him and Chewy together, man, it's like magic. Yeah. The guy, like you said, I think you described him as the wind. Is that what you said in game 1? Where it's like he comes and goes as he pleases. Absolutely true. But, man, unlike other team leaders from a similar region, when he comes and goes, we're cool with it, right? He like seems to make the team better. So love to see Chewy step up. He is a gamer, and he, I think he was mad about the social media situation. Was like, I'm coming, boys. I'm gonna be there.
I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. Somebody's gonna be really angry that we're referencing this, but it's like, who cares? Like, it's very clearly a thing that happened before. So anyway,
welcome to the internet.
Yeah, exactly. You can't avoid anything anymore. It's difficult. All right, I'm getting word that we have an interview with Tiggleton from Falcons after that game. Okay. So let's hear in from good old Tig.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Falcons Tiggleton. Hi Tiggleton.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. And can you walk us a little bit about the last fight with Supers and Petrichor Road? What was the comm like?
We said that we'd fight for the high ground, which is the right idea, and then I got greedy and peeked for a DNS knock because I could hear them revving their cars. I thought it'd be free, and then I got knocked, so that was a big blunder on my behalf. Kind of threw the game, but it is what it is. We cleaned it up.
Yeah, what was going through in your mind?
I was seeing red, I was bloodthirsty. I was thinking, like, I'm getting mine here, and then I did not get mine.
Okay, so any more chickens in the future? How many chickens today are you looking for?
At least one. At least one. I'll be happy with one.
Thanks for the interview, and we're coming back right again. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lucy and Tiggleton. Of course, Tiggleton, always a great interview. He knows what to say about the things here for this one. But again, in a game like this, what else can you actually do in a spot like that? It is always going to be difficult. I will say, though, looking at how this game kind of played out, it's not... These games already in the first 2, Blank, have kind of thrown curveballs a little bit, right? Yeah. Because they've held on to some cities a little bit, but it's always near water, and then from there we've shifted away. So all of these teams coming in from some of these locations are just getting slaughtered.
Yeah, it is just, the rust is falling away a little bit. People are starting to make that move a little bit quicker away from the zone 4. I do like that from Tiggleton, Poro. It's on site. It is on site.
It's on site. It's on site every single time. And like, I think it was also the first 2 C2 and C3 hard shifts also kind of had a big impact on that, like hard shifts going south. And that's been kind of the story of this year, right? Like, we haven't seen any like crazy C1. Well, okay, we've seen a couple of C1s, but the biggest problem has been these hard shifts. And that's why the addition of those pickaxes and the ability to kind of maintain the terrain around you and put yourself in a better situation when things have been just hard shifting away is so kind of important. And I think we're seeing some teams that would have otherwise gotten absolutely mollywopped come C3, C4 are managing to survive to the late game a little bit longer, much like Gen G from game 1.
Yeah, one sec, I'll write that down.
Mollywopped. I think it's hilarious that James is making fun of you saying mollywopped when I remember him and Rich saying the most unhinged English stuff. It's a cracker bopper. It's a wobble wiggler. It's a clubby boop. Like, I don't know, you guys.
Everything you said was nothing what we said, but it was close. It was in the same vein. It really
very
was.
close.
Like, you would never, if James was like, that was a clobby whopper of a match, you'd be like, yeah, that checks out. And it was, but I think
it's a slobber knocker, actually. I think you're fine.
See, he knows. He's not even been here.
And listen, everyone's watched a little footy in their life, but I will say, the thing that was the most apparent to me in that game was what Poro sort of alluded to, this idea that survivors are now a big part of this thing, right? You can no longer sort of expect a 4-man wipe or a limper to not have an impact on the late game because of the dig down, because of the ability to sort of make like a tick and just cling on to the end game. Yeah. It's hard as a 4-man to say like, oh, we can just play for placement here because you don't know how many ticks are out there. You got to find them. You got to get them out before they get you sick.
I think you bring up actually a really good point in that snakes are more dangerous than they used to be, right? You see as teams of players, single players, have dug down at the top of hills, and if you start driving over that Poro, there's no way of you to actually know that they're there until they're right on top of you, so it is kind of terrifying.
It's so wild how much control that a single player can have by digging themselves a hole right on the top of that ridge, as you said. Like, it's just, unless you have just perfect grenade, perfect utility throwing, you are going to have a problem with that player. We've seen it happen multiple times. We haven't seen it yet today, but I'm sure we will.
All right, well, we are almost ready to get into our third game. And bear in mind here, this is the last game between these two groups. So again, that's why we were seeing those denies before, Toffees. There's an opportunity here to be able to make it go. Any final thoughts, Toffees, before we go?
Yeah, A hasn't won one yet, boys. We thought you were the group of doom, and B's been taking the wins. Fix it!
True. All right, thank you very much, Toffees and Poro. We'll check in with you after this one. It's time to Tago, baby. It's going to be me and Blank bringing you everything from the Korean Peninsula in South Korea, live from South Korea, with our Korean teams looking good here, Blank. It's a Korean clean sweep so far.
It really is. Got Genji with Soul, bringing the soul of Warrior. Soul of a Warrior.
You're doing something.
From South Korea. Yeah. I was doing something. I was doing bits. It was a bit that I was attempting to do. It sort of fell on its face. But that's okay, right? This game, Hedgecore Road's going to stand tall once again. All right, they're going to get something done. I can feel it. I can see it. They're looking good all today. They're maybe just looking to win every series one. Right, that makes sense to me. Cool. That would be cool. I'd enjoy
got
that.
An agenda.
He's got an agenda, right? He comes back in. Let's win series one, and then we don't see him back for series two.
Just goes back off to do some more streaming. Yeah, probably, no doubt. Man makes a lot of money, and that is for sure here. But as you could see as well, when we were looking at some of the highlights from them and even the numbers coming in, apparently, if you're the owner of your organization, you get a bigger picture of yourself. So congratulations, Iceclef. That was really cool as well.
Intentional.
He was far bigger than the other guys.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it, really?
And also here for Tago, right, they get Buksansar, and in traditional international play, they were rivaled slightly by the old FaZe roster. So to have Buksansar never mind, that's a circle. It's not the most ideal circle for Buksansar up on that northwest island. Quite far away indeed, but it's still a great drop spot nonetheless, Blank.
Yeah, it's not terrible. It gets you where you need to go. We do keep getting these... Interesting. We do keep getting these circles that head over to like a little clump of water that surrounds some of these POIs all today. So potentially by match 3, Kale, teams will learn, maybe we don't really all clump up by the water. Maybe we play a little bit out in the open, potentially.
And we'll see. For circles like this, you get a lot of those endings like towards Godog. You get the endings towards where SUG currently is as well. As good old Ike's left. Again, I think a lot of not only Chinese fans, but international fans will be very happy to see Ike's left back on the field. Oftentimes, you can bring in Ming Ming, a previous ex-world champion. You can bring in the numbers guys, 04 and I-26. But for a lot of fans out there, nothing quite beats Ike's left on Petrichor Road. They had middling and weird fluctuations of success, like even with Ike's left on the roster, never really kind of won an international. And it's quite strange that they win a PGS when Ike's left wasn't there.
Yeah.
Because everyone knows just how good this guy is. you know, we saw the clips before he was even like making waves on internationals. But let's take a look back at whatever happened on Miramar and see how Petrichor Road was able to make that feat occur.
Honestly, I feel the worst for 0-4, man, because I actually saw Ixlef suplex him out the seat this morning.
Oh, no!
Yeah, and then he sat down.
He was good.
It wasn't even planned. He just suplexed him out of nowhere. It was crazy.
The 1, 2, 3, he's out for the count.
Oh no, left, right, good night. But yeah, it was always interesting. We didn't quite get to zero in on this initial start of the game from Petrichor Road, but they did play it nice and slow, and then they tucked in. But they were getting rid of a lot of the contenders around this location to start off with. This was kind of nuts from Chewy as well, which ended up with just on the player being like, and you know what, I can't bother. Get me out of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, tough stuff indeed. Ixlef can still hit those shots from the distance, very clear to see. Chewy, though, again, really was the standout from this game, as you're mentioning here for him. And it's great to have seen his kind of progression through this roster and stuff like that. You got to remember as well, it's not exactly, I think, the easiest hurdle in the world to be a South Korean player and decide, you know what, I'm going to go play with the Chinese team. Like, it's like that's quite admirable in its same thing. And now he's joined by I-26 as well, who's also alongside for the ride. Oh, speaking of rides.
You know, Falcons actually still getting kickstart above on the top side. Kraken very low. Gustav with some lovely shots, but not quite sealing the deal there. And kickstart doesn't make it there in time to finish off the final player there from Furia, which is probably quite frustrating there for Falcons. I mean, getting at least one pick would have been lovely because they might be able to capitalize on that. Still, it's on the other side of the road. Falcons still control the stronger end of things.
It's interesting, right? Because I also think that Falcons feels like they were forced to move a little bit earlier than they would normally like to. Why do I think that? Kickstart has an ump, right? Like, it's not that gun that they ideally want to all navigate to, compared to some things that have a bit more punch on that mid-range for a spray down, if you're going to be going for, like, some kind of pseudo bridge camp. So maybe they felt like they had to move a little bit earlier on a circle like this. It's understandable, and they're going to be going alongside the edge of the map at the moment. Masty and the boys do see them.
There is another argument to be made with Falcons in general today, because they have been just going very central very quickly. Pretty much every single circle we've seen from Milta over towards our last Miramar there, trying to get dead central. So it might just be in the game plan, but you also could be totally right. And we'll have to wait for more of these matches to conclude, because right now Falcons are taking a pretty heavy emphasis on the center of the circle. You know what I do find quite amusing, though, is when we're talking about snakes being worse than before. And I get this horrible image in my mind of just a burrowing snake. Like, what's worse than a normal snake? A snake that's underground.
They kind of strike out like the, what are they called? Bird trap spiders?
I was thinking like a sandworm from Dune. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That's a very big snake, not snake worm. Like,
yeah, I guess so. I am mixing genres right now. I do apologize.
Yeah, we're all over the place. I'm bringing up arachnids, you're bringing up all this, and Theo is trying to... Oh, TME! Yeah, unfortunately they fall down to the polar bear. It's a zoological exploration here for Ortega.
It is indeed. I mean, PO out is not great for Crazy Raccoons. I think they would love to keep PO in for this one. Him going out so early does, and really give us high hopes for the boys over on Crazy Raccoons this match.
Let's watch it a third time.
I know, right? I mean, it was cool, guys. It was cool the first time.
Boom.
I liked it the second time. But
I'm really loving it the third time.
I have a general idea what's going to happen on the third time. I don't know about you, Kev.
I mean, kudos to him being man of the match. Yeah. Some good sprays, really good control here from them. But again, having high ground in these kinds of spots, you should be converting on these kind of scenarios. Admittedly, they wrestled it away, and that is the more impressive feat for me than them being able to hold it down. The fact that they did wrestle it away. So still big focus on... Maybe. Oh, actually, Petrichor's taking an interesting line here, Blank. They've gone all the way north on this circle from Buksansar. So I think they felt like, you know, some of those south bridges were going to be a little bit more precarious, and then trying to wiggle into what could have been a central position from there would also be a bit difficult. Oh, blow it up.
Yeah, get it gone. No one wants to be dealing with players coming back.
See ya.
Goodbye. Yeah, for Petrichor Road, it's quite easy. I had to 6v6 was just looking out to sea whilst waiting for the rest of this team. Quite a peaceful experience for him, I imagine. But yeah, I think honestly they're very correct in their approach there. A lot of the south side was very contested. And if they can wrap him from that north, all the power to him here. Team Liquid currently taking shots, but Nurins does go down there.
Oh no, he's next to the car.
And Team Liquid is not looking too bad today, honestly. They have 15 points off the back of that one kill, which does sit them in 15th place. And we're hoping they were able to capitalize from that little bit of momentum that they got from PAS. And so far, it's not looking too bad. I mean, I don't want to call it too early, though, you know?
Yeah, after watching that last PAS finals, it really does feel like some mojo is back for the guys. And again, maybe... I don't know what it was for Kurt having, you know, there's a lot of criticism levied towards the old guys in PUBG in inverted commas or whatever, but man, he was fragging out. So maybe that's given him some revitalization alongside the rest of Team Liquid here. But it's a good roster that definitely can convert with this, and this is already a good start from them in the group stage, as much as there's been some sponging up towards the top of these points. But all you need to do is get yourself a few more top fours or something like that, and you're gonna be flying high. And that's exactly what a team like Vitality needs right now. Coming in from the far east edge here, they're gonna be the last team really to breach on in alongside Team Liquid as well, who's coming in from the south. There's still a lot of spots to play, right? There's still a lot of kind of game here for them to be able to go for circle to circle.
Well, Team Vitality is a team that lives and dies by momentum, don't they, really? I mean, the type of team that gets in a manual and they'll shift it into fifth, but if they ever start hitting those red lights, it's straight back to the first gear for them, all the way having to work their way back up again. But if they do get into fifth, it's going to be a while before they come out of it. So I think for Vitality, it is just a case of getting that momentum on board. And the earlier they can get it done in a tournament like this, the better, because they are an insane squad. But I do feel like outside of those big moments, they do sort of cruise a little bit.
A lot of pre-driving for these teams, trying to find themselves spot on a circle like this. A lot of Godok still in this circle as well, so maybe some teams will actually commit to that cold one, and they'll get Posa as they're trying to rotate on past here. For JDG, as much as it feels like they've been fighting through a lot of these first three games, they've still only got 1 point, which I think they do just fall by the wayside when it comes to the Chinese teams relative to some of the other power of them. Levante as well, shutting down Cerberus on the other side. Tambin's down. Now Furia here, still trying to lock horns with JDG, but I think they've got to get out of this. JDG had the upper hand on this fight.
Yeah, I mean, Cold War 9 did open up spectacularly on this one. He's looking for a little bit more, and will be some good points there from JDG. This team just has a slight problem where I feel like when they get themselves into a sticky situation, the plan isn't always approved in time, and then they have to go for something a little bit silly. So I think for JDG, it's just a case of being a little bit more calm in those moments. But the pressure can certainly get to you, and especially if you're JDG, you've had a bit of a string of not so great performances. You coming into the next PGS, it's like, this is where we've talked, we've sat down, we try to figure things out. I would be really pleased to see JDG do something, but it's just not looking like it's happening again.
I don't feel like they've recovered from losing Spaceman yet. What do you think?
Well, I would say so. I mean, Spaceman's been a fantastic addition to the roster he moved across to, but I think that they're trying to replace him, right? And it's not. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough to replace a player like that.
Well, at the same time here, now we are focused on Godok for a lot of these teams. Supers has moved in, Virtus Pro has moved in, the Expendables has moved in, Vitality was able to kind of thread the needle and get on in as well. As Team Liquid's coming in still from the south side of Palace here to try and find themselves an okay spot. But again, with them coming in this late now, I mean, they were technically as far away as Vitality was, and Vitality was able to make a decent spot. Where are they shooting? We are shooting... Okay. So I thought initially that this was going to be them just trying to open things up or even just some scouting, but it looks like they really do want to get rid of the arena here for this one. This could actually work on out.
The double. Yeah, I was about to say, you got the double going on here.
This could be huge.
You could really end them with this.
Yes,
like the
you
Impact
could.
Meteor.
Because one of the thing is that sometimes when you see one mortar coming down, you can then react to the second one. But if they're back to back straight away,
good damage,
then this is going to be devastating. They're trying to move away. Okay, they do actually spread out in such a great formation here to be able to deny that. That would have almost certainly got a knock and a kill straight away if they'd have stayed in that spot.
I mean, a good step up, though, from Nixie. Understands that they probably have moved out towards the side, so maybe opening up some sightlines for him. And instead, they create him some cover for them.
God, they really did, didn't they?
Yeah, they really have made a nice little position to play in. Especially this little central mound as well. That's going to be very nice to play off the back of.
Yeah, the thing is that if... Oh, okay, we shift south. If you're Virtus Pro, there is a world where you say, okay, we opened that up. We know we didn't kill them off. But we can potentially use this to our advantage if we can crash and take them out and then use it ourselves, right? So that could be their next checkpoint move, as all of these teams, once again, are going to be trying to wiggle on around. Vitality has already left the north side of Godok here, but they're going to have to, once again, thread the needle relative to how they got into Godok in the first place.
Yeah, it's a big wrap required here for Team Vitality. See what they can get done moving through towards this western side. I mean, there's not a huge amount of teams over towards the west. Most are playing in Godok. Funnily enough, we did head over towards another POI, and we are moving away from it come our phase 3. It's just a little bit silly at this point in time. Most teams fairly unhappy with this one. We do have that central hilltop, so this can contain quite a few teams, but you are absolutely right here, Kale.
Perfect.
Where Virtus Pro understand that there is a team here. This is a good checkpoint for them. Oh, Lucarox crushes him. And another road towards Pathopon. Opons goes down. It is too easy.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about left, right, good night earlier on for unfortunately 04, and now this feels like that is the case here for Virtus Pro. You might not have been able to get the first volley off, but this second volley, alongside being able to wrestle this away from your opponents, I think is a great maneuver here for them. As, of course, 14 points on the board here. Just need to get rid of Lyrics, and they are going to be good to go for this spot. More smokes. Lyrics does actually knock Lucarux here. So now Virtus Pro, the onus is going to be on them to get in here and try and get him up, but it's not going to be the case. Lucarux is gone.
I mean, Lyrics is deep underground right now. They had a nade, it'd be a little bit easier, but I don't know how much utility they already expended over towards this location. But losing Lucarux is really bad. Finally, Lyrics goes down, but he's playing on a 3 now. Virtus Pro make that down to just one player. They are getting picked off now by Theracon 5. Damn, that's rough.
Yep, good angles on some of those spots. As much as you opened it up and tried to play it as well, there's a lot of teams looking as you're trying to come out of Godok and places like that. Boostic, though, starts spraying wildly against Crazy Raccoon. Not too many shots hit there, but it does take down Guyon, but Glaz in the trade, in the reinforcement. Crazy Raccoon, considering they lost Pio much earlier on here, not doing too bad holding their own, but the rest of the Navi's coming along here to try and reinforce. They're losing sight of where everyone is. It's a bit chaotic here as, oh no, Inonix with an amazing nade hits Spiro, and that car flies into Fearist. It's all gone wrong for Navi.
Well, annoyingly, this is the exact same scenario we saw last game on Miramar, is that Hakatori was away from the team, Crazy Raccoons rocked up on them, Boostic fell, and then Hakatori had to come in and then went to save the RP. And he's going to do it again during this match. So it's a little bit of a wild one where we have some deja vu just across 2 separate maps. I don't know if Crazy Raccoon have got something out for Na'Vi, though. We'll have to talk about that later.
Not my rank points, please. Come on. No, it's a tough one for sure. They're on 5 moving into a corner here on one of these fields, and they do take nades across the way, unfortunately. No. Your car could have gone flying there, mate. But thankfully, it does stay good to go. Schiller moving on across here. Schiller was definitely really the standout player for S2G when they've had some rough times here, and PEC definitely trying to get them some salvage points here, there, and everywhere. And now he knows exactly where the rest of T5 is. Fluky down. Schiller on the aggression. Oh, but he does go down as well. Let's see if Theron 5 can save it.
Quetpa looks to make a move. Some good shots, some very good shots to the AKM of all weapons as well. Nice, Theracon 5 down. Gonna try and get the res off here, but another player has located them. Hakatori gonna find himself a little bit of a trench to work with. And he is dead central. He is dead central. So dig down a little bit further, see what we can get done from there. JDG actually making it quite far into this game compared to our other matches.
Yeah, I will say, if Hakatori is the sandworm, you're going to need Lisan Al-Gaib to ride that one. I'm not sure about dealing with Hakatori in a little bit of a ditch. In the middle of a circle like this, I'm not about that. No.
I mean, it's a fairly open space, so again, it's slightly tougher. I mean, you do have this ridge side. You've got a lot of tree lines to work around with around where Crazy Raccoons is playing from. Team Liquid just moved in from that southern side. Vitality, this was their long play, right, from that north side over towards the west, Kale.
Yep, and it's worked out so far. Levante shutting down a lot of S2G. The thing is that Falcons is going to be looking their way in just a little bit's time, but also, I mean, they're looking the way of Falcons. All right, they're greeting them as this is very much up against Circle's edge right now. Kickstart and the boys here from Falcons coming in from this west side after they did commit to kind of that shoreline area means that I guess they were very okay with the idea of playing edge for a good setting for this Circle.
I mean, Falcons definitely been on the move for quite a while. Schiller's going to make a quick dash outwards as fast as he can. Hello, my bad. Does miss a couple of shots here. Misses all the shots, in fact. Both players get away fairly unscathed. And Hello, my bad is going to reorientate back over towards Falcons, but not before Kickstart opens up nastily over towards one of the players. Immediate nades afterwards.
Yeah, during all of that, interesting that Virtus Pro got reses off, but then DN Supers found Nixie in Godoc whilst he was getting the reses off, so it took him out as well. So it's all on Corexi here, and Lukaruk's coming in, parachuting on in. Nakatori gets thrown the bone when it comes to a circle shift like this, and Genji up along the roadside. Not too bad a strong position here, but still Falcons shutting down Vitality on this edge play. I'm surprised that S2G's been able to get away, but Schiller's done so much work for them so far. Even stealing away, hello, my bad. Good stuff here from him.
I mean, all day today, Schiller's been fantastic. Really, really good for the team. Last match, able to get them far into it as well. So, very much a big standout there on the squad. Falcons, though, I think they're desperate to get rid of Vitality. It would really open up their opportunities, or at least their options, over towards the next couple of circles, especially playing over towards these fields later on. And they are going to make the move across. It's a bit awkward, though. Tiggleton does open up over towards Gedrox, but Quizzy will take him down. Not flushed out just yet.
It's Pyrrhic damage, though, right? Like, unless Falcons can really gain some traction on this. They do finish off Vitality, but at the same time now, they need to make a move from that west side. As Corexi here still trying to deal with S2G, finding any little bit of spare points they can find. I think Lukarux is down in the middle of the circle, by the way, with literally no gear. So he's going to be just crawling about whilst Corexi tries to do something. But a lot of people are going to see Corexi here and take him down.
Yeah. I think for Corexi, he is definitely going to struggle from this side. I mean, he's had a little bit of a shoe in here. Might be saved by the fact that Falcons have got a little bit of a bone to pick with S2G, but Tiggleton did get knocked out and flushed by Quizzy there. You can see up top. Crazy Raccoons, it's been a tough game. It's been a tough game, but they put the band-aids on. They're going to keep working. This is awkward. This is not fun. You know, all in the green vehicle trying to move ahead, and no doubt they stop a little bit early on this one.
And even just shoot it, knowing it's very low, just making sure it blows up at first. On their terms so that they can move away from it and not have to use it as cover just in case another team peeks on over, shoots it, and then causes you problems down the line. Okay, we're digging in as well here over on this position. I think that technically speaking, if JDG has a full lock on this, it is in nade range, so they've got to be a bit careful about that. But likewise, technically JDG is in nade range. So if Falcons does peek over somehow across this ridgeline and know that they're there, that could be a bit dangerous. However, neither team wants to, right? That will mean extreme exposure against some of these other teams as trims his eyes to the sky, and you don't want to get mortared.
Yeah, it looks a little bit close, but you're going to make a little home for us. We'll happily take it. Shrimsy is getting a couple of shots been taken at him. It's Schiller with the mortar. Of all the players to pull this one out of the trunk, it is him.
They know. Okay, they've moved out of the crater. They know there's an easy potential for him to hit a very similar spot. He shot it just a little bit further, but if they'd have stayed in that dip, there's all the room in the world that they could have been hit by that mortar. So it was smart to move out of the crater.
At this point in time, you almost positive he's out of mortars, right? I mean, there's only so many you can take with him. So I think they can buckle back down again. Cowboy from Team Liquid. Again, 4 players alive here for Team Liquid, but it's this crossover towards that north side. They do have Crazy Raccoons looking down on from the northeast, and it's Petrichor Road have played this game slow. They were all the way on that north side, and they have taken a very sneaky approach, quite stealthily made their way over towards the south.
Not bad, but it's quite open. As you can see here, they're going to have to drop some deployable cover as well, whilst knowing that teams are going to be watching their way. Cowboy takes down I-26, as Smokes will go down to try and recover him in his position at the moment. But I don't think it's going to be easy at all. Nans as well with a nade. They've moved in right next to them. As much as they were sneaky here, Blank, I think that this is, unfortunately for them, not the entry point that they wanted. It's going to be difficult here on the south.
Yeah, I think Petrichor Road sort of wanted to mop up JDG quickly. But with Team Liquid as this 4-man, Cowboy's just got an unbelievable angle on this Pride Rock. So very, very easy to work with. Chewy, though, does move up. Gets into a side dish, still taking damage. Oh, my God. Tough stuff. Little nade sent forward there to create another ditch to potentially crawl over towards for them. Inonix will find Clories, but Team Liquid hears that happening and is not having any of it.
Not bad from Crazy Raccoon to stay alive as long as they have done here, but again, after what I watched in PWS, I need big things from them during this group stage, as well as these PGSs. And right now, it's not working out just yet here. Blue zone forwards against them as well here. Petrichor Road having a lot of utility used against them to try and get rid of them. I understand it for JDG. This is a big thorn in their side, and actually causing them quite a bit of damage. This might actually prompt Team Liquid to be able to try and dislodge JDG, and even Falcons peeking over the way as well here. JDG, the meat in the bun, is getting absolutely slammed from multiple sides, and I think they're just going to get backfilled as well. There it comes.
Man, that's a horrible little bouncer into the crate created for himself. Let's go Road. Ike's left will find Nans as well. And right now, Team Liquid is just trying to purloin as many points as they can from this one.
I think the nade that they got on Nans to start things off, sorry, I-26 was taken down by Nans to start things off was good, but they needed a little bit more against Petrichor Road to really get rid of them, because that's what forced them to come out of those craters and expose them to Falcons as well as Team Liquid there for a second. They needed to expend a lot, even though Petrichor Road is technically down before them, which is good for JDG, but it caused so much damage going their way.
It's a bit of a whiff on the blue zone as well. I think it was slightly deeper in. It would have cut off that Dorito on the side, and then Tree wouldn't have been able to hold that angle as long as he did. Which is unfortunate, right? I mean, you can only really peak up for a couple of seconds there for JDG, so I do feel for them.
For sure. Well, of course, we do have Team Liquid comms to listen in on. They've got a good shot at this game, so let's listen in and see what they're up to.
JDG and Falcons. That's how we win this game. We clear one side first, then we play with our back lane.
What side do you want, Cowboy?
I'll play here with the pickaxe. Probably Cardo.
Somebody start setting up towards orange. We need to look for the Navi solo.
You can do that.
I think he's still.
If it looks shit, Alo, maybe orange is playable, but I'm not sure. You can reset and play slow to me if it looks sketchy. There's a rock next to me that's very playable. Just don't die for free. Is CR still over there as well, Luke, or are they wiped?
I'm looking.
Is it one up?
I'm running to you late, by the way.
Heard.
I think this is okay.
I think Falcons are swinging more north. I can't tell though.
Yeah, they are. I was shooting at them and they're running north. There's like a whole team straight yellow.
Comms. What did you do, man? Do we have any info?
They're in the bushes.
CR still alive,
probably what they are. Probably like waypoints.
CR solo. I'm trying to look, but I don't see shit.
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, you can't see them if they're fully in it. You can go to high textures and maybe you'll see it. Try to look real quick.
On blue.
We could hear there from Purdy at exactly the moment we switched over. Very clear comms on how they believe that they can win the game, as well as where they need to check to be able to have purchase on this circle here, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, they're almost on the money on those pigs as well. I do enjoy the on-the-fly texture rescaling. Definitely done it myself. I'm probably in the different direction of players sat in the foliage. But yeah, almost on the money there with the pings over towards Falcons. So they have a very clear idea how they want to play this game out. Right now, Gen G is currently preventing Falcons, though, from making that northern push. But Kickstart does find Salute straight away, and another nice tag. But there comes the shots come through from Team Liquid. Very nicely done.
They're completely unaware of Lookarooks, but I don't think he has any weapons to be able to actually make that happen. And okay, they've run him over, so he's gone. But at the same time, never mind. But I think that Team Liquid now, as long as they can somehow identify that the Expendables could potentially be their biggest threat here down the line, then that is very important. And of course, you still have that Hakatori lurking on around, but Falcons is gone, making it difficult here on that west side. It was always going to be hard, right? They were going uphill if they were trying to go up against some of the bigger threats in this circle at the moment, and that was just going to be hard. So just try and shoot at everything elsewhere, see if you can get some kill points.
Yeah, again, the circles are a little bit all over the place. Hakatori now versus Team Liquid. We're going to make a big deal out of this because Hakatori has done crazier things in the past, but it is Tanvu to take him down. More Nathan sent forward. Cowboy now gets a great shot over towards JDG on December 12th, and we are pretty much in towards this 1v1 battle between Team Liquid as well as the Expendables. There is a slight bystander in the form of Inonix, but we're going to see how this one does play out because Team Liquid, they've got a couple of rocks to play around. They're not fully deep into the circle, though, and they do need to sort of get a little bit more lay of the land on this one.
There's no doubt about it. Team Liquid has found their groove back here. From that PAS finals to now looking like this here, being able to potentially wrestle away first place in groups A and B across their 3 games. And they're going up against, technically, a former world champion in the Expendables here. So let's see what they can get done. Coincidentally, when the Expendables were crowned world champion, Team Liquid was right on their heels in that world championship. So this is a big fight off.
Back to basics, back to the past. Expendables versus Team Liquid. This time with pickaxes involved. Couple of warning shots sent through. Inonix a little bit more of an issue right now for the Expendables, but that's a lot of nades invested.
Good to get rid of the solo, but at the same time, you've expended quite a bit of util there, and Cowboy actually opened up on Jund. So let's see. A
big delay, actually.
Expendables. Yeah, definitely.
Liquid staff waiting with bated breath to get a chicken dinner in the first 3 matches of the day would be huge. Jund does get flushed out. More nades sent through. Cowboy pulls out the Panzer. Ooh. It is looking like it's fairly on target, but the Dorito eats the vast majority of that damage there. Another nade sent through, slightly off towards the left, and it's fairly decent. Tags him a little bit. They control so much the zone, Kale.
Yeah, they do. I know how taxing it has been on Extreme and Nomi in the background, as Team Liquid has not been able to find success internationally after talking to them many a time about it. But it looks like here, Team Liquid is on the warpath. What can the Expendables do to shut them down? I don't think they can do anything. As you said, full circle control, very much so in favor of Team Liquid. If they've got even just a few nades, if any angle opens up here, it could easily be lights out for the Expendables.
And they don't know either. These nades are going wide and far. Blue zone grenades going to delay them even further. It's a double blue, like you say. Keeps them off both of those Doritos. Tanvu does have a Panzerfaust. A little bit of something out of left field there.
Well, this is the thing, right? Like, you can't underestimate the power of someone like Tanvu. We've seen him on internationals drop double-digit kills in the past, so they're really not taking this lightly. Team Liquid is respecting the potential power that could be pulled out here, but Cowboy opens up on Duck Juice with the AUG. Flashed at the moment, needs to move back a little bit, get himself something to cover, but at the same time, now that has moved Expendables into a position where they are so clumped up with one another. Tanvu's going to make the Panzerfaust work. It doesn't work. Purdy Curdy starts things off here and finishes off Duck Juice, but Tanvu gets the trade. What can he do from it, though? That's going to... I mean, Purdy's going to be giving them information on where they still are, and the blue is closing in on them now.
Yeah, into 2v3, you got Luke as well as Cowboy up in the front there. And you're just wondering how much more utility is there left remaining. Purdy Curdy gets taken down. Gas can out, like you say, so Can gets a little bit of damage coming through. Tanvu moves up, finds one over towards Luke here. Cloris did take him down. Now Cowboy, it's up to him as well as Allow into a 2v2.
Yeah, the smokes are going to be dissipating soon, it feels like, and then eventually they'll be able to peek up from this. But you've got to respect the potential of what Expendables can do. It's Cloris and Tanvu. Tanvu takes down Halo, but Team Liquid gets it. Close as that. Cowboy, the new boy, here for Team Liquid, not only gets them the victory, but pushes them to number got one from Group A and B. What a revitalization for Team Liquid in these last couple of tournaments. Let's bring on the Americans to gush over Team Liquid here. Poro, Toffees, Poro, this is Team Liquid back on form.
I'll say it again, man. Yee, and I cannot stress it enough. Oh, Cowboy, what a play at the end. Like, Team Liquid did everything they could to try to throw that in the end, but Cowboy said no, sir. Hopped on his high horse and managed to finish him off from that bulldogging position right up front. That is such an important position in a late game fight like that. And at the end, there's nothing they could do about him.
In the immortal words of Bruce Willis, yippee-ki-yay, man, as they come out with an awesome win. All right? I mean, there was a moment where I thought Purdy Curdy was going to fall to his knees and yell, "Damn the Expendables!" But optimally, Cowboy pulls it off and comes away with a win for the horses. And I got to be honest, that's what he's brought to this team. Clutch potential. I was like, losing Sparking for Cowboy, is that a trade? Cowboy is living the life. He is the roster fill. He's the perfect slot for this team.
Yeah, he rode into town and he's making it look good, that's for sure. As we look back at the highlights from this game and see how all this went down, I think that one thing's for sure as well is that, again, this is just such a night and day look for Team Liquid. If you think back to PGS 1, 2, and 3 blank, honestly, every time I would see kind of them going for sends or trying to make holds on the edge, it looked a bit disjointed. They look so comfortable, in control, especially in this game on this south side, to be able to parlay that in towards his victory.
Yeah, I think it's a lack of confidence right now. I do think that there's been a huge amount of momentum, and we were worried. Goodness me. We were very worried at the start of this one that it was a bit of a flash in the pan. It obviously is not so from the back of that game. The decision-making sounds great. They've been huffing the spice melange, right? The blue horses are back.
I don't know what he just said.
Melange?
He says these things sometimes.
What are we doing here? America's gets a win and we got to hear this stuff? No, okay.
It was a gobble-whoppy.
The gobble-whoppy. But again, like, and Falcons actually found their way to the late game too, but no, Team Liquid, like, that, look at this, like, having Cowboy play that upfront position like that shows just an unreal amount of trust in him on the part of the other guys on the squad. And then I don't know what this renaissance that Unk is having, but Purdy Curdy is just, he's looking like it's 2017 again. It's insane.
It is it's interesting. Look, we've all got hope behind us, apart from Blank, he's still kind of young.
Look how
but
excited
everybody else,
they are.
Yeah, oh wow, yeah. Look. Don't do that to them. I think one thing from that though is that job's not done just yet, right? They've played 3 games out. They've still got to go up against another group as well. But 24 points going their way is extremely important, not only for them to be able to actually move on up. That's number 1 secured so far during this Toffees, and it's probably going to see them, as long as nothing goes crazy wrong in the next 3 games, into what would be the winner stage.
You know, the journey for Team Liquid has been a story, right? If you especially talk about Curdy, Luke, and Alo for so long together, this grind, I think this is the perfect storm. Them finishing in 2nd place in the world, then having a bad year, then having a bounce back. This up and down has made them the most even-keeled team in PUBG. You saw them not react. Poro made fun of it, but that's because they've been at the highest of the highs and the lowest of the lows. These guys have everything you need at this point to run that center line, keep it even, and run that board for the rest of the year. God, I hate it. I hate that I'm saying that again.
We'll see how that goes throughout the year. Proper respect paid to the Expendables towards the end, though. They knew that they couldn't just go in all guns blazing and trying to dislodge them, because Tambo and Claws were able to potentially clutch up down the line. But Cowboy does end up saving it, as the boys are going to be able to show up or show out here for this one. 3 kills, and Alo with 4 kills here, Mr. Porosaurus.
Look at your boy.
He's doing the business.
He's not even doing a cutesy face this time. He's doing he's doing the Sister Margaret thing, sniffing his armpits. Well, you know, obviously the story got to be Team Liquid at the top of the leaderboard. Super's right behind them have looked awesome as well. But there's some teams on the right side of that leaderboard, James, that I think are very surprising. I mean, you look at Team Vitality, Navi with only 11 points, JDG managed to get some points that time, but it's still only 12 overall. So there's definitely some big names over there that have a lot of work left to do on the second part of the day.
Oh, definitely. Great numbers, and the man of the match coming up here from Cowboy. In fact, I'm actually getting word that we do actually have an interview ready with Cowboy, so what better a time to go to it after he gets himself man of the match.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Team Liquid's Cowboy. Hi, Cowboy.
Hi.
Yeah, and congrats to the chicken dinner. Your team secured the first chicken dinner, and how does it feel like?
I'm pretty happy. I feel pretty confident that we qualified, so I think the last games will feel a lot more relaxed.
Yeah, and the last fight, it was so close. And what was the decision making like?
Well, I think the big decision was there was a random hole that I think Hackatory made. So I think taking that allowed us to control the dot, which helped us win the game.
All right, so any more chickens in the future?
Definitely, for sure.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Thanks for the interview and best of luck to you guys. Thank you.
Funny as Na'Vi tries to get the wait a minute, the salvage here, and then he aids Team Liquid in their maneuvers. Poro, do you think that the Team Liquid boys will be donning their hats going into the next group stage?
There ain't no way they don't make it. There ain't no way.
Okay.
They've got it. They're locked in. They're done. It's over. GG. Team Liquid going to the winner stage.
I think so. Looking at what they're able to perform here so far, it's great to see them coalesce into a strong position. Let's talk about some of the other teams from this group stage as well of this game, and things how they do boil down here. Blank. Of course, there has been significant strength from the East so far, and that's kind of how we started out PGS1, to be perfectly frank, and the West kind of gained some momentum as time went on. Do you think we'll see something similar here as they kind of find their footing in foreign soil?
Oh yeah, maybe. I think that there's definitely potential for it. I've particularly been enjoying at least Gen G. I think that there's been some small moments from them here and there, and I think 3 matches is maybe not enough to see the whole picture, right?
Unless it's Team Liquid.
Well, yeah, unless it's Team Liquid, yeah. In which case we're all on our horses, we're heading down to the saloon. It's gonna be a good time. But no,
the headphones slipping down.
It's been good. It has been fun. It's been fun. I am quite excited for the Americas teams though, right? Maybe they get some more wins under the belts. Potentially, they're big iron belts.
Buckles.
Because of buckles.
Maybe. How about you,
Cowboys have buckles. Okay, so I think Liquid and Supers are impressive to watch. Obviously, they're playing really well. Petrichor Road surprises me that they're coming out so good in day one. But for me, the takeaway here is I am actually really frustrated with Furia. 8 points is not okay after 3. Team Vitality, I expected way better from them coming out of the first 3 games to only have 7. And I think Cerberus, who is made up, has been fun to watch over the years, is just not, they're just flagged. The 3-headed dog has become a 3-headed puppy, and I don't want to see more out of them because that is also kind of shocking in terms of the brand itself. So for me, that's my takeaways. We saw some really great things up at the top, but like even Na'Vi, who dominated your regional qualifiers in a way that was shocking to say the least. Hackatory, the king of sprays, the master of lead, has 11 points right now after 3 games.
He's attacking us right now.
Well,
it's unacceptable.
He sank like lead in this one for sure. Like, it's not been the one thing I will take away from this is the fact, Poro, that actually out of the EMEA teams, S2G, who was for me a far cry away from being the challenger at the top, is currently the challenger for the top position for EMEA.
Just as we all predicted, for sure. Look, I'm happy. I'm honestly happy for the S2G boys. I think that they obviously, it felt like the first PGS run around. They kind of felt like a fish out of water. Like they felt like they were kind of in over their depth a little bit. But you get a couple of good circles go your way, and we saw what they were able to do. Like they were able to kind of survive and use that terrain damage. They got some kills there, got a few points, and they're on the left side of the leaderboard. As you said, the top ranking European squad right now. Now, will it remain that way throughout the rest of the day remains to be seen, because we got some heavy hitters about to come into this lobby.
Yeah, all right. I'll get final thoughts on groups A and B before we actually move on to a pretty elongated break, guys. So make sure you settle in for that long break, and then we'll be getting to our next 3 games. So, Blank, final thoughts on group A and B?
Unexpected, very, very unexpected. I think a lot of the teams that we didn't really think would do hugely well have kind of come out from the woodwork. So it's a nice thing to see. It's a pleasant surprise, and it's cool to see Alex left it, for sure.
That is true. Yeah, we were all surprised by that. Toffees, your final thoughts?
My final thoughts are that the teams in Group A, Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, etc., and Vitality should be very happy that Liquid traditionally is a very nice group of guys because they're playing the rest of the day with them. No, it's not an attack. I think there's a world where if I was Team Liquid, I'd be dropping on top of Na'Vi for the rest of the day because I'd rather not see them in the winners division. So I think that is something that is very out there, but Liquid's not going to do it because they're the nicest guys, out of the Americas region. But to them get that far ahead, I think is very telling, and will be fascinating to watch how they play against those other teams with reckless abandon going forward.
Yeah, we've seen targeting on international waters before, right? If you think back to the Vitality boys, when it came to what they were doing at PGC, right? They were very clearly targeting FaZe because they knew that what was going to be happening when it came to these invite system here at the start of 2026. Final thoughts, Poro, before we move on?
Yeah, I'd be interesting to see if there's some targeting. Like, it's the smart play, obviously. Like, if you kind of don't want to have somebody in your, you don't have to you make their road a little bit more difficult, their path to the first final anyway. But you also have to take into account that they'll want to get revenge at some point, right? So I think everybody's thinking about the rest of the year as well. But yeah, maybe now not exactly the time, but I don't know, man. Petrichor Road, like Ixlef came out of nowhere. Who knows? Maybe they'll pull something out and go hunting.
Listen, I know it's final thought, James, but Poro's right. But there's not a lot of spots at PGC. We gotta say that. And now is the time to start making it impossible for other teams who aren't automatic invites to get there. Don't wait till the end. So I do think now is the time to make some freaking enemies because you want to go to PGC. You need those PGC points here today because it's going to be very tight getting there.
I mean, there's already teams that technically have not qualified for Circuit 3 and 4. One of them that stands out to me is like a team like Crazy Raccoon, for example, that technically speaking, as much as they look terrible in PWS, right, they've still got guys like PON and Onyx, right? I don't want to really have to fight against teams like that down the line. So
I didn't have Crazy Raccoon versus Na'Vi on my bingo card to be this week's rivalry coming out of nowhere, but apparently through 2 games, that's what it's looking like.
They like stole their table at breakfast or something.
That's a lie because the players are never there when we go to breakfast, and you know it. They're all asleep. All right. Anyway, gentlemen, we are done for groups A and B. What we're going to go do now is that we have a mandated long break, guys, at home, so you can go away and do a little bit of stuff, whatever you need to do, have a little meal or whatever you need.
Over the ceiling.
You could do that.
As one does.
Anyway, of course, they do things differently in Britain. And when we return, we have got more group stages coming on at you here from PGS 4. So stay tuned. We'll see you in more for just a bit.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators. A new way to finish off your foes. And a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators.
Regular stuff like, you know. The first thing that's going to mind all the naughty stuff.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and it's our time for the relay interview. And let's start with Tiggleton of Team Falcons. How's it going?
It's going good. Just got some gimbap.
Oh, you got gimbal. I love it. Do you feel more pressure this time compared to Season 1?
Not really, because we qualified for the Esports World Cup through our like, regional events.
I saw
so much happier this time. Just going to play to get better and improve.
Yeah, I'm loving the confidence. Have you learned any Korean phrases? Please say one for us.
Just like regular stuff like, you know.
Please say it for us.
Sorry, the first thing that's going to mind all the naughty stuff. Just like asking for stuff like 주세요, please, like 사랑해.
Like 주세요?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the magical phrases. So, and whenever you visit Korea, is there something you miss from home?
Well, I live abroad anyway, so I just always miss my family. But they're in Australia. That's a permanent thing. That's not a Korea thing.
Yeah, totally agree. If you could pass the baton to another player, who would it be and what would you ask them?
I would like to pass the baton to Batulins, and I want to ask him how does he just stay so cool, calm, and collected all the time, and he's never angry or anything.
So thanks for the quick chat, and we'll keep the relay going. Bye-bye!
Thank you.
Where you witness Tig send the C4 in. Immediate peek and spray from Tig.
Hi, my name is James Gazen, aka Tiggleton. I think for the last 7 years, PUBG kind of has been my life. I moved away from my family. We travel a lot, play it every day with my teammates. I think you would be hard pressed to find a group of people that have spent more time together over the last 7 years than me and my teammates. The first time I ever played PUBG was expecting it to be very realistic, and in my very first match, this naked guy landed on a roof next to me, and I got a pistol, and I was like, he's dead. And he ran and jumped off the roof, and it fell 3 stories, landed on the ground, and kept running, and I was like, it's Superman. He just fell 3 stories off a building, and his legs are fine, what? I ended up falling in love with it after that. For me, PUBG always gave me the most adrenaline. My very first couple games, I felt like I was gonna die in real life if I died in the game. At the very end of the game, I'd be shaking, my heart rate would be I guess I've just been chasing that feeling my entire career. I finished my high school and I got into a university course, and I was pretty happy with where I was, but I didn't take a gap year, and I felt like my whole life I'd just been kind of going with the flow. And then I got the opportunity to fly to California for this tournament called NPL Royale, because I got picked up by an American team. And that was good fun, but I still wasn't taking it too seriously. But I met this guy there, Bizzle, and he basically said to me after watching me play a little bit, he was like, I'll get you a visa and you can come to the US. And I was like, really? So I just full sent it at 18. I went to the US. I took a gap year off university and then never ended up going back. Well, I want to start by saying that I think anyone can be a pro player. That's the beauty of it. For me, being a pro player is about discipline, practicing with a purpose. When you boot up the game, you kind of have to switch your mentality from being, okay, I'm here to have fun, to how can I improve the best? And you need to be very mindful of the way that you're putting in the hours. The word change to me obviously brings a little bit of fear and a little bit of excitement, because with changes, there's always a bit of uncertainty. No one likes uncertainty, but in a way, it kind of feels like an advantage because I know that I'm willing to adapt, and if someone else isn't, then I have an edge on them. One thing that's not going to change, I think for the most part, it'll be the positional play. Teams will still play for the good positions. If anything, it's going to become more important, and PUBG's always kind of been like that. It's all about teamwork, it's all about position. So I'm expecting that the good teams will still be good. To the fans watching in 2026, we love and appreciate every single one of you guys. It's really important to me that you guys feel happy. I don't think anything matters more than the fan sentiment. Obviously, there's some big changes on the horizon, but hopefully we can all just trust the process. It's people at Crafton, it's their job to think about what they can do to make our lives better. So just gonna trust them and see where it goes. I think that you guys will still enjoy watching. Like the esport was in TPP initially, and we saw a PGI 2018 that is still fun to watch. It might be a little goofy, there might be some chaotic moments, but I think it'll still be fun. It's still PUBG. In 2026 at PNC and PGC, I hope my team name will be called. And I hope my name will be called. Even when the battlefield changes, I want my wins and my hard work to speak for itself. I hope it'll be my year.
Look at this Postal with 5 kills, still alive after doing so much damage.
Hello, I'm Poça. My name is Francisco Poçamai dos Santos. I went to PUBG after playing other FPS games, so when I started playing, I saw that I could be a good player. There is a lot of dynamics because the game isn't always the same. Every match is different. Moment when I started playing, I was so nervous playing, and I feel so adrenaline when the game is almost ending and the safe zone is getting smaller. This is a feeling that only PUBG makes me feel. Usually I'm very calm. When things get loud, I usually take a breath, and this helps me a lot. In the beginning, I was just playing casually, so I started playing solo when the game was released. In 2020, I think, I started playing with competitive players and getting better. This choice changed everything in my life. I have the opportunity that a few people have in their lives. Right now I'm living the dream. I am traveling and playing, and this is very important for me. I will say the last regional, the PAS 5 last year, that was a good tournament for me individually.
Poça has been an absolute menace here so far in this game. 5 kills to his name.
So this year I have a new role in the team. I'm a support. I can see that I am always increasing and getting better and looking for evolution and be the best on this role. Now that the league is transitioning to TPP, I think that the casual players will have more interest to watch the competitive scene. I think we are confident, but we have to adapt to the meta. We are going to look to get better, so I have to think outside the box. For the fans, thank you for the support. I see you guys on 2026. I would like to reach a new level of achievements that I have never had. We will do our best. In 2026, I want to win both PNC and PGC, and I want to stand in the center of the victories. I want to face any changes and make 2026 my year.
Heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
Look at this Posa with 5 kills, still alive after doing so much damage.
Hello, I'm Posa. My name is Francisco Posamay dos Santos. I went to PUBG after playing other FPS games, so when I started playing, I saw that I could be a good player. There is a lot of dynamics because the game isn't always the same. Every match is different. Moment when I started playing, I was so nervous playing, and I feel so adrenaline when the game is almost ending and the safe zone is getting smaller. This is a feeling that only PUBG makes me feel. Usually I'm very calm. When things get loud, I usually take a breath, and this helps me a lot. In the beginning, I was just playing casually, so I started playing solo when the game was released. In 2020, I think, I started playing with competitive players and getting better. This choice changed everything in my life. I have the opportunity that a few people have in their lives. Right now I'm living the dream. I am traveling and playing, and this is very important for me. I will say the last regional, the PAS 5 last year, that was a good tournament for me individually.
Posa has been an absolute menace here so far in this game. 5 kills to his name.
So this year I have a new role in the team. I'm a support. I can see that I am always increasing and getting better and looking for evolution and be the best on this role. Now that the league is transitioning to TPP, I think that the casual players will have more interest to watch the competitive scene. I think we are confident, but we have to adapt to the meta. We are going to look to get better, so I have to think outside the box. For the fans, thank you for the support. I see you guys on 2026. I would like to reach a new level of achievements that I have never had. We will do our best. In 2026, I want to win both PNC and PGC, and I want to stand in the center of the victories. I want to face any changes and make 2026 my year.
As Hackatory will get that knock on Shell.
And with the final bullet in the chamber.
Мій ігровий нікнейм Хакаторі. Справді, мене ще з дитинства вдохновляла кіберспорт. Брат показав шутери. З того часу мені подобається стрілятися. І от коли з'явився режим королевської битви, я от зайшов, мені дуже сподобався. Те, що я став кіберспортсменом, це дуже змінило моє життя. Я навіть не знаю, яким я став би. Так, я займаюся тим, що мені подобається, і я дуже щасливий. Моя найперша спогадка про PUBG. Напевно, мій перший топ-1. Я пам'ятаю, як зараз. Це було на Мірамарі в 2018 році. І так, це найяскравіша емоція. Я пам'ятаю, що я хотів досягнути топового рівня. І потім це переросло в більш професійний рівень. Найбільша емоція, мабуть, з PUBG Global Series 10 у цьому році. Це коли я вбив 1 з 4 17-х. Це найбільша емоція була.
Getting on Navi, but Hackatory aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peak shot. Really nice stuff from Hackatory.
У мене дуже багато знайомих, які мене підтримують, сім'я підтримує, і після цього моменту вони всі писали «красава», молодець. Минулий рік ми дуже грали добре міні-турніри в ТПП, і зараз наступний сезон переходить у ТПП уже основні турніри. Останні зміни, які були, насправді ніяк не вплинули на мій плейстайл. Напевно, що я нікого не буду крисити, завжди буду пушити. Дуже приємно, що фанати слідкують, і я б сказав, що мене мотивує показувати добру гру, бути в топі по статистиці. В майбутньому я б хотів би стати найтитулованішим гравцем у PUBG. На наступний сезон у нас більша ціль звикнути до TPP, і це все. Ми будемо показувати максимальний результат, і нові зміни – це лише краще. Слідкуйте, вболівайте. У 2026 році я хочу виграти PGC. Неважливо, які будуть зміни. Я стану переможцем, це стане моїм роком.
Now it's just going to be seeing if they can step into the new angle. Neo on top, finds one, Park Pro finds the other. Cold all by himself, up on top.
안녕하십니까. 저는 PO 차승훈입니다. 제가 PUBG를 처음 접하게 된 계기는 2017년도에 친구 때문에 PC방에서 같이 진행을 했었고 치킨을 먹었던 게 너무 기억에 많이 남아서 지금까지 쭉 해오고 있는 것 같습니다. 제가 제대로 시작해봐야겠다라고 생각했던 시기는 막 나가다 보니까 그게 너무 재밌어가지고 프로팀을 들어가면은 대회를 임하기 편하겠다 싶어가지고 들어오게 된 것 같습니다. 합숙 생활이나 단체 생활을 별로 안 좋아했었는데 그냥 하다 보니까 그런 게 좋아진 것 같고 그러다 보니까 규칙적인 생활을 좀 하게 된 것 같아서 그런 게 제일 변한 것 같아요. 제가 제일 기억에 남았던 경기는 2019년도에 있었던 PK1 페이지 2에서 우승했던 경기가 제일 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 세계대회 우승했던 거를 꼽을 수도 있긴 하겠지만 처음 우승을 할 때 그 힘들게 노력했던 순간들이 다 기억이 났었어가지고
자, 아직 한 발 더 남았다. 남았다.
변하려고 하는 모습은 사실 도전하는 거라 보니까 도전하는 모습이 좋은 것 같아요. 원래 제가 TPP를 하는 사람이라 그냥 뭐 TPP의 변화에 대해서는 그렇게 별로 크게 신경 쓰지 않고요. 변하지 않는다라는 건 잘 모르겠고 제가 원래 TPP를 주로 개인 방송에서 하기 때문에 뭐 그 부분에 있어서는 다른 선수들보다는 자신감이 더 넘치는 것 같습니다. 티글드 선수랑의 라이벌이라 하기에는 제가 지금은 많이 부족한 것 같고요. 티글드 선수가 조금 더 훨씬 더 저보다 연습도 많이 하고 실력이 더 좋기 때문에 라이벌이라고 생각하진 않습니다. 아직 뭐 승부욕이 넘쳤었을 때랑 다른 것보다는 지금은 제가 연습을 많이 못했기도 했고 실력적으로 많이 내려왔기 때문에 다시 올라가면 또 대답이 달라질 것 같아요. 배틀그라운드라는 게임의 의미는 저를 180도 변하게 해준 게임이라고 생각합니다. 제 인생에서 펍지란 그냥 전부인 것 같아요. 저를 여기까지 만들어준 것도 펍지고 그렇기 때문에 좀 더 애정이 깊게 더 담겨있는 것 같습니다. 뭐 펍지 안 했으면 그냥 게임하면서 일하면서 그냥 평범하게 살았을 것 같아요. 팬분들에게는 사실 우승하는 모습을 보여드리고 싶고요. 그래도 3인칭이니만큼 저희가 또 3인칭을 잘하기 때문에 우승을 하고 싶지만 그래도 최선을 다하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 2026년에는 정말 열심히 할 거기 때문에 2026년 PGC에서는 한국팀의 선봉으로서 제가 우승으로 이끌고 가고 싶습니다.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion, PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Tên thật của mình là Lão Phước Tín Đạt, còn trong game của mình là Himat. PUBG mấy nghĩ em rất là xuất sắc. Nhờ game này mà em được biết đến khá là nhiều, cũng như là kiếm được tiền. Vô tình là em lướt trên mạng, thì em thấy game này hay, thế là em chơi thử thôi. Có một anh rủ em chơi, thế là em theo tới bây giờ luôn. Thì tại em chưa giỏi game này nên là em sẽ giỏi game này đã em mới sẽ chơi game khác sau. Khi mình coi đây là một công việc vì mình vừa chơi game còn vừa tập luyện nữa nên là không mệt mỏi lắm. Mọi người hay gọi em là thế hệ mạng nhưng thực ra không phải đâu ạ. Mọi người đã học luyện tập theo em cho nên là chắc gọi em thế. Vì em chỉ một người bình thường thôi, em chỉ tập luyện chơi game hàng ngày thôi. Tại giải đấu PUBG3 thì em đi Thượng Hải mà cho nên là em nhuộm tóc kiểu cho vui thôi. Nhưng mà không ngờ thì tại giải đó thì em lại bắn bay cũng như là vô địch. Từ đó là mọi người cứ gọi em là con quỷ, trong khi tóc em bạc nữa cho nên là quỷ đồng bạc. Nhắc tới tên của em thì em cảm thấy bên đối phương sẽ sợ hơn một xíu. Trận đấu sâu sắc nhất có lẽ là tại giải đấu PUBG3 năm 2024 vừa rồi. Em đã có một pha club newbie cũng như là Team Sonic, đội của em được vô vào chung kết. Thế là bọn em đã vô địch tại giải đó. Tại giải đấu đó là giải đấu đầu tiên mà Việt Nam vô địch. Thì sau đó là vào trong cánh gà thì ban tổ chức có thông báo là em được MVP. Thì lúc đó em rất là bỡ ngỡ, kiểu không hiểu sao mình được. Em cảm thấy rất là vui cũng như là tự hào. Sau trước vô địch đó thì mọi người cũng nhắn tin chúc mừng, cũng như ba mẹ em trên mạng xã hội thì cũng mọi người đã chúc mừng em rất nhiều. Em không nghĩ là bọn em có thể làm được như thế. Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ mình tại giải đấu BNC 2025. Đây là giải đấu mà team Việt Nam thành công nhất từ trước tới giờ. Lúc này là dành cho các bạn. Trải qua năm 2025 vừa rồi, mình nghĩ là có lẽ mình nói nhiều hơn. Trước năm đó thì mình chỉ tập trung mình bắn thôi. Còn năm nay thì mình đã tiến bộ như là mình nói, mình con tim nhiều hơn. Về vấn đề chơi game thi đấu thì em nghĩ là như thế không phù hợp. Bình thường em chỉ tập trung em bắn thôi thì em sẽ phát huy nhiều hơn. Còn mà em vừa nói vừa bắn thì em sẽ yếu hơn phần đó. Trước khi mà em quyết định em nói nhiều hơn á, thì em cũng nghĩ là nếu như mình nói nhiều hơn mình sẽ bắn được như trước thì sao. Thì em sẽ thử một lần. Nhưng mà sau khi lần thử tại năm nay thì em thấy không phù hợp lắm. Thì năm sau em quyết định thì em trở lại năm 2024 hơn. Việc thay đổi lối chơi em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ tập trung combat nhiều hơn thay vì bọn em sẽ đi bo. Kiểu thế mạnh của bọn em tại khu vực Á Bắc á, là FPV. Khi mà đổ qua TP thì hơi khó cho khu vực của bọn em. Nếu như mà cần thời gian thì khu vực bọn em sẽ mạnh lại như FPV thôi. Thì em sẽ đi học hỏi cái tuyển thủ của Hàn. Tại vì Hàn là chơi TP rất là giỏi. Thì em sẽ học hỏi họ và em sẽ thay đổi dần dần. Trong năm 2026 tới thì với tư cách là một tuyển thủ, mình sẽ cho các bạn thấy là mình sẽ nâng cấp thêm một lần nữa. Thì mình cảm thấy rất là tự tin, hào hứng. Mình muốn thử xem là TP này sẽ như thế nào. Sang năm 2026, mình sẽ hoàn thành nốt bộ sưu tập MVP của mình. Mình sẽ vô địch BNC và BGC và sẽ biến năm đó thành năm của bọn mình.
Some big kills. Can he find another?
Всем привет, меня зовут Артем, мой игровой никнейм Example. PUBG для меня занимает очень важную часть жизни. Без нее бы я не стал просто профессионалом. Мое первое воспоминание было это, когда я увидел стрим по этой игре, и для меня тогда был режим Battle Royale в новинку. Я ни разу такого не видел и начал играть. Меня просто затянуло, и я проводил весь день в этой игре. На самом деле у меня не было какой-то конкретной цели. Я просто играл, знакомился с новыми людьми. Мне это нравилось. Ну и тогда познакомился с моим нынешним тиммейтом, Battlgrounds. Мы просто не списались. Го поиграем. Ну и так вышло, что пришел инвайт в команду. Самый запоминающийся момент в моей карьере был на турнире PGC 2022. Тогда был матч на Мирамаре. Мы раскинули стенку смоков. Это дало начальную точку камбэка, так скажем, в этом турнире, и в конце мы его уже выиграли.
Now it's just going to go ahead and start to roll out. People should hear that engine shot's going to start coming out from Twisted Minds. Going to try to roll into it. Some shots do come out. Spyro's going to go down. And whoa! Navi just runs right into this one. He is outside the blue, though. That's great. It's no problem. But wow! Twisted Minds gets eliminated. That was an insane push by Navi.
Я на самом деле не помню, каковы были тогда эмоции, потому что не придавал этому значения. Когда уже выиграли турнир, и ты потом осознаешь, что вот этот матч был один из важнейших. Ну, конечно же, изменения — это всегда к лучшему, потому что одно и то же просто надоедает, и нужны в любом случае какие-то изменения. Переходом игры из первого лица в третье, безусловно, в моем понимании, замедлит очень сильно игру, потому что, есть просмотр, грубо говоря, из-за стены. Несмотря на эти изменения, я все равно остаюсь уверенным в своей игре. Я буду просто продолжать играть, становиться сильнее, развиваться. После того, как мы проигрываем, я не особо тильтую, потому что это уже произошло, и я особо не могу что-то изменить, и поэтому, да, я к этому проще отношусь. Но бывают, да, и моменты, когда, если бы ты мог как-то...
All right, welcome back. We are getting things set for Groups B and C, as we will have 3 more games to determine who's going to be able to move forward. So for Group B, these next 3 games are crucial. Get yourself the points on the board, try and ascend to the very top and get yourself into that winner's stage. My name is Kalaris, joining you for all of the action, and joining me, I have Toffees, I have Pora, I have Blank here, after we've been on a hiatus. I did a little bit of painting, I did a little bit of note reading as well here, Mr. Porosaurus, to be able to get me set for Groups B and C.
Yeah, no, I did I think, what was it, 5? You guys heard me, 1,000 push-ups and sit-ups while I was sitting back here.
I heard the grunting. Towards the very end, everything else was smooth.
I got it finally cooled down a little bit, but I'm pumped up. I'm ready to go. I'm teed up for the addition of Group C into the mix here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's pumping. Let's actually talk about Group C, right, and see exactly how this is all going to unfold, right? 8 new teams will join the fray here, Toffees, to try and vie for those big points to get to the winner stage.
I love vying. No, it's going to be good. A lot of people joining the fray. B still in play. They're coming in hot off the last cycle. A is going to have to sit and watch the next 3 games and be cold on the final round. So I think this is actually really great for B as they started super strong. But let's talk C. That's what you want to focus on. Twisted Minds entering the fray, right? They got to prove they're still the best, and Navi let things slip in the first 3. So this is a chance for Twisted Minds to come out big and strong. Anyone's Legend, another team that I'm like, where are you guys going to go? You have the roster and the potential to be one of the greatest teams in the world and haven't lived up to that yet this season. You're just pretty good. So those are the 2 teams I want right out of the gate to just go out and slap some kids.
Blank?
Yeah, well, we were talking about change the game. It's not been looking great for this team. Has it really? Let's put it brutally for a second. I've had a nap. I've woken up. They haven't. Let's see if they can get something done here.
Yeah, of course, as we kind of looked at their performances in PGS 1, 2, and 3, and after losing some big names, it didn't really work out for them. But those big names went over to 4 a.m. Poro, and fair to say, that watching them kind of play things out alongside, well, sorry, no, those big names went over to 17 Gaming, but 4AM is on the other side of this that also kind of incorporated big names from the scene. And China's been in a bit of a turbulent state, but 4AM has definitely come out one of the winners of it, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, going back to PGS 1, remember that was our Series 1 MVP in the final was Spaceman. So, you know, the addition of him has obviously kind of turned things around for 4AM. I've got my eyes on Full Sense, too. Remember, PGC champion, and it's been kind of up and down so far this year. I will say, coming into this event, though, that last APAC event, that tie series, they finished in first overall, and they were 97 points clear of second place. So, like, a pretty dominant performance from them.
Yes, they were, as we take a look at the total leaderboard here so far. But that does bear repeating, Toffees, right? Full Sense. Admittedly, I think the finals was across 30 games for them.
But
and Full Sense could have won it by, felt like the halfway point.
337 points in 30 games.
I'm glad they finally made Full Sense play a lot of games in a final to get a championship, okay? I'm glad they finally made them do that. So that said, though, like, you know, it's one of those situations where I worry about Full Sense. You know, you just won the championship. How are you going to show up here this year, put up some numbers? And like I think Pearl pointed out, I want to see that happen right out of the gate. B versus C right now. I got to be honest, though. My eyes are mostly on B, Kylaris. I think that the DNS Falcons are going to make a big move. Petrichor looks really good right now. Crazy Raccoons are mind-bogglingly crazy. I think this B is really the group to watch, even though these new ones are joining.
Blank?
Yeah, I think I'd agree with Poro, with Toffee, sorry, massively there. But I do want to say that 17 Gaming is definitely, we got to keep an eye on. I think most people...
scary, man.
Yeah, I think most people
if they catch circles,
going to be looking at them. Yeah, true, but yeah, I mean, 17 Gaming, definitely something to watch out for, as well as Himas. What a guy! Has some very special moments, as that dude.
Yeah, when you watch and look across some of the big names coming into this lobby, right? You've got Tian, obviously, who I think that Poro, when we watched him on 17, I think people didn't know exactly how to be able to take what he was going to be able to bring to 17 Gaming, but he just looks like a revelation for 17 Gaming in those previous PGSs.
And that was in the first PGS, right? Like, that was with the new roster while they were still kind of getting things sorted, kind of figuring things out. And then ever since then, like, you know, they get into the PCL, like I said, at stage S, he was the kill leader, and in the final, he was the kill leader. Like, Tian is just running away from the rest of China in terms of skill, and 17 is being the beneficiary of it. So it's going to be interesting to see how they bring that into the first day, knowing that there's only 6 games. Like, they've got to get going quick.
It's Little Ghost. This is our litmus test. Does he show up in game 1? Does he make moves? And if he does, they do okay. If not, they've got to catch circles, right? Like, I have never seen a team crawl as much as M19 in my life until 17 started winning events with these circle crawls. And that's just the reality of the situation. Let's talk about who?
Navi?
No, 17. 17 is a
I'm sorry. You were talking about a team with a superstar that needs their secondary players to step up, and they only succeed whenever they find circle. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were talking about the same team, right?
PGS Circuit 2. And now Group A and B are officially in the books. Being the first matches of the tournament, the pressure out there was insane. Team Liquid, dropping 24 points in just one match, jumped straight up to the leaderboard. Right behind them, DN Supers showed off their upgraded firepower. But this is just the beginning, and anything could be changed. Next up, the battlefield shifts to Group B and C. Will the Group B teams carry their momentum, or will Group C completely shake up the lobby? We're about to find out, but before that, let's stop by the desk.
That's right, yes, we've got our games coming in just a moment's time. Of course, 3 more games. Same map order as well as what you just saw, just to make sure that everybody plays the same amount of maps here against each other. Let's talk about Myth to start things off. This is a team here, Poro, that found themselves on the cusp of winning PGS 1, but were rumbled by the Chinese at the very end.
Yeah, it was the team that we were looking at last year, Force Gaming, that had so much success, so much the revelation of Kiss, right? Like, everybody was talking about it. He was the name on everybody's lips, was Kiss. But then they just kind of disappeared at PGC, and that was after the Myth signing. Now, they've turned things around. They picked up Jacob, and they started kind of finding their footing here a little bit. So I'm interested to see what they bring here in this this next one because I've got to say it was a little bit disappointing from the first PGS set.
Yeah, need a little bit of kiss magic to come on through here for good old guys. And of course, you've got Anyone's Legend, who is headed up, of course, by Himas that Blank brought up before here, Toffees. And this is a team that, again, I think that really found their footing. We looked at guys like Destroy and thought to ourselves, okay, maybe they could actually sub him out. But he really kind of prevailed through with the rest of the team towards the end of the PGSs before.
Yeah, but and again, though, I think this is a team where it's like, Destroy has to step up and live up to the Himas expectation, right? Like, I don't think he, by his basic nature, is just as good. Whereas I look at a team like T1, and I go, this entire roster is made up of bangers, and I expect them, honestly, to be doing much better than they are overall, because you look at that pedigree, and you're like, these guys, historically, are individually incredible.
All right, well, let's get into it then. As me and Blank will depart, it is time for Toffees and Poro to bring you all of the action here from the grassy pastures. It's Erangel for B&C. Let's do it, boys.
Get them out of here, Toffees. We're going over to the grassy pastures of Erangel for match 1 here of Group Stage B versus C. And as you said, what is going on here? Well, there we go. Hey, look, we got a map. That's not a bad circle, is it?
I love map.
I love map too, buddy.
I love map. I love good circles. And I love the fact that it already feels military to me. I don't know. It just does. The vibe is there. As everybody gets out of the airplanes early, we're back to the grassy pastures. But with only 3 games, the thing that stuck out to me last time, Poro, was how quiet everyone was in the early stages. Yes, it was a Melta circle. There was a lot of rotations required, but it felt like the action really waited until that third circle sort of started to close. And I don't know with only 3 games to play that passive is the best way to do things.
I mean, that's fair. And I think a lot of it was, teams feeling each other out, feeling out the lobby a little bit after obviously getting some practice reps, scrim reps in since they've been there. But you still, want to take things a little bit cautious. I think people not wanting to get too crazy with it to start off. But look at that. Look at that boy. He's a pretty good player, and it's good to see him here with Twisted Minds once again. Mr. Perfectix going to round out the entire foursome of Twisted. But as you said, it's been a little bit of a slow start to the year for them.
It has. I mean, it's just, here's the problem. The problem with Twisted Minds is the same thing we run into regionally with the Falcons, right? Like, you expect such great things from these guys that if they get third, you're like, what a letdown.
I know, right?
Right? And so, like, I feel bad in that context, right? It's like you watch the Olympics, and you're like, oh, my athlete only got silver. He's the worst. But that's just, like, I think modern contextualization of competitive practices. The fact that they're still one of the top 5 teams in the world is, like, super respectful. The problem is, we expected them to, win a PGC by now. We expected them to hit that sort of status of put GOAT on the guys. And I think that they need that win, right? Like, we have one of them has a PGC trophy. All of them should have a PGC trophy. And so I think that's where we're a lot harder on these rosters that we expect to sort of step up and go out, which I think is why Liquid has benefited this season, because they lost those expectations last year and they've been able to sort of play open and free. And I think that is something that we've seen work really well for Full Sense at PGC last year. They didn't have a lot of expectations going into it. They were able to sort of just play their game without a lot of people focused on them. We saw that the year before with the team that won PGC. And I think that that is something that we consistently see is when the expectations are high, everyone studies you, everyone chases you, everyone prepares for you, and winning becomes very, very difficult.
It does indeed. It is a long year, though, before we get to PGC. So still lots of time for teams that have had a slow start to find their footing, and still lots of time for teams that had a hot start to cool off. Let's see who will be who as we check in with T1. It looks like they're already getting off to a hot start here, as I think, if I'm not mistaken, Toffees, this looks like a full-on Western Bridge camp.
This does look like a Western Bridge camp. I mean, they saw everyone jump out of the planes early. They know there's at least 1 or 2 teams. One for sure is going to be taking this bridge. The worrisome thing is it's the Crazy Raccoons. Now, if I'm going to camp a team, the Crazy Raccoons are not who I want to camp, Poro, because I know that they will sacrifice everything to get back at me if I hurt one of them. And 2, they just do things that don't make sense. They might have one person cross the bridge by himself because he finished looting early and the whole bridge camp is blown. You know what I mean? So of all the teams to camp, like Glaz, for instance. Glaz is like on the south side of the military island. Who knows if he's even going to take the bridge at some point. So Crazy Raccoons, I think, could maybe make this hard for T1, but you're right. Full-blown bridge camp, looking for points, and that's what we talked about. I like to see this. Whether or not it works out, it means you are being aggressive on game one, and that is how you advance to the finals in the winners division.
And it feels like that's when T1 finds a lot of their success as well, right? Like it's when they're being that hyper aggressive early on. It seems like at least the game plan, at least through group stages anyway, is to try to get those points as quickly as you can through kills, because you just don't know if placement is going to be something that lands for you, especially when you see that circle pop all the way up in the northwest, like you're not going to get prio on any of the good spots. So let's just take our time down here and see if we can pick up anything for free.
Yeah, and you also know you're going to be making a long outside rotation either way, right? So like you're right. Prio is irrelevant. Super north rotations on the docket. See what you can pull out. Myth, on the other hand, just going to do their loot and scoot. Twisted Minds already. And I love this. They knew they might get bridge camped. They immediately sent Lou north of the Never Eat Shred Eastern Bridge to make sure that they did not run into what T1 would be planning to do on the other side. So really smart play by Twisted Minds, and that is, I think, why they are one of the best out there, is they are very good at planning ahead and making sure that their losses are never catastrophic. And I think that's the biggest takeaway for me on our top teams, is mitigation of catastrophic loss is the key to getting these points in these short series.
Absolutely. It's risk management, isn't it? At the end of the day, we'll see. Speaking of risk management, Petrichor Road coming into the southern half of this 2-2 split for 4 a.m., while 4 a.m.'s northern half is keeping track of Cerberus. So it looks like both halves will remain safe for the time being, although Petrichor Road seems to be sticking around. We'll keep an eye on that as Change the Game. Up on the top of Everest, they are about to have friends, and it is their region mates, 17, who have been absolutely red hot coming into this this weekend. Wait a minute. There's no Tiantian. Is Akuma Tiantian? Is it a name change?
I can't keep up with name changes.
We
can ask production to find out.
Yeah, let's see if we can. I know our desk partners are kind of keeping track of this. Let's see if they can kind of get to the bottom of this for us. But we'll get back to you on this. But you can hear some gunshots off in the distance.
Can you, if you're listening, James, can you message Lucy and get her to find out what is going on with that situation over there? So big check-in.
We'll get to the bottom of it, chat. We'll get to the bottom of it.
Or not, but we're going to try. That's the important part. All right, let's check in with the Falcons. Gustav, the newest member. Some of you guys who maybe didn't watch regionals are like, what's this Gustav? Gustav has been a really nice pickup on the Falcons. No shade to H-Win. I H-Win has been is phenomenal to watch. I love seeing what he's got cooking. But this is just seems to be working. I don't know if it's because they just needed a change of pace or a new perspective, but it feels good, man.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder a little bit about honeymoon phase, right? And I think those questions are valid, considering how often we've seen it, where teams will pick up a new player and all of a sudden, oh my God, they're popping off. And also it was at regionals, right? So it's a different kind of beast altogether. But, 17 points through 3 games, nothing to shake a stick at. Like they're doing all right. And as we cut back over to the T1 bridge camp, it looks like Crazy Raccoons finally getting in vehicles. Guiyang going to stop and scout out. It does not look like he has spotted anything, though, for the time being. So we'll see if Crazy Raccoon sends everybody over at the same time, or they do the disciplined thing, send one. And if you lose one, that's fine. You maybe get them back. But if you lose everybody, that is your whole game washed.
All right. So update from James. We found out that Akuma's the coach. Like, we know that he's in. We don't know why. But yes, that does mean that there will be a bit of a limp here. It's not your option. It's not your favorite. Patrick, who seems to know every leak in the world, says that he's assuming Tian is sick, but who really knows? That said, it could be we got to see Heist left out of nowhere. So at the end of the day, apparently substitutions for coaches is just like, let's do it when it's right.
Well, you got Lauza in there as well for S2G, and it worked out pretty well for them. But that is, it must be said, that is a massive loss for 17. Just the way that Tian has been playing recently, there was probably no one of the very few in contention for like the hottest player in the world coming into this tournament. I mean, Hakatori being another one, Tig, Kurt being a couple other ones. Himass has done doing as well, but I mean, Tianchan was just absolutely scorching, and to not be having him here in the first game's massive loss. We'll see how 17 rallies, but Himass, aforementioned, will keep Twisted Minds at least at the top of the hill for now.
Nice. All right, I was making an adjustment to the video player. Sorry. All right, here's a nice rotation coming out. Everybody is. This is Erangel in a nutshell. They're nice and quiet.
Help! I'm in this nutshell. How do I get out of this crazy nutshell? I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my, we got a new map feed, so I'm trying to get that all squared away. But everything's looking pretty slow for the time being. Looks like T1 does pull away from their bridge camp. Crazy Raccoon will survive. I don't know if they sniffed it out or they spotted something and they just didn't feel right. But New Circle is going to pop Toffees, and that river's still going to be right in the dead center. Now, it must be said that the lion's share of the land is going to be on that south side. So I imagine most of our teams on the north will be trying to make those long wraps early on, as we see some car jousting between Twisted Minds and 4 a.m.
Love a good car joust. Wish it was more motorcycle jousting, but there never really is. Outside of I think, who was the pistol kill? God, do you remember?
I think Jam.
That was Jam.
Talking
Regionals,
about PAS,
right?
Yeah, that was
yeah,
Regionals.
Dude. You never see anybody fight up motorcycles. To see Jam pistol somebody in the head with a motorcycle was like pinnacle for me at PAS.
Jam the revolver, man. Yep, and he kept on trying to do it for the rest of the tournament as well.
Well, sometimes you just got to get out, right? Pull the George Costanza, leave while you're ahead. Now, let's talk about leaving while you're ahead. 17, you're right. No Tianchan is going to put them in a really tough spot. You know he's probably sick because that's not a player you would just sub out because the coach is feeling good right now. So this is going to be a team that is going to have to play very carefully. They've got to manage their exposure. They generally love going up on Everest. We saw them go there early, and we're doing a lot of scouting with that glider, and I think that's good, especially with the sub. Play defensive.
I stand corrected. It was not Jam. It was Conf. Conf was the boy. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate you. Shout out Gibson. I see you over there. Hey, Jam did bolty stuff, though. I do remember that. But either way.
That's true.
Yeah, either way. Not seeing any motorcycle drive-bys right now. It looks like we've got a lot of teams over in South Georgia in the crates, and then we got now 3 teams playing for the top of Everest. CTG going to be the highest here, but a lot of question marks about this Change the Game team. They have just not delivered, to put it bluntly, in PGS or regionally. So we'll see if Change the Game can kind of find some kind of footing here in day number 1.
At this point, I'd settle for, you don't have to change the game, I'd settle for play the game as they go up to this high ground, just kind of try to lock it down. The Falcon's not interested in that. Tremsy's like, you guys think you got it high? I'm from Vegas, baby. We're going to push this at some point and take it over. They're good to just wait, see what the circle does, but Everest is going to be a linchpin when that shift inevitably kind of moves south, which I assume it will based on sort of where we are. If it doesn't, if it goes north, though, the absolute chaos of this river cross with only 2 bridges really playable on the inside, and everybody else having to make outside rotations to get over by Razak would be absolutely brutal. So part of me is like, man, go hard north. Let's get that avant-garde circle so we can watch the entire lobby try to circle through 2 very small choke points.
That would be diabolical, Toffees. You're a man that likes insanity. And oh no, Myth. Oh, and Onyx, you hit those shots. What are we doing here? Crazy Raccoon? You got 3 games already.
Insanity.
Yeah, that's not very often you see an Onyx miss a guy in the wide open like that. He finally does get him in the end. As Crazy Raccoon will spot out Scappy, and now they're hunting for the rest of Myth.
It's hilarious. Onyx got that kill because he knew he had to, because his teammates were going to, like rabid dogs, take the kill from him. So he hit the final shot. And then they keep going. Pio's like, I'll go by myself. You guys get here when you have a chance. Flushes in the distance, and Crazy Raccoons continue to just do Crazy Raccoons things, man. As Myth is like, why? It just has to run away.
Oh boy, that circle shift is going to let everybody know where this is most likely ending over there on that northern side of Everest. So 17 Gaming in a good spot right now, but the battle for the non-mountain riverside area over here is going to be pretty fierce as all these teams are going to start making their way across the river. Now it looks like Twisted Minds will hold a little bit of like a 3-1 here with Cube and just the other side of the bridge in hold, but they do have a number of teams still on that northern side that could cause them problems here. As Anyone Legend coming out of Pachinki, taking shots at the backside of Crazy Raccoon, but they should be on the move once again here shortly.
Get on the move, Crazy Raccoon. Then we jump to Supers. Supers has been really great here in the first 3 games. I expect that to continue. They look very, very strong. Then we jump to T1. First game out, great roster. Need to see some moves from them as... Did they just let Crazy Raccoon... Okay. Oh, they're just letting them go, but they decide not to engage until they have backup. Smart, because the Raccoons would have just come over the hill and charged into them.
Well, you just, I mean, trying to get a read on exactly what Crazy Raccoons are thinking at any given time is like trying to hold water. But third on 5, they are taking a lot of pressure, but they will survive for the time being. But there are 2 teams over there in crates that might have eyes on that spot when the circle starts to shift, as Anyone's Legend still trying to fight their way out of the blue, shooting and actually steering Crazy Raccoons right into Falcons territory. Falcons waiting with open arms. Looks like Tig is just going to get on the move, as I don't think they were expecting a whole squad to start bearing down on them like this.
I mean, I think Tiggleton was just rotating out because that's the timing. And then the Raccoons came in from behind, and somebody's like, I think we have to shoot at these guys. Because, again, they don't make a lot of sense, and I think that's part of where the difficulty of having them in the lobby is you don't know where they are. They're willing to push anybody, and they make it kind of an unexpected mid-game.
Ooh, Cerberus trying to find their way into zone, coming through Watertown, going through Ruins, and unfortunately, they're going to lose a couple of players there, as Tonbin and Udirt will both go down, so the 2 remaining will... trying to wrap around a little bit further down to the south, but there's just no room to play down there. They're going to run into somebody here eventually. It's just a question of who, as you see Crazy Raccoon down to just Pio and Guyon. They've got T1 in their sights. Guyon is nowhere near this, so it's basically 2 solos.
Should be interesting to see them play out. You got Crazy Raccoons, Pio on the creep. Meanwhile, I think Falcons going to have to push CTG pretty soon on the top of that mountain. Rainy getting a nice spray on Zest as they try to get in. Cerberus just getting torn apart, trying to find a spot in this circle.
There was just nowhere to go, was there? Like Stanel, now the last player left alive. He's going to eat some blue zone damage. But Myth and Petrichor Road also scrapping on the east side. But Pio, the solo, will find the knock. But Heather will take him down quickly. But they are not going to be able to get N back on his feet, as Mao will take that kill away. And that'll be a point in the bag for CTG.
So we get a nice little point there as we continue the last player of Crazy Raccoons. No chance to go save Pio's. Going to try to get a couple of shots out. And here's that fight. Falcons pushing the uphill towards CTG, using smokes and grenades to try to open the door on the push. Kickstart in the smoke, tries to move around the left side. We saw CTG put some grenades out there, hoping for a quick engagement. First knock will open the door for the charge. 2 nades, same time. Falcons cook, get it tossed right here at the big moment. If they get a knock, expect a big push. Now they know where they aren't. Second set of grenades locked up. They're going to sort of winnow out location by just throwing these grenades all over the right side.
The utility's just not falling where it needs to, is it? And Falcons, they're taking their time with it. They're being allowed to take their time with it for the most part here. Zach Circle will try to peek around the side, but he's the only one, so he's immediately going to get return fire. But nice knock on the Gustav will slow things down a little bit, but there's the grenade from Kickstart that gets the trade.
I think those grenades early were to zone over and make sure that they were holding left side. They did a trade little knock there. Tingleton going to try to push around the right side. This is hard, though, because you want to wait for that Gustav res before you overcommit, but that'll allow them to do the same thing up on the high ground. So change the game. Going to try to figure out how do we hold this. Smoke up. Tingleton takes a little bit of fire, and now Sue's got to kind of come around and see if he can help him. Tig does get them low, but this is a tough spot for him if he gets knocked.
Both revives come through as there's multiple fights going on in and out of circle. Change the game. Looks like he got an eye on Gustav.
Oh, no.
Will get the spray down. XCDH will find the flanker, and that's a big knock and a flush as well. So Falcons down 1, but a lot of damage coming through on to change the game.
You know, we were curious about how Change the Game was going to perform here. They're already down 2. It's their chance, but Big Shrimsy, Himsy comes up to the top. The 1-2 punch with the kickstart as they peek the top of this hill. 1 player left for them to get rid of. He stands up. He goes for the peak, but they've got 2. And it is all they needed to do to take over the top of that hill. They should get the reses. Falcons, nice clean play.
Massive win there. They do lose Gustav and possibly Tiggleton. They're going to try to get him back on his feet. But while this is happening, T1 is going to go for the top of the mountain as well. Gen G, meanwhile, we're fighting up in the north with 4 a.m. They are down to just D, playing from that riverside. Nobody's shooting him in the back just yet. You also had Anyone's Legend knocked down to just Hamas. Full Sense trying to make the play. But what a spray from D as he gets two. Can he get them all? No! Spaceman will clutch it out for 4 a.m., but he will succumb to the blue in the end. Mutually assured destruction on the north side.
But great play. I mean, D's nuts when he plays those moments. He did such good job getting, I think, 3 knocks in that situation. Absolutely beautiful that he's able to make those moves even when he's by himself. I love D on this team, and I think that he has been a boon and will continue to be for these guys as they move forward.
More reps for him with the squad, more time for him to figure out his place and more time for them to figure out their place around him. But this is the problem for Falcons after they reset off of their change the game scrap. They now have to deal with T1. They are just outside of zone. You can see on your mini map. But after, I mean, they have no utility left off. They used everything on change the game. So this is going to have to be just a straight up frag battle. And you can see they know it. They're going to use this opportunity to just try to take shots, see if they can get a few more kills on things low down.
Kickstarter doing a little frog hop, trying to get a little more information here as they're being pushed from that top as well. T1 saw the knock on CTG and said, we want Everest too. And so they climbed up there. And now base camp is getting a little bit crowded as you also have teams like T5 watching from below. I think it's going to be very tough for those two teams out there, but even harder for teams like EA who are just overexposed, Poro.
And this could be double stuff here for third on 5. They're taking the mortars over towards the arena, getting the knocks, creating cover, and also probably, possibly creating a spot for them to rotate to as they are currently outside of zone. They try to hop in the vehicles, but it is too late. Flash gets the knock and the flush onto the Masti. Petrichor Road, though, I-26 will try to come up and see if he can stop Twisted Minds from making a late push in, and they are getting absolutely ripped apart. 2 down. Full Sense is getting rained on from above by Falcons as more points going over to the team in green.
The Falcons put in work from the high ground. Everyone tried to root them out, but they have held strong. Full Sense, the world champions down here going head-to-head with the Falcons, and Belmont gets the double. That's huge.
Massive knock from Belmoth, and then Type will come over at the perfect time to take down Kickstart, and so ends Falcons' run. But they did manage to get 6 kills, nice points going over into their bag as Heather and the rest of T1 now try to hold down the top of the mountain on that western side.
Stupid kill feed. I mean, the second those knocks happened, T1 was like, yay, Everest is ours, and they charged forward. So great play by them to lock up a very good strategic location. They should now be able to face off against 17 on the other side in the next strength. I think it's going to be a pretty good fight. Twisted below in a tough spot as you get a little replay on the drive-by from D. Absolutely crazy play here.
Oh, it was so close, too, in the end. I know. And Spaceman goes down to the blue, but great performance from D. They managed to collect a couple of points there for Gen G at least before they go out a little bit early, but still fighting on the north. Supers, again, 4 strong toffees coming in to the late game.
And I think the big one for me is Twisted Minds catches middle, and I kind of am curious, what is their plan as they prepare to deal with the entire circle collapsing upon them? I think we might be able to listen to their comms.
Не, я 2 потрачу. Пирожники фул там расставлены. Да, если тачку начнут взрывать, то я его. Они под нас атакуют, как будто бы уже стройки. Они что-то бегают, пошел уже сюда.
There's 2 by the tree with a bicycle.
А, ты не со мной, все, я понял. Дай бог мне здоровья.
Держи на выживание играет.
Да, блять, у меня просто нахуй сквад велосипедистов ёбаных. Ладно, из хорошего первого. У меня пирожники уже сыграли в другую сторону. С пирожники вот так вот пошли.
Poro, I don't know what they said, but I liked the way they said it.
These guys know their way around some late game comms. Unfortunate that it's only 2 of them, but 2 might be all they need. Here's Petrichor Road try to fight their way in on that eastern side. 17 has the high ground. We've seen how strong that high ground can be. Though they are playing with their coach, they don't have Tianchan with them. But so far, so good. 3 kills for them so far. And now good grenade will get the knock on I-26.
Yeah, down a player, and you're still dominating in the middle. You've got a good spot, and you've got a decent kill count. That's what fundamentals get you. Now, opposite that, Petrichor Road trying to get up here. They look good. They also have a sub playing today, their coach, if you will. But their coach is a much bigger hitter. And the problem is T1 is behind them. 17 about to become the meat in an uncomfortable sandwich as these 2 teams collapse.
Now, the sandwich only having a couple of slices of bread there. It's raining in Type, but Type, an absolute fragger in his own right. But 17 does need to be careful. It doesn't look like T1's too terribly interested on overcommitting to this. So we'll see if the utility from 17 is good, and it is. Ike's left will go down to Xiao Wu. And now the spray comes from Type as he sees the knock in the kill feed, tries to take advantage of the distraction, but can't get anything done there. Can't get the knock, but at least sends 17 spreading, running around. Xiao Wu will go down to Chewy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, everybody taking massive hits here. Chewy goes up to the high ground, trying to get that 17 fish. What a grenade as he knocks the little ghost with it and can now turn his attention back up to the top of the hill.
Now down to Wembo and Akuma, trying to play from that low side. Chewy still trying to return the grenades, and he will. Finds Akuma, finds Xiao Wu. 17 is in a world of trouble as Petrichor Road starting to come alive, but the problem is still T1. Doesn't matter in the end. 17 gets wiped as Petrichor Road is farming.
1 + 7 equals Petrichor 8 as they took the points off of them, and now they're also doing it to DNS. These guys are out of control. Ike's left, best sub of all time, coming in here. Chewy with amazing grenades, and now they just got to take care of T1 on the top of the hill. And T1's like, please don't fight me.
Oh my goodness, Supers tried to go in for the back flank whenever Petrichor Road was trying to reset from the fight, but there was no resetting to be done. They were all alive, they were all full health, and they were all waiting and ready for Supers to crash down on top, and now Heaven is the last one left alive for Supers. A lot of solos left in this lobby, Toffees, as you've got Heather, Perfectix, Flash, all solos, and T1 at the moment, top of the mountain, but Petrichor Road is looking absolutely dominant.
Super dominant. Ike's left with the Lynx, 2 rounds left, but still enough to absolutely stop pushes. Type and the rest of T1 has sort of just been like, I guess we'll just sit here and let them try to push us. The only hope they have is that circle moved away from Petrichor, and they can hold the high ground.
They were keeping eyes on Heaven, and they didn't see Raining and Type coming over the top, and that is going to be Chewy going down. Can they get the flush, though? As T1, they are being extremely cautious in how they push this fight, as they know that they have a great spot for the end game here. Flash, one of our solos remaining. Good grenades from Petrichor Road have been a thing so far, and that's going to be another one. Gets Raining down to half HP, but he's got hard cover.
And both Twisted and Full Sense know that they can get a second or third respectively because Petrichor and T1 have to fight. They're both close to circle and they can wait for this to play out. Mingming's going to throw as many leads as he can to get up there, but Raining is in a really good spot to play defensive and wait for the push.
13 kills for Petrichor Road, 5 in the hands of Ike's left, 5 in the hands of Mingming. Or, I'm sorry, Chewy. Rather. Mingming. Just come along for the ride. We'll see if he can get some more, but that's going to find Type as Ikeslip gets another one. Raining tries to pop up in front, but immediately gets roasted by Chewy, and T1 finds themselves down to a solo. It is nothing but solos as Petrichor Road will clean the rest of the lobby.
They float like a butterfly. They sting like a bee. They've got the right and left hook of Muhammad Ali. These guys can't be stopped up on the top of this hill. Petrichor looking insanely good. They just... First series, it's how they roll as they come out big and bad to start this thing.
What a performance from them here so far today. As you see the coaches for Twisted Minds keeping an eye on things. If they can manage to pull a second out of this, it'd be fantastic. It's really just a question of who will Petrichor Road find first. They have to... think that one of the T1 players at least is still up on the top of this mountain, but they haven't spotted him just yet. And obviously Perfectix, well, he's very, very comfortable getting a lot of game time in here to make up for what he missed last PGS. We'll see if he can pull out something magical here for for Twisted Minds.
I spent the entire last PGS laying there watching you guys, so now I'm going to spend this game laying here watching them. But honestly, that's what you got to do, right? He's in the circle. He knows that if he just waits out Flash, who's stuck on the outside, he gets an auto second, free point, and then maybe even gets a chance to roll off and deny if he wants to. But I expect Petrichor to get very, very aggressive once they get this knock on Flash. They may not even get it. Flash got in. He's going to lay down now, right?
I mean, the Petrichor just doesn't have any vision over this side. You can see what they're kind of looking at, and credit where credit is due. We talked about Full Sense coming into this game, our PGC champion. They've been a little bit slow to start the year, but 8 kills and fighting for a spot in the top of the lobby here in game number 1. As the flashbangs come through, Heather, we have an idea of where he is. He won't even get a knock. There you go. Chewy will add to his already impressive total of 7 kills, giving Petrichor Road 16 overall.
He tried to do his best Bush impression, but they threw the shoe, they hit him in the head, and that is the end. Now it's Twisted Minds and Full Sense, both like, all right, well, we got that extra point. We knew it was going to happen, and now they just hope the other guy gets found first. Perfectix up, prepared to try to get a knock and a flush if at all possible, but you know both of these solos know it's only a matter of time.
You like those chicken dinner percentages up there? I think Petrichor Road, I think that feels pretty accurate, doesn't it? I think Petrichor Road was at 99% there for half a second, and all of a sudden, as time passes, the odds get better for Twisted Minds and Full Sense.
They must have really fine-tuned this formula.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Full Sense did get into the circle. There's just no way. Like, Petrichor just sits here, right? Like, I mean, if this was Crazy Raccoons, they'd be charging down the hill en masse looking for these kills. But they're smart. They're going to wait it out. Perfectix gets what he wanted, gets the knock, gets the kill, gets an extra point plus the placement, and now he's just going to wait it out and see if he can get a flush on a push.
It'd be nice if he could get it. He's not even going to be able to get the opportunity to donate that point over to the blue because Chewy is going to come over there and collect yet another one. And Petrichor Road gets the first win of BC with an impressive 17 kills.
Wow. Petrichor Road looking good. The substitution caught everyone off guard, but maybe that was the plan all along. None of us were prepared to see Ixlef take the field today, and he hasn't just taken the field. James Blank, welcome back. He has dominated it.
Yeah, no way they're not getting top 16 to be able to move on to winners, right? Congratulations, of course, to them. What a performance from them. I think that as much as, Ixlef's looked great coming in as well, Blank, we've got to give really a tip of the hat here to Chewy, who has looked on fire so far here for Petrichor Road.
Yeah, it was certainly the Petrichor Rainbow Road there because that was a victory lap right at the end. But you are right, Chewy's insane. I mean, he's had a very explosive performance too from previous matches earlier on in the day with the mortar. Now with the just incredible nades back to back. He's been a real standout for the team. It didn't even look competitive towards the top side of Everest though, because there's a whole slew of things you can analyze on Everest pushes, but with how easy they made it look, it really just felt like it was just skill gap the entire time.
It's tough for this lobby, right? Because the thing is, Poro, when you look at Circle 2, as you guys pointed out during the cast, you're expecting Everest to be a huge focal point of this game, and indeed it was for this, and eventually it becomes such a scrap for that top spot that technically Petrichor Road comes in a little bit later on the east side and was able to clean up.
Yeah, it was very lucky. I don't want to say lucky, but fortunate timing for them. Like, they did exactly what they needed to do, and they took advantage. And the fact that they just won the fight against 17 straight up, and were able to do so without taking a knock, and then were able to immediately turn around and repel the push from supers, it was just absolutely perfectly done for them.
Yeah, there's a moment where Petrichor said, "Oh no, we had to take out 17 Gaming." Oh,
so they were sad about that.
Jeez, yeah. I mean, technically, if they actually really wanted to in the next 2 games, there wouldn't be any reason to not actually target them if there's some beef there. But anyway, they don't even need to for their campaign. They're doing so well for themselves here, Toffees. This looks like, as you say, Petrichor Road of PGS 1 plus an Ixlef, which is terrifying.
They're being very aggressive, and I love that. I will also
Yeah.
say, though, I think part of this success is, and this is part of me if you're a fan, how bad CTG is. CTG had the top of Everest. They allowed T1 to fester under them. They allowed Falcons to sit on the north side. They allowed 17 to creep in. All of those teams either would have already battled for the top and Petrichor would have been pushing into an established strength instead of being fragmented and allowing Petrichor to slide in from that other side. I think that's part of the symptoms, is that top of Everest was not managed the way we're used to seeing at a level, at this competitive a level.
I have to agree. It's 27 points going the way of Petrichor Road, and as you say for CTG, right? I mean, 3 of our Chinese teams have made actual subs that we weren't really expecting to be, with Ike's left or Akuma, the coach, coming in for 17 Gaming, and also X Circle, who I cannot remember the last time I've seen him play for CTG, be it PCL or the like, in terms of the games I've watched. But yeah, for CTG, really didn't work on that hold up at the top. That said, though, here, Blank, it's top 16 across these games that matters to go into the winners stage, right? And there's probably some teams, aside from Petrichor Road at the top, that are probably already secure, because that 16th barrier cutoff point is going to be quite low considering what we get from a 9-game series.
Yeah, and I think that's always going to make it a little bit more stressful, especially for teams that know they can do a lot better. Right now, it doesn't look too bad on that final screen because a lot of those teams have plenty more matches to play. It looks a little bit skewiff right now just because we've already had B playing. But I do want to bring up a point that, I mean, that's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah. I do want to bring up a point that Toffee's made earlier, is that, you know, B has already played their sets, and yeah, there's an hour-and-a-half break in between, but they were feeling warm coming into this. I think that Petrichor Road is certainly a team that has been able to drag a lot of that momentum from the first portion of the day into this, and Chewy's loving it. Chewy is loving it.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I saw that they showed him individually and had a Chinese flag next to him. I'm like, did I know he's Korean? But there you go. It's 800 and some damage coming in from good old Chewy here. And they even resized the Agsled picture, which is cool as well. So
little known fact, James, Chewy used to tattoo the names of every person he vanquished on his forearm, and he's killed so many that it's just blotted out at this point.
Blotted out, yeah.
Blotted out, but they look good, they look strong. I think that's the big one, and to sort of add on even more to that break for B, they didn't have to change their computers, right? So everybody else was getting set up for this round. They got to go get with their coaches, have a little snack, maybe eat a banana, get themselves in the right headspace. No changes, no exceptions, and I think that is a huge advantage to being in that group. You sort of just get to go back, take a lunch, and come back exactly as things were. A's got to reset. C had to set up. Like, that is a mental load. That is something that should be considered when you talk about these teams' preparation for the day.
Yeah, I mean, to cast it to the west side of Everest Poro, I thought that, you know, those moments where Falcons looked fantastic on some of the fights that they were taking, and then, of course, you get to a point where everyone kind of wants Everest. You're going to take wounds here and there when you're trying to keep those fights going.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to fight a literal uphill battle, isn't it? And I think you saw there was a time at a moment that Falcons kind of realized the situation they were in. After they finally finished that fight, we changed the game. They took one loss, and they saw the circle pull away from them again. They saw T1 had moved up in front of them, and they just kind of hung out there for a while and were trying to farm teams down below in the open field. And they got a couple of points off of it, but it was always going to be a rough send. And in the end, it was Belmoth that actually had the massive double knock there and kind of opened the door for T1 to just kind of come and finish the job. But yeah, slow start there, but still 2 more games left to play for Falcons. And I think they're, despite not having the success that we've seen from some of the other squads, I think they're looking pretty good.
Well, I hear that we have an interview ready from our previous game, so let's listen in down on the floor.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Twisted Minds Batulins. Hi Batulins.
Hello.
Yeah, you just finished your first match, and how do you feel like?
I feel like we just got maximum as we could in this tough game, so I'm just happy with the result.
Yeah, what did you talk to Perfectus, the last player?
We were just explaining how many players alive on the map, like which teams, and that's all, just calling him out the players he have to play against.
Yeah, all right. And did you expect today's result?
Expected today's result? Yeah, right. I mean, we just played one game, so we'll see.
Yeah, okay, I'll see you together. Thanks for the interview, and best of luck to you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Batulin straight off the camera. He's getting off there. He's getting back to the next game, that's for sure. Yeah, they couldn't really get much done with this. Obviously, they were playing over towards Cube Blank and then make a bit of a dash towards Everest. It's understandable when you're trying to get across these kind of positions and get across the other side of the river that you're going to take casualties and you're kind of playing a salvage game.
Yeah, you're a little bit late to it, and I think that's fair enough. And they didn't have time to play on the top side at that point. So they just work with what they've got. And I think Perfectus honestly does a really good job to get as far as he did. And then quickly takes advantage of that on the side, getting a final elimination to get himself second place. So I think Perfectus plays a really good game. But yeah, overall for Twisted Minds, it's just unfortunate timing. And it was so crazy and chaotic on that side. I think that they were also sort of wondering what the hell was going on over there. But fair enough. I think it's a good result for the first game, honestly.
Yeah, and just one game, as Batulin says on that interview, right, Poro? I mean, like, what can you really take away from that in terms of results? Not much at all. The one thing that it does lend itself nicely to them is that they don't have to deal with having a sub. Obviously, Molodoc's a fantastic player, now playing for S8UL, but it's not the same as having Perfectix that you've had for literally years now.
No, for sure. Yeah, you're definitely happy to have Perfectix back. It feels like a nice warm sweater, and to be able to manage to shark out 6 placement points off of that off only 1 kill is absolutely huge. So massive good for them. And the kill was his. Yeah. Take it.
So
you take
literally every point
get.
was him. Every point was him in that game, right? And I gotta love. That's the fun of having Perfectix back is the consistency, the trust factor of I'm going to lay you out there to be the solo man, and you can find points whenever they're available. It's good to have him back. But also, I love Batulin's answer. You know, in one game, like, what do you want from me, man? But that's the problem. We want perfection from these guys. They played one game. We're like, are you happy with the result? Let's, but that's what you deal with. That's the pressure of being the best of the best, James.
Yeah, I like watching as we look across all the teams as well, and the player handlers and the admins are like, where's Batulins? Where is he? He's not sat down. Where has he gone? I love the panic. It's always fun at these lands, that's for sure. But when you look across all of these teams, of course, getting ready into the next game, the problem is for them, Poro, is that it's Miramar next. It's a very different battleground. It's a very different approach that you have to take. And again, you've got a small, finite window by which to get these results on the board.
Well, for sure. And if you're Group B, you've only got 2 games left, right? Like, you've got to do everything you can, and you want to find as much success, as much points as you can, because you don't want to be sitting there watching these final 3 games, sweating it out to wonder if you're going to be playing in survivors or winners.
Yeah, and it's worth bringing up, like, some of the teams that are in the danger zone that have already played 4 games, right? Theron 5 currently with only 8 points. Cerberus with only 7 points. Vitality with only 8 points. Or actually, no, they're in a different group. But Theron 5 and Cerberus very much in a danger zone. They've got to be able to step up in these next 2 games. Otherwise, they will be going to survivors. So it looks like we're almost ready to get into our game. I will say goodbye to our American compatriots. As me and Blank are going to be bringing you all of the action here from Miramar once again. So blinkety blink, let's get this game a-going.
Yeah, blankety blank. Get right into it right now. And I think that, honestly, very nice little playing path going up through Miramar. But you are right. We are starting to get to that stage of the day where we do need to start thinking about survivors and winners. Obviously, dropping down towards survivors is going to make it a lot harder. But it is sort of uncharacteristic of Theraphon 5 because usually they're not too bad during those group stages. No. But here, it's looked like a bit more of how it has been during those later stages of the tournament for Theraphon 5. Yeah, those finals. So remember, they're switching things up. Hopefully they can get through the survivors stage, though, to get back there.
Maybe. There is still another route. Yeah, there's another route for sure. That is true, as it does all devolve down here for this. I think my concern goes beyond Theraphon 5 and Cerberus. It also extends up towards E-Arena with 11 points. It also extends to Crazy Raccoon with 14 points. Beyond that, the next team is then Team Falcons with 23, and I think that Falcons should be okay. So those 4 teams that I just mentioned in these next 2 really need to put some points on the board if you want to actually avoid survival. For Petrichor Road, anything but. They're doing fine. They're okay, Blank. They're flying high.
Yeah, I think we can kind of classify Petrichor Road as getting into the winner stage. I think without a doubt at this point in time, they are feeling it at the moment. For Crazy Raccoons, there is always that chance for this team to sort of pop off in the final couple of matches. Typically what they were going for during PGS 3. So, again, for Crazy Raccoons, we got to wait and see. Good players on that team as well, so it is always a little bit odd. It is always a little bit odd. But they haven't really been playing up to scratch. And again, I do want to caveat that PGS 3 result was off a final match right at the end of it all.
Yeah, I feel like, again, I kind of talked about this with some people whilst I was watching PWS. It just feels like in terms of the breakup of Bagopar, Geeky got off better than what Crazy Raccoon did. And it does make me question, okay, where was the strength really on Bagopar? Was it with PO or was it with the other guys that have now gone off to make Geeky and be quite successful over in PWS, therefore qualifying into Circuit 3 and 4, whereas this was invite directly for Crazy Raccoon, basically off the name of Crazy Raccoon and PO. Like that's why that happened, clearly. I'm not going to mince words about it. That's what happened. But the results have not come their way just yet on these internationals, but 14 points is definitely a precarious spot for them to be in. Need a little bit more. And for Twisted Minds, obviously they've just started. So, so one game we can't really read into too much. Them dropping on Power Grid here, obviously having this kind of position of power to be able to transition anywhere on a Miramar, always really kind of pays dividends, usually blank.
Yeah, it's a really nice spot to start off with. I always do find, these type of group stages a little bit odd for teams anyway, just because I always have to adapt to different teams flowing in and out. But again, I think Power Grid is such a nice spot because you have a lot of options of how to exit here. It's not a case of, right, well, we've dropped down towards Impala. We've got a team playing out down towards Puerto Paraíso and out towards Cantera. We can realistically try and swing our way through, but likely it's going to be a northern rotation. For San Martin, you just go anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, whilst looking at these highlights, there were a few moments that were extremely important for Petrichor Road. Firstly, the fact that you're going for an emergency pickup into a spot where cars are likely already taken. Some insane individual plays as well. But then to have steals on people's cars to be able to make these transitions a little easier for you later on down the line was crucial for Petrichor Road to be able to eventually be able to make those transitions that they needed towards Everest. So things really lined up for Petrichor Road, but of course you need the individual skill to be able to make it happen.
Well, I think that it is kind of characteristic of quite a few Chinese teams, especially when they're doing quite well. They're able to swing with the punches a lot. I do think that is something that's always exciting to watch, is that when things started to go a little bit awry, or you're kind of coming in late, some of our Chinese teams are able to like really kind of make stuff up on the fly almost, which I think is a really, really big boon to have. I mean, especially you see here DNS like rocking up behind this team and how quickly they reacted to that. It's very, very exciting to watch.
And Chewy, second man of the match of the day out of 4 games. What a performance from him so far on day number 1. Really doing Petrichor Road proud. I would say, maybe kicking the bee's nest a little bit for Chewy and Petrichor Road. They're on the warpath. Doing very, very well indeed. Back on board, though, in Miramar, as Petrichor Road coming in far on the east side. I'm still a little bit concerned about those teams far southwest to try and make their moves and see what's going on. And Falcons is trying to pitch up a little bit more center early on in this game.
I mean, Crazy Raccoon's been looting for a while now in Chumacera. They've not really... I don't know if we're looking for an E pickup or what right now, but eventually they will have to get a move on. I mean, a lot of the prior like high grounds are starting to be taken. People are starting to pitch up tents. So I do echo your worry for some of these teams down towards the southwest. But you've only got so much time to find that E pickup.
It's a funny one for Crazy Raccoon because it feels like, oh yeah, we've been afforded quite so much time in Chumacera, where normally in the past, especially on internationals, they've had hot drops galore, like in Chumacera and other places. So it's almost as if, it's like, oh yeah, let's just take it in for a little bit of moment of calm.
I mean, fair enough. You want to get a little bit further into the match anyway. That's always nice. Change the game over on our northwest side. Obviously, I think that we've done our harshness right for this squad. I think this is now a case of wait and see. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that even over on the CTJ Weibo, they actually posted Peking on their roster. So for them to have X Circle in is apparently a surprise also to the Chinese social media, which I'm very confused.
Unlikely as well. That happens.
I'm basically going to be sending Bella on a mission out tomorrow to find out what's going on with all the Chinese subs. She'll be down on the ground tomorrow, joining us once again here for PGS 4. And she's my minion, basically. I send her out on all the evil schemes and plans, so that's useful.
Right. Like a quest giver. Okay.
Yeah. And she goes, yeah, yes, master, and then kind of scuttles off.
Okay.
She's going to hate me for saying it that way. Like she's some like little gremlin.
I think she will, yeah. But you know what? If that's what needs to be done to find out what's happened with the Chinese teams, I'm gonna have to allow it to happen. You know?
Yeah.
But we do have most. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. Most of our teams are now centered up in decent spots, right? It is going to be a little bit of a slow match until Zone 2, just because in this area on the northeast side, there is a lot of areas that you can post up on high ground. This is more or less like the big scouting mission before we get our crazy shift over towards the southwest side or something like that. So you figure out what your rotational routes are going to look like in the future.
Will be E Arena going for the emergency pickup for this one. Again, with an emergency pickup at this timing, you're expecting them to head far north, find themselves some vehicles because they'll be abandoning them unless they see... Oh, actually, no, the timing doesn't work out. I was going to say unless they see a shift towards themselves and then they don't take the E pickup, but it's so early that that's not going to be the case. So it will almost certainly be a north drop, unless they go crazy and go for a central position, which technically you could because normally the splits are quite far apart on a circle like this. But then if you suddenly commit to a central position, and we majoritively see lots of hard shifts in PGSs, it was 70-some% hard shifts on circles in PGS's 3, I think it was. So you can't be accounting for just a central position straight away. You need mobility.
Well, I think you're sort of banking on hope at that point as well, which I don't think is it's not a winning play style. I think that's one of those things that you go for when you're many more options. But I think that you can be quite certain, like Cruz de Valle, Campo Militar, probably fairly open. You're hoping that people haven't shot out tires, but other than that, you're likely going to get vehicles. And I think that is the right choice to go for.
Yep, I mean, especially with the money having 11 points and this being their last 2 games. Like, for me, they have to go for that. Yeah. If they go central, I really do not like it personally. They might do. As we're watching them here at the moment, seeing where they're actually going to go. As looks like maybe Petrichor Road has also set up an E pickup. Yes, they have. So I don't know. Well, this is a just in case. If it shifts away from us, okay, just in case, we are going to go straight west. But they're driving on over now. So circle shift's going to determine a lot of this, seeing how this all goes here to see if they're going to be following through with it. You can see a lot of teams and players already in cars. That is a hard south shift, and that has instantaneously forced the arena to reevaluate what was going to be a north drop and going all the way as far south as they possibly can, because they know it's likely there isn't going to be that many teams as far south as they could possibly parachute.
Yeah, and they're going to try and get down to the ground as soon as possible. There is positions around here, north side of Cantera, where you can just post up and stay. This is one of them. Again, maneuverability, it kind of sucks for them, honestly. So I am excited to see what they can get done, but I am not hugely positive about this one, right? We'll see how this happens, but yeah, I'm not massively optimistic.
This is the danger of popping the E pickup when they did, because technically with a circle shift like that, they arguably would have been better just driving in and keeping their cars, right? Like, so it definitely does come with its caveats and potential problems. And now Zest and Cerberus here trying to do a little bit of damage. Jacob from the distance takes down the end, though he is gone. They were trying to thread the needle through some of these teams coming in from that north side of the circle. Seeing what Jacob can finish off as well to finish him off completely. He has one tire. All right, Heather, it's time to stop and ask for help.
Yeah, I think at this point he's basically using his armor. He'd be better off running if he wanted speed. Yeah, Cantera now a big fixture of this this map. You can find a nade over towards Pathon Pond. And the nice spray. Damn, I was surprised he didn't find the knock off the back of that. And he's going to back it up too. And they did flow one over his way. Heaven from DN Supers also spotting out one of the players in Lyrics. Yeah, EA is in a whole world of hurt right now.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Like, unless they get Circle Shift directly on them and they can survive, and that kind of works under the assumption that no crashes are going to come their way as well, which quite easily could do, because T1 could easily be one of the teams that actually wants to crash. Bean takes down Delwyn, though. Anyone's Legend is also one of the teams that's trying to kind of wiggle on through some of these teams. It's not quite working out just yet, though, on the south side of Minas Generalis. Technically, what will be a very central location here at the moment. But the problem is that as these fights go down between teams that are also in Minas Generalis proper, you've still got DN Supers up on this high ground, being an absolute nuisance to anybody on either side of these circles.
I mean, DN Supers is in a great spot to worry. If they've got all their vehicles on board, like, it's very easy to rotate around here. They can even wrap far on that south side if it comes down to it. At the moment, all they're looking to do is just cause casualties around them. They know a lot of teams are going to start flowing this way, and the more damage they can do early on, the better for them late game. And they have the perfect position to do it, because this particular high ground, it's close enough that you're not as worried about posting up these 3 separate locations, because you can easily get to one another to go for the reses.
Yeah, definitely. So, of course, as Minas Generalis here become a bit of a focal point, we have our teams here that are going to have some difficult kind of challenges on where they want to go. And actually, with Circle Shift popping, let's check in on the Falcons comms and see exactly how they feel seeing this next circle.
South Aussie might be split green line, by the way, as well.
That's possible, yeah.
They're driving into Hossie now, by the way, Halo is.
Go southwest next. The comms. Driving out of on Civil. They put an EP up down. Yeah, they could have Minas. Another car leaving Civ? Go drive scout that. See where the UAZ goes.
Cars northwest. They might fight over our east ridge and shit.
Let's stay here.
They put an E pickup down. There's an E pickup.
I think they left, Civ guys.
Yeah, I think they left. I think they put the up down and left. Okay. I think
I'm gonna drive scout, okay? Hold.
They're just C-swapping.
There's a bus here?
Let's hit it. They're C-swapping south of us, okay? They're crashing. One car's coming back at least.
I think the whole team came back. That's right. We have the good side.
No, they're not. They're turning around.
They're turning around on orange. I see them.
I only see the Esports Broncos. Is there another one?
One on green.
I saw at least 2 or 3 leave.
Okay, hit.
Yo, get our car safe.
All right, so interesting choices that they have to make, of course, as technically not flustered at all, realizing that there was an E pickup coming up near them. Maybe they could have got 3 kills, but not to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, there was a slight window there, but I think they were right to stop off. I think they can come a little bit later on this one. Soul finding a first pick over towards Batulans. Perfectix is down as well. This is very bad news for Twisted Minds, actually. Now down to 2 players up, with Example as well as Lou off in the distance. Yeah, this is actually not great. I mean, Lou's inside. It might get some crawlers over towards them.
Twisted Minds is getting caught on these last 2 games, having to make a bit some sends forwards, which look a little bit uninspired, and as such, it's resulting in some deaths early on where they would rather not have them. So then they're having to play a bit of a scrappy game towards this. Again, though, small sample size, only 2 games here so far. Trying to get into Minas Generalis, it's not common that we get a circle like focusing here. And also there is some unplayable that kind of needs to also be kind of factored in for these circles a little later on down the line. So these shifts could get very wonky here, Blank, coming up.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this is one of the situations where it's not the worst idea in the world to just confirm over towards Minas Generalis early. Technically could move out of here, but boy, I do not want to be on the outside of Minas Generalis at this point in time. Very, very awkward to play this one out. Petrichor Road did slow on the eastern side, though. They're controlling 3 separate compounds at the same time. So maybe hoping for a little bit of circle look where the shifts over towards the eastern side and they have to pick the litter there. But again, if they've been playing their cards right, they probably could make a northern rotate, potentially try and backfill over towards DNS Supers.
Yeah, this might look like a 4v3, but it's not exactly. Sorry, a 4v2, but it's not. It's a 3v2. Heaven is still up on the high ground here, kind of keeping overwatch on what might be going on, as well as kind of being in their insurance policy in case things get really wacky in this game with this next shift. So where are we going to go? E-Arena's already got another emergency pickup, by the way. The circle shifts hard west. That might force now Heaven to join the rest of Supers off of that high ground. Myth is looking to thread the needle as well up on that north side. But Deal and the boys from Supers really want to dislodge T1 because eventually these teams need to get moving.
Absolutely. And again, for 17 Gaming, they currently have a really strong spot over towards this western side of the map. And, you know, not having Tian Tian in today, this is a huge opportunity for them to get a good match off the back of this. I mean, I don't think we can understate how much of a problem not having Tian Tian is.
Yeah, he was fantastic in the previous ones and also fantastic in PCL as well here. But Little Ghost and Wembo trying to do a little bit of work for them. Akuma, of course, the coach, I guess technically speaking, can maybe bring some of his wisdom here to the battleground straight away. But T1 down. DN Supers has been able to shut them off, and now that's going to need to be moving. Of course, there was a little bit of urgency about them getting that finished off. Unfortunate for Myth that they did lose one.
Petrocost's got another E pickup, by the way, Kyle. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, that makes a... Considering the hard shift mentality, or the kind of tendencies that we see at the moment, not too surprised. The double for E-Arena, the double for Petrichor Road, Blank. We're going for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually astonished by that. And this could be an awesome position to take. I mean, change the game's not sent over here. They need to scout this out a little bit. They shouldn't see any players over towards these buildings.
Yeah, the problem with those buildings is that you can get cars in them, right? So it's actually more difficult to... Oh, jeez Louise. Multipliers going off against the Arena as well, who had tried to go for that emergency pickup, but it's not really worked out at all. Eggs left and Petrichor Road, though. Yeah, just dropped straight on them. They were much rather happy to go for the cliff side as opposed to anything over in the warehouses because they weren't aware of what was going on in terms of any players or teams in there. At least they could see players straight on the ground here and react to that, right?
Yeah, I think that is the right choice. They have lost a couple of players for that. They are just knocks. So there's potential to get them back up again. So they are stabilizing slowly but surely. Belmoff here made a pretty sneaky run. E-Arena is out. Crazy Raccoons with some disgusting mortar play so far.
Very important to show up their defenses for a top 18. Sorry, 16. Jeez, what lobbies am I playing in? Top 16. The Arena, though, problems indeed. 4 AM eliminated by some nades here from Therodon 5. That's up on the way northern side of the circle at the moment. But Therodon 5 is going to have a very difficult time of it transitioning into these next circles. Dimasti's down. Did I see a BRDM? I didn't. Barely a flash.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So maybe they can use that.
It was kind of perched on top of the mountain. I don't know how drivable it is.
I agree. It looked very strange. X Circle filling in here on CTG, sending some nades forwards. It was Mao to be able to do quite a bit. A nice airburst against I-26. And trying to get a little bit more flashes forwards. He's going to have to move, though, because Thanadol shooting him from the backside here from full sense. Nah, he's gone.
Is he?
Mao's gone.
He's
different guy.
Oh, yeah. X Circle does get taken up by Ike's Lift. I mean, that's a lovely nade from him. Ming Ming will finish him off. Should be able to get up to 3 players here. Swishing is a little bit out of the way right now. We'll have to wrap all the way around to get him, so Ming Ming should be able to grab this res. The circle did pretty much center up here, but it's a very awkward center up with Minas Gerais still cut in here, and you've got all this high ground and a couple of buildings over towards the west, including the silos.
Good kills here by Falcons. They're really kind of opening up on all of these teams that are in kind of desperation mode at the moment. They're playing in from the edge, of course, but Falcons here with this purchase that they have available, and nobody really threatening them from the back. So it's giving them good assurance as to how much of a fight they can take with some of these teams on the long range. Because that's the thing about Miramar. It's just very different to some of the other battlegrounds. You can open up these fights on long range and feel completely safe as long as you've taken defensive posture and going a little bit on the edge play, right?
Oh, I mean, especially this circle, you want to be playing edge if you're not already in one of these buildings. Like, your best chance is just to start clearing from one area and then hovering through there and after. So we'll see what they can get done with that one. I mean, Falcons aren't doing a terrible job at all. Love the lineup they set themselves upon with that fencing. Really allowed them just to completely remove Petrichor Road from the equation. Ice Left is the only player left for the squad now, over towards the eastern side.
It's about time that they fall early in a game. So
yeah, it's been pretty ridiculous so far. Yeah,
you've done enough, guys. It's fine. So we will be seeing you in the winners, of course. Likewise for Dieldo and DN Supers, you've done enough as well, but they are kind of still exerting themselves on the lobby at the moment, coming in from the northern side of Minas Generalis. But maybe making transitions down some of the plateaus through Minas Generalis is difficult. Once this circle ends up shifting, and unless they get an extreme hard shift, which is unlikely, it will be difficult. As we watch some of the mortars coming in, Arena completely collapsed to multiple teams using mortars against them. Because the thing is that these trench locations that exist, they're a death trap. And they're places where people actively send, so people have these lineups down to a T.
God. The double is pretty diabolical. I mean, you'd think you'd get out and go to the other one.
Well, the thing is that even Myth just took a casualty, right, to Crazy Raccoon in similar trench locations where if you're in there, you're in there. You're not playing out anywhere, because as soon as you do come out, you're going to be exposed, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a struggle. I mean, you have to do some weird vehicle setup, really, but even that's probably not going to save you.
Oh no, he got PUBG'd. He's hitting them.
I mean, that would have been actually a double headshot, I think, if he was on target there. Might have got himself a knock. Falcons are moving. They're wrapping directly on the north side. It's over towards Therathon 5. You have 4 kills on this game. They'd love to get some more placements off the back of this, but I think it's unlikely now. That is a horrifying sight.
Yeah, technically they can play this. I think their reasoning is very much so of like, well, we've just watched Petrichor Road die a death on the cliffside near those buildings, so can we really transition in against those buildings? I don't think so, as Destroy is looking to do a whole lot more damage here to DN Supers, but Deal has himself Panzerfaust in hand. It's not actually the Panzerfaust that does anything. It's Destroy constantly here with the AUG. Only 13 shots. Okay, he does reload. I was concerned there for a second. I didn't hear the cue.
This is an incredibly frustrating experience now for DN Supers. Holding this ground for such an insane amount of time just to go down to one player. DL will find Destroy, but unfortunately for them, the rest of Falcons are coming in. He's lucky that it slides. He is lucky that it slides.
I completely agree. Falcons looking for a bit of a lifeline here and trying to go in for a big wrap on a position where technically DN Supers might have been wounded, and they continue to be wounded as well. But D from Gen G on the north side of this, really having a lot of impact on how Falcons can even breach forwards against this position. And unfortunately for Falcons, if they'd have come in just a little bit earlier when the chaos was going on against DN Supers, maybe they could have made something of this, but I think that this is not gonna go their way.
I mean, at that point, they'd be able to sort of shimmy their way down on this eastern side, but yeah, in this case, it's not looking so good. Feel bad for Gustav, you know, narrowly dodges the nade there, but then absolute arm on the fella from D, and she's able to lob it all the way over towards them, so I'm very surprised by that. But Falcons down to 3. I don't think it's, down to 2, in fact. I don't think it's unwinnable versus DN Supers, but I think that's about as far as they go.
Kickstart gone, blue zone backpack ticking with the jammer pack now all on Tiggleton, who has been a furious member of the team when it comes to what we were watching in PAS, as well as the tail end of PGS's. Does take down Bean, but he gets straight away insted by Soul on the repeat. So that is Gen G still holding strong, living above Twisted Minds. It's like, seen that film Parasite? Twisted Minds just moved in underneath them, you know?
Wow. Okay. I do think this is one of those really hard circles, man, where if you're not already in one of these buildings to start off with, the circle is just going to start selecting players at random to be doomed, essentially.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a tough one. This is a hard compound to hold on all sides. So Crazy Raccoons, at some point, depending on when players start to come in, will probably consolidate. But you're going to do your best right now to take shots at any team coming in from all these directions. The more damage they can do early on, the better. But Crazy Raccoons, this is a big game for them.
Yeah, it is, because they were one of the teams that we were concerned for when it came to Group B and how they were playing things out. I've got a lot to say about that compound, but we've got a lot of fights going on, so I can't really elaborate on it. As Lou is actually shutting down D moving forwards here for Gen G, so that's a good position for them, considering it was a bit more of a salvage game for them. And Made in Thailand, still in some of these crater locations, having a harder time trying to deal with some of the aggression that's coming their way from 17 Gaming. But 17 Gaming has got a lot of attention paid towards that south side. Twisted Mind still trying to hold this off here, sending nades forwards against Gen G, who still needs to push through this direction. This is, again, they're burrowed in, man, here, or Twisted Minds, and it is a problem for Gen G to get on through.
Yeah, they're properly dug in. And for a team that's sort of limped in towards this spot on the map, I think the Twisted Mind's doing a really good job there. As if he survives, because it bounces off his noggin onto the bloody roof.
Okay. Okay, he's finally gone. God, Ike's was causing so much problems there. And now, here comes the big push. Example starts things off against a shotgun of all things. He didn't even get a shot off. Trying to deal with this. Soul tries to go for it, but they knock two. I think surely, unless Lou can do something magical, no, it's not going to be the case. They're outnumbered, outgunned. Gen G survives, but for how long? Bean is so low, and he's gone. Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, Guyon, what a timing from him. I mean, the fact that he pushes out from the building there, here's all the action going on that northern side. That is a fantastic position to take up. Now you have clear sight lines over towards the west, and you can consolidate over towards these western walls. Really, really well played from Guyon.
Completely agree. Full flex out. Try and completely control your side of the map here. This should be your game that you need to go big on. They knew they needed a few more kills, and this will be solidifying themselves in that top 16 to try and keep themselves going. Pio on the roof as well. Oh my days. Okay, full sense. I know it's only a few games in here for them, and they should be okay, but for me, this is a full deny. Even though you've got a BRDM, Crazy Raccoon has insane control.
Yeah, it's an almost unwinnable game. Yeah, you absolutely should just be panzerfausting yourself here, because there is a chance real soon that this gets real bad. Panzerfaust is pulled out. Flash will go down. Is he just going to give them the point here? That seems
there it goes.
A mistake.
Well, doesn't matter in the end. Crazy Raccoon flexes out. Look, there's going to be smiles on the face of Pio. They know that was a very important game for them, for their campaign, to be able to get to that winner's stage. As we bring Poro and Toffees back on here. Rare we get a Minas Generalis ending there, boys. But Poro, this was Crazy Raccoon all over. Yes. Yes, it was.
Pickaxe 2, it's a crazy angles.
Yeah, terrifying. Like, how are you supposed to really dig them out? And again, Genji really took so many casualties trying to be able to get rid of them. But Toffees, this was very important for Crazy Raccoon, who I really was concerned for before this game.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the problem with the Crazy Raccoons is their highs are high and their lows are low, and so far they've been in the trash can. But now they climb out with a feast on their hands, enjoy their chicken, and should have a decent path to the winners division, potentially, which is good news for all of us, because I love seeing the Crazy Raccoons do Crazy Raccoon things. And I expect that to continue, because they played this game just like every other. That's what I like about them, is it's always the same, it's always consistent, and it's always angry.
Yeah, I think really important to kind of clear out one side when you're holding those compounds, right? And do it early, because if you suddenly had, Poro, teams coming in from the east whilst trying to hold down the west, I think that it's very spread out. It gets very precarious from there, but they let that absolutely not happen in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that they were able to come out on top of a, like you said, a Minas Generalis circle, which we haven't seen in who knows how long. Like, it's always impressive to see who comes out of those circles where could be teams crashing on you at any moment. I mean, we saw what happened to all these teams. Oh, poor Delwyn. The seat swap's just not working out in his favor there. But yeah, I mean, we saw some pretty big name teams once again just losing players early on because it's just so hard to get in to these spots. And oh yeah, Urena, you got lined up twice, man, by two different teams.
Well, I think James's point during the broadcast, like, you just can't go to these spots anymore, right? Because like everyone knows that's a send and just plays a little mini golf.
Yep, yes they do. I think a lot of teams have spent time lining those up. It's not just that, it's like certain famous, in inverted commas, famous dips on other maps, right? People from certain compounds, they know the distances, they know the lineups. So yeah, very tough stuff. You're really gambling on your life to try and make these kind of moves happen as we take a look at all of this. Now, what's interesting about these highlights as well, Blank, is the fact that literally almost every single one of them is pseudo-urban situation, right? Be it the, teams greeting people, crashing on forwards into Minas Generalis, be it those mortars into those kind of trench locations. It's a very, very difficult game here for these teams on Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, this location over here versus Full Sets is about as sandy as it got on this map. Most of the other time it was on hard concrete or the metal plating. But yeah, very, very interesting game overall. I do think that for Crazy Raccoon, they realized how important this game was. And for Guyon, there was no hesitation on that flex out.
Why did they have to do PO like this? Why did they have to re-show him not receiving the fist bump straight away and having to tap him on the shoulder? This is ridiculous.
Man's locked in, bro.
Yeah.
The thing is, are they locked? Okay, so but like compare the reactions from the Liquid win to the Crazy Raccoons win. Like when the Crazy Raccoons won, it's almost like they're looking at each other going, "Ha, we pulled it off." And to me, that I think is the most fascinating thing about this team is like, I think this is what they needed. I think these are excellent players who just needed that freedom mentality to be like, you know what, if it goes bad, it goes bad. We love our game. And I think that's good. At 32 points, if like Poro was bringing up in the last round, based on previous cutoffs, with one more game, should put them in a good spot.
Yeah, that game brought them more points than they had in the last four, basically. So very important for them to be able to make that jump up. And it really does show how close that kind of middle pack is, right? You jump basically from having waning points to then getting into 5th place here for this group stage as we take a look at this cutoff point. Again, Poro, though, with one game remaining, I'm still concerned for the likes of E-Arena. I'm still concerned for some of these teams having a bit of a rough time.
I mean, as well you should be. And I just don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's been a byproduct of the circles. I don't know if it's been a byproduct of just straight up losing fights, but whatever it is, they got to find something here with one game remaining. As you said, that cut point, I think in PGS1 was about 27 points. Probably going to be a little bit, might be a little bit lower this time, actually, because we've got multiple teams that are kind of feasting, whereas last time it was pretty much just 17. But Crazy Raccoon with 32 points now should be in the clear, you got to imagine.
Do you reckon Guyon's just perpetually cold? Oh, actually, no, let's not talk about that. He's
What is this hand thing here? What are we doing?
I don't know. It's like he's holding a canister of the T-virus or something.
That's where the trophy would go.
Oh.
That's right.
Oh.
It's a placeholder.
Oh, I thought he was
Fair
a
enough.
fan of The Rock. That makes more sense now. Okay.
Of The Rock? Does The Rock do that? What does The Rock do?
No, it's because Nicolas Cage was trying to stop
Out of
them
my
from the
thing.
chemical attack.
I was thinking
S-tier
Dwayne
movie.
Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, look, there's
You
only
can't
one
not
rock.
think about wrestling. That makes you
That
you
is
are
fair.
to wrestling what Matchroom is to anime. Like every reference goes in one of those two directions.
Yeah,
I mean-
just pose for a second, Toffees.
Okay. So that
there
was. I guarantee he's grabbing
no.
a belt. It's a belt that is going to look
I know what
good.
he's grabbing. El
Okay.
Diablo. Oh no! Where's the lucha mask?
Nah, dude, he
just
got
got the
that.
blow.
That's an actual belt. He got that at AEW.
He earned
should have
that
seen
too.
it. He did. He ran on. It was a two-way tag team match. Kylaris was partnered with, I think it was Jason, and they took on John Cena and The Rock, and somehow came out on top. It was wild to watch. Wild.
Yeah, we're
Those are
mixing
definitely
companies
people.
there. But anyway,
And y'all make fun of me for my sports ball references. Goodness gracious.
Wrestling's infinitely No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to
out.
make that stretch.
Shout out Arsenal fans. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah, football. Anyway, Wemboa versus PO. This is way more interesting than football. 890 damage done by PO here, Blank. Let's suffice to say, he's one of the legends of the game. He did have a very strong rooftop position. I'm expecting these numbers from PO in that kind of spot.
That's the problem, though. You are expecting them from him, but they're not always coming through.
No.
I mean, you'd love to see a little bit more consistency from this team. I think everyone said this right now, is that these guys are an inconsistent team. But when they are playing well, it looks good. And again, I think that's where it'll come back to every single time. I did want to quickly touch on DN Supers very, very shortly. If it wasn't the fact that they were playing Ring Around the Roses with Destroy, that could have been a really good game for them as well. And I know that they're practically already qualified for the winner stage, but I do think it bodes very nicely going in towards the later stages of this tournament.
Yeah, no, I think DN Supers is looking more. Their strength is higher, definitely, after what we witnessed at PWS, compared to what was, for me, a bit more middling results from PGS 1, 2, and 3, right? Where we thought after PPMI Poro, surely DN Supers is going to come in and bop everyone in TPP, but it was anything but. It didn't look like that at all.
It was all part of that question marks around the beginning of the year, right? Like all the roster changes, the format changes, everything was coming in like we thought. We had an idea of what might happen based off of previous performances, but it ended up being different, and that happens a lot in PUBG. But it seems like things are starting to kind of level out to be more around what we were expecting now that we're getting a few more months into the scene. So I expect to see Supers continue to just kind of frag out, honestly.
I think they know which teams are in danger here at the moment. As we looked over Cerberus, we looked over Therilong 5, we looked over E-Arena just then. The final game for those teams to really put some decent points on the board, otherwise they'd be facing off against the survival stage. 5 seconds out. Final thought, Blank?
E-Arena, can you do it? Maybe not.
Huge, hard-hitting thoughts from Blank there as we now head into the last game here for these two groups head-to-head. Horror and Toppies, take it away.
You wonder where the saying blank stare came from. This is it. Quiet until the moment when he is needed and he comes through in the clutch. Welcome to the team, Blank. Welcome. All right, so that was a lot of fun. Going to the third game, let's keep with this Supers bit here, Poro, because I do think that they're onto something. It has felt like, I thought they'd be a bigger starter, come out of the gate bigger at the start of the year, but they were a bit of a condensed soup. Now they're playing like they're chunky. They're holding space. They're taking up locations. They look good. And I think that this is one of those things that when Soup starts to look good, if they can keep this rolling for 3 PGSs, it's going to set them up for a really nice run, AWC and PGC.
Yeah, and look, man, it's so hard to not want to make like blanket statements and expectations about a team based off of the first day of play. But we got to remind ourselves, like, it's a long tournament, a long year, really. And, right now, awesome stuff from Supers. We're going to see if they can actually pull off some early game shenanigans here because, change the game. Honey, you did not want this.
You don't want this soup. When the soup is hot, it'll burn you, baby. And CTG's about to find that out as we hit the ground, ready to go to war. Poro, this is going to be a good one.
All right, let's see if you can pull out something here, change the game. We've seen some good mortar play. Nice knock to start off with. Gonna get Rex on his back and take him down as well. So that turns it into a straight up 3v4. The Supers will work around the side of the wall. Got Mal low. Oh, that's... Okay, deal. The Panzerfaust comes out. Oh, the shotgun is dangerous, though. Don't go for the repeat, but he does deal. We'll take him down. So the trade has come through. Now turn it into a 3v3.
I didn't even know the Scar was still in the game. Look at this man making it work. He goes against that iron sight, and I got Heaven coming around the left side. He's got a DMR, but that's enough to get a kill.
It's something. It's not great. It's not great. Lumen has the VSS. That's the very sneaky sniper, and that's going to be X Circle getting taken down and flushed out as well. Guman coming out of that one just ahead, and the rest of changing. Oh, they're right on top of each other. And look at Ranger X from way downtown with the AK with the 3X. He gets one. Can he get two? Suit King, the last one left alive. Ranger, that is a nice little pickup there if you're third on 5.
He was like, I heard y'all are fighting. I'm going to drive over with my busted AK in an old car. But he's still causing the trouble. Is CTG going to have to limp back and separate? Honestly, Ranger X has bought them both time to reset and figure out where they're going because that little bit of play from the middle has slowed the push.
And look at that, actually calling the rest of Therodon 5 over. Now, Fluky is down on the mainland, kind of scouting out where the next move is going to be. Now, Genji. Oh, no. Everybody has come. The dinner bell has rung. And that is exactly how PGS works. You think that you're in a 4v4, but there's 2 other teams waiting in the wings.
Hey, Poro, what's a pirate's favorite gun in PUBG? It's a Scar! Matey.
You were so desperate to get that out.
No, I was desperate. Yeah, okay, that's true. So anyway, VSS in the early game is dope. Love that as a hot drop gun. They come out with the win, and that's why you don't take on Hot Soup, because it's too powerful. Let's go back and look at the highlights from this game.
Should be able to get Rex back on his feet as well, too. So, circle highlights? Yeah, let's look at the circle. Yeah. Well, we didn't even get to even talk about it that much, but the hard shifts, again, like that is, I mean, it was a big story in PGS, and it's becoming a story here, at least in the group stage, but hard shifts, coming all the way down to the south, playing over our Minas Generalis, mortars on mortars. What can you even do? But you see what Crazy Raccoon had to go through, and hopefully you like these highlights, because I imagine we're about to see them again whenever we see the PO Man of the Match highlights.
That's a good point. PO's been playing great.
What year is it?
But I think, what year is it, right? And this is actually a good time to return to something that I think Blank was talking about with like the expectations for Crazy Raccoon and PO maybe not living up to what you expect from him. But I do think there's something to be said here, for they are a pub team, for in my opinion, from lack of a better description. Whoa, hold on. Type just got a triple? What's happening over here?
Oh, well, Petrichor Road apparently decided that they have done enough work here today. It was going to be down to 2 for them, but Heather's going to get traded out, and now, there you go, Type will find I-26, and it's down to just Chewy. Chewy, a dangerous man in his own right, but he will go down in the end. T1 will take down Petrichor Road, and that is actually huge news for the rest of the lobby, Toffees, because that means 54 left alive. That opens up a lot more space here.
It does open up a lot more space, though I don't think Petrichor will ever be unseated from the top 16. What that does do is that's great news for the mid-pack, right? Because it stops the guys who have been soaking up so many gosh darn points, and now makes it kind of a free-for-all for everyone trying to set themselves up to survive this point grab. So as we watch the rotation from Larix, I want to go back real quick to the Crazy Raccoon thing. Yes. As far as I'm concerned, every region has a pub team. They have a team of guys who just love to play, and they come out for the tournaments, and they play their heads off, and they try to make it to a championship. Crazy Raccoons just keeps making it, and then they play here as if they're still playing there, and they pull it off, and they get chicken dinners. And to me, that speaks volumes to how good these guys actually are, that they're just coming in and wilding out and still getting chickens in one of the hardest lobbies in the world.
Actually, look at that. We get to see different highlights. Wemwa, got our man of the match. I forgot him of the Powerball.
What was that thing that Ken used to do? Hasadukin?
Hadouken?
Yeah, but he would do that as the animation. That's how he started.
Yeah, there you go. Well, good to see a man of the match that wasn't part of the winning team for once here. Wemwa fragging out for the boys here on 17. 5 kills does go down in the end, but 17, not a bad start here. 17 with 17 points overall, and still have plenty games left to put themselves into that top spot, and they're already in 10th, so looking good.
Already there. Now, I will say that something that you got to remember is that we are going to shift over to the return of Group A after this. A group that's really strong, but has also been sitting cold for, I think, 5 hours now, probably?
It's been a minute.
Yep. Yeah. So they are going to come back in a really tough position if they had to wake up first and they have to go to bed last. And that can be difficult. So I think that this team's right now, they need to set themselves on a good pace, but C is actually in a pretty good spot. Even if we get to that transition and our C teams are struggling, I think they have an advantage in those first 2 games of the next set.
Well, keeping eyes up north, Crazy Raccoon and Gen G actually running right into each other on this bridge. And, well, we've already seen what Crazy Raccoon is capable of, and they will continue to hunt down Gen G, but that is a team that will fight back. D going to go down, Soul going to go down. So Crazy Raccoon finding 2 right off the bat. Another one will arrive and get taken low, but will escape for now along the river. Oh, no. Oh, BRDM. Okay, you're fine. Unless there's a Panzerfaust. Is there a Panzer Faust?
Panzer Faust. The age-old adage. You'll be fine unless they have a missile launcher.
Well, rest in peace. My salute. Got hit by a bazooka. Oh, nice shot there from Bean. Takes down Glass. So Crazy Raccoon, they got a couple of free points off of this. Could have left, but they're sticking it out, sticking around. Seeing if they can clean up a little bit more. Bean playing around this rock. Salute still just being a distraction. Gonna go try to run over that one knock. See if we can get the flush. Nice knock again from Bean on a PO. Bean on working, and now Salute will flush out Glass and Crazy Raccoon. They wanted this fight, Toffees, and it is down to just Onyx and Gyon.
Right? You were like, they could have left. I'm like, no, they can't. They're Crazy Raccoons. They're not allowed to. They have to make these fights happen. So they do seem to want to come back around. He's swinging wide. Onyx is like, all right, I guess I'll stick this one out as Bean continues to just fight like a demon. 4 kills already, and he's going head-to-head with Gyon.
And Crazy Raccoon, I mean, at this point, I think they realize, like, we just need a couple of more points to feel comfortable and we'll be happy. Gyon will take another one as they will find Bean, and now Salute and his BRDM are the last remaining members of Gen G. We'll see if he can survive a little bit longer with that big old boy, that cockroach driving around.
Korea has a rent-free that qualifies for internationals. That's wild. Salute here has to be like, why are they doing this? As he comes in with the BRDM and says, all right, if you guys are going to commit, I guess I am too. Maybe hoping to grab a blue and then move on. Gets a grenade, puts it up on top of the rock. He's forcing another 1v1. Nice push over the BRDM. Jumps right back in and says, all right, I'm going to try to run you over. Jumps out, goes for the spray, gets it. Back to the top of the rock. He knows they're going to push. Shot. Doesn't go for the flush and instead preps the ambush. Yeah. That's Salute, baby.
Salute, and now should be able to get, might be able to get those blue chips back. We'll see if Gen G gets everybody back, but it is pretty late in the game to try to be going for that. As C2 has popped Toffees, and that is about 50% unplayable. This is absolutely diabolical as far as circles are concerned.
What? You're right. Holy cow, I just saw the east side of that circle. The Falcons playing a hard line, and it's actually center circle. That is crazy, as these teams just do not have anywhere to go. It's going to get wild. Poro is at every transition alley is camped.
The only thing that these teams have going for them is the fact that the beginning of this game was so bloody and so violent that we have dropped down to just 48 players remaining. So that's going to clear up a lot more real estate for these guys to play along. But the problem is there's just not that much real estate left. And you can see the E-pickups are coming in, and Akuma's going to get immediately taken down by HSM. Shen will take the spray down. Falcons taking shots at him as well, as 17 in a world of hurt.
Oh my goodness, everyone's in a world of hurt as there's just nowhere to go. Larry's gonna go ahead and scout and finds himself mostly available here as Baron tries to jump to the outside to get a move, but he doesn't have the backup he needs, and he's gonna get shot down.
Oh, that's immediate knock there for Baron. The rest of Myth in a little bit of a split position, so they can't really provide some support. Falcon's actually going to find Opons. As you mentioned before, they're playing right along the edge, and that is putting them in great position to kind of third party any of these fights that are happening off in the distance as these E-pickups start coming through.
Demassy going to try to put a hold up against anyone's legend. Anyone's legend been quiet so far as they come up over the top of this hill. Massey just playing defense. I think it's time to zip away in that car, maybe. But again, like this, the problem is there's nowhere to go. All of these teams are hitting contention, and they're saying, I can't do anything else. I got to fight for this spot. Take a hold and hope for the best.
Oh, Kakwong. A few shots over towards anyone's legend. Try to spook them away, but it's not working. It's actually just attracting more attention as anyone's legend will try to crash onto his rock, and he will go down in the end to Himas, but the rest of Third on 5 has arrived. Ranger X will pull up and immediately gets traded down by Himas. Solonzi will hold on to the line for as long as he can, but Fluke and Damasty will breeze on by and get that knock, and they're going to stick around and see if they can get some points off of this, Toffees.
Keep on coming around. It was a good drive by Kuki, one from Fluky. As he manages to get the hit, he turns back the car and sees he wants to make a fight. Fluky comes in with that grenade, tosses up over the top of the rock again, but he gets knocked down. Fluky saw it coming, and now the last player pushing.
He He went sideways in the vehicle, and he's gonna go down in the end as anyone's legend gets taken out in 13th place. Third on 5, down to 2 players. And again, of course, Myth has an angle on this as well. So we are in phase 2, Toppies, with 41 players left alive. What? That is absolutely insane.
It's maybe one of our fastest games of all time in theory, and now T5 is going to not only get that, they get their 3rd player up, I believe. That puts them in a really good spot with 17 points going into this match. They need to put some more points here on the board. All right, here's that replay. T1's fight up here on the top of the hill.
It's just been bananas bonkers this whole game. It is not often that we see early games get this violent. I'll tell you, like, this is more of an Erangel thing. Like, these guys are absolutely fragging out early and often as we see T1 with 4 kills.
The issue with this circle is it convinces everyone that this is not the game for them to win. And so you see a bunch of really aggressive throw-ins, attacks, crashes, because you're like, well, I'm not going to get cryo, right? But you don't see this normally till phase 4 or 5 when you have recovery games or kill point games. This is happening way earlier because so much is unplayable and so much is probably not going to be in the next 2 shifts. So teams like the Falcons and EA, who got to a good spot, are going to be able to just sit there. And I think we're going to see everyone suffer out and then this become a very, how do I say, tedious mid-late game. Because everyone's going to sort of establish their spots and just sort of wait it out.
There you go. The boys are back in town. Gen G, after the salutes phenomenal solo performance, will get their men back, and we'll have a little bit of time to loot up on the eastern side of Ouyang, but they've got to get a move on because the blue is encroaching. They've got T1 just off to the north and a couple of players from Full Sense, or at least one player in Full Sense that's on the edge of the city, so Belmoth needs to be careful.
It's an ambush, and that is a symptom of the circle. They're like, let's get some points. Set up an ambush for these guys. And Flash gets Fluky.
There he is. Okay. Well, Fluky gets taken down, and that's actually going to call Belmoth, so that's going to open up a little bit of a path here for Gen G to leave the city once they finish their looting up. But Full Sense immediately crashing upon the mountaintop here after getting that knock on a 3rd on 5. But Myth is on the clock as well. A lot of teams, players playing on this high ground over here on the very southern tip of this zone. Damasty has managed to send it in for now. We'll see if Ranger X can join him.
Raining hits his own man. Unfortunate as T1 tries to find their way into the circle as well. Everyone blocked out without a lot of options. He will have plenty of time to get the reses. They can climb into the BRDM and try to make a late rotation here. On the other hand, the opposite of that is T5. They had a great fight earlier, but they have been nothing but harried since then.
Well, 5 kills for 3rd on 5, absolutely huge for them. I mean, they were kind of struggling. 2 new players on that roster is Heather. That's the silenced AK is just it's such a beautiful sound, isn't it?
It really is, though. It's not unless you're the one receiving the lead coming out the other side. But for everyone else, yes, a glorious, glorious sound as Heather gets himself a little extra loot refill. We jump back over to they also is that a BRDM as well? So if T1's got a decent push to the end game, if they can just lock up this spot for a second.
You got some work left to do for sure.
Oh, gross.
That circle going to go pretty much the only place it could go, given the border of the map there on that eastern side. So a number of teams off to the north, Twisted Minds and Supers and Falcons, all kind of looking at each other right now. Is Gen G going to lose a couple to Cerberus?
All 3 of them are going, which one of you is going to push down first? Because the rest of us are going to light you up when you do. So that, I think, is a standoff of the 3 absolute titans. And it's starting to go off already. Twisted Minds decides to make a move. Shimsy's watching. The Falcons are locked in. Soup versus Falcons versus Twisted Minds. I'd love to see this just be a good 3-way fight.
Oh, they're going to try to make a run for the coastline here. Falcons already looking. Gustav will take the spray down. They've got some cover to work with. So seat swapping, not going to be too much of a problem, but Super's able to get the speed going to avoid most of that shot, most of the shots there for Falcons. But now they'll turn their attention back over towards them now that they're in the zone.
Did you see? I think that was a pre-nade by Gustav in case they crashed his crater. Which was actually, I think, a really smart play if that was the case. But Soup was able to just drive on by, and I think that's really going to be a tough situation for the Falcons because they have to go north and come in behind Twisted Minds and take that fight instead.
And Twisted Mind's starting to regroup now as well. So you can see Perfectix an example already had angles onto this, but Falcons in a little bit of a pinch here. But it looks like they'll be able to get back to their vehicles, go rejoin TIG. They've got that ditch to use as cover for now. And we'll see if Twisted Minds ends up finding angles onto it or not. Meanwhile, Third on 5 still alive in the middle of the ditch, and well, being our last player left for Gen G.
That DNS rotation worked because we're playing third person. They were very smart. They knew Falcons would be using that T-peak up on the top. They went along the shoreline knowing it would require a replacement to take shots at them and somehow slide 4 players past in a thing that would never have worked before. So I think that was a really smart play by Supers to outsmart them. Now, Perfectix with the opening grenade on Tiggleton. That is bad news bears as Twisted Minds has the manpower.
It's not great, but this is also a very dangerous push for Twisted Minds to make. But you see Super sees that in the kill feed, and they're going to make a run. T1, meanwhile, is getting absolutely ripped apart by Cerberus. I believe they're down to just 1 player. And now Falcons try to repel invaders from all sides. Supers coming from the coast and Twisted Minds with the high ground. Both sides need to be careful, though, because of the terrain that Falcons have to work with. It's very, very, they got to be careful. Twisted Minds could also expose themselves to Supers.
I would say this problem is the Supers are like, you know what, this seems like a good fight for us. They come in from the back, and Falcons just going to get overwhelmed, I think, by explosive ordnance here. I don't know how you hold this spot, to be honest, against 2 teams that dislike you.
Yeah, well, fortunately for them, it looks like Supers is going to go ahead and pull away. Didn't see enough knocks in the kill feed, and the circle's going to pull away as well. So we'll see how long they can hold out against Twisted Minds, and how long Twisted Minds is going to want to sit around and trying to dig them out. Twisted Minds would love to be able to hold on to the utility if they can for the late game, but this is just looking too juicy right now. If they can get that first knock, that would change things immediately. Perfectix, I think he might have spotted out Shrimsy.
He can't. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, they spotted him. They spotted him real good. He's down. He's dusted. Shrimsy out. Now it's just Gustav and Kickstart trying to hold the line against some hungry boys as Twisted Minds pushes forward. The only grace they have is that maybe Supers can keep Twisted back a second, but I don't think that's going to do anything as Lou has apparently every grenade in the game, Poro.
Yeah, and Supers is not. I mean, they left Deal to kind of look over here, and that's about it. So Twisted Minds is kind of free to just work along that cliffside. You saw a couple of shots coming in from Deal. We'll pull them back down, but they know they've got Kickstart down to 1 player. So Falcons in a little bit of trouble here.
I mean, honestly, I think once Supers got under them on that rotation, they were just kind of cooked.
Oh, no, Lou.
What? What happened? What happened?
Got picked out by HSM. Awesome. 4 a.m. came over here, and now they have found a way to backstab Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds took a long time over here on this cliffside. Now the blue zone has arrived, and Kickstart is going to come up. He's going to find Batulins. Shen's going to take down Perfectix, and Twisted Minds is down to example just like that.
That is wild, and I don't even know if he can come here for these reses. So he's in that spot. He's got to heal himself back up and try to make a move. Batulin crawling nearby, and I think Kick might walk away with those 2 kills. What a play by Kickstart.
That is absolutely massive. He got at least one of them, so that's going to put Falcons up to 30 points overall. Good enough for 6th place, and you would think, given history, should be able to put them into the winner's bracket. An example now stuck out in the blue, has to just sit around and heal while Supers will make a crash onto E-Arena, and E-Arena holding the line.
E-Arena has locked down this spot after assault, and they continue to do so. Rex trying to make a move here, flash through the grate, but everyone is still up, and E-Arena is not interested in letting them get in here, as I think all they have is flashes.
Might be it, yeah. Looks like utility coming at a premium. Oh, there you go, Lyrics. Just go ahead and make the Panzer fouls. The Supers will go down in the end. E-Arena holds the line. 4 kills for them. And it looked like Myth was kind of looking over in this area, but it might have just been to third party. Example just burning his way through. He's only got 8 first aids left. We'll see how much longer he can stay alive.
Circle getting ready to close. We zoom in on that. You can see Full Sense putting a little bit of work, getting a knock on T1, who's been sort of struggling to find their place in the circle. The circle slides again. T5 is able to hunker down, but it's not a great spot. Full Sense will be able to play the high ground eventually. Jacob and Myth are going to tuck into 1 building, and I don't know what EA does.
Yeah, this is going to be some interesting decision making here from Arena, while Zest will go down to the exploding vehicle. It's going to be E-End that takes him out in death. T1 will collect another point unless Zest is able to be revived, but 4 a.m. now hunting around on that northern side. They've got to find their way in the circle, and they know that Cerberus is injured.
Little spray by Cerberus, and to say, leave me alone, please. I have no interest in you coming here. 17 looks like they've got a good spot. They hold, right? 4 a.m., I think you got to flood Cerberus and then take their compound. That's the only option here.
Yeah, 17 and Full Sense really, you feel like have some pretty good spots. Full Sense already 5 kills for themselves. Cerberus looks like Zest will get flushed out in the end. It's going to be Flash that does it. But they're holding a little bit of hard cover, while 4 a.m. looks like they may have found a little bit of a ridge line to play, maybe a little bit of hard cover here in these grow houses. They can play along and just avoid Full Sense really is the biggest problem for them.
He saw him through the bushes. Saw a little bit of a leg back there. Took the shot. Gets the knock. Belmont down. Spaceman making some moves. And Full Sense, I got shooting us from everywhere, man.
This has been a glow up for Full Sense. I mean, we talked about it. It was a slow start for them for 2026, but they really found their footing over in the tie series, the finals. They managed to take first place, and in 30 games were damn near 100 points clear of second. Like, they absolutely farmed in that lobby, and it looks like they've brought that momentum with them here into PGS. So far, so good for the defending PGC champions.
Spaceman. Oh, grenades coming out like crazy as Myth decides to create a red zone all around E-Arena, pushing Jacob very far forward to try to get this advantage. So far, all they've done is given E-Arena more cover, though.
Yeah, they have the happy feet. A lot of room to work around with here as 4 a.m. We'll go to the mortars, see if they can cause problems here for Full Sense. Open up a little bit of room for themselves to play with as they're going to hop in their vehicles and chase the mortars immediately. They get the flush on the Belmont. We'll see if they get on the Flash. No, Flash will dance around. Will survive for now as Tigger gets the knock on the window. Nice shots from him, doing some overwatch from the top of the hill.
17 in the E-Arena can just sit back and watch the chaos unfold as Tigger gets a nice on-the-run 4 a.m. hit here. 6 kills for Full Sense, defending world champions, looking significantly better the longer the day goes on.
Absolutely. And Tigger hitting every single shot, it seems like, is now 4 a.m. in a little bit of trouble. Gonna try to get over to Spaceman, see if they can get him back on his feet. Oh, HSM sticks it just in time, but Flash is there with the grenade, and HSM doesn't hear it in time. Perfectly cooked from Flash. And now it is down to just Shen for 4 a.m.
They tried to mortar him. Now they have to suffer. Shen goes up as high as he can. Meanwhile, Tigger's taking some shots at Myth, trying to lock them into a tough spot as they try to move into the next circle position, which has left their compound. Full Sense.
Full Sense. They do have a lot of cover. A lot of the ditches, a lot of the terrain is destroyed around their area. Shen probably in the toughest spot right now is Tanbin actually looking over in that direction as well for Cerberus. So it's going to be really difficult for him to get inside this. Oh my God, Kiss. Goodness gracious, Tigger gets absolutely picked out, and then Tanbin will go down to a nice grenade from Shen as he will stay alive for a little bit longer, try to get a couple more points here for 4 a.m.
Stan trying to get some points for Cerberus at the same time. Does a little bit of a nice push forward here. E-Arena also trying to get into the circle, but Myth has been watching and waiting for this push. Jacob inside of the hole, getting ready to climb the ladder and take him out. He's waiting, he's wishing, he can hear him closing. I don't think they know he's that close, though.
And that's impossible for them to see. Look at the terrain that he's dug into. It's just on the side of this hill. E-Arena has no idea. Doesn't even need Jacob just yet because Scappy's going to spot out Nurans through the smoke, get that first knock. And now Lyrics and Pathampong will try to work their way up to the top of the hill, see if they can get in throwable range. They're more concerned about the rock. As you said, they do not know that Jacob is there, and he'll take advantage. Gets the knock on a Lyric. E-Arena gets eliminated.
Absolutely beautiful. They prepped up all 3 grenades to toss at the same time, so there was not even a locatable source for where the hidey hole is. That didn't matter, though. They got him eliminated, and now Myth can spread out and try to prepare for what might end up being a full sense backstab as they counter-rotate to the south.
Myth trying to take that high ground. See if they can get angles on anything here. 3rd on 5 is just dug in like a tick, man. There's just no way for anybody to find an angle onto them. And for what was a blind send to just any port. 3rd on 5 coming in nice. Here's the grenades will rain down. They're going to get the deployable cover will take it down, but there you go. Stan will get taken down in the end by Xiaowu. So 17 starting to come alive here in the late game. 3 kills for them, and they've got all 4 players left alive.
Yeah, I mean, they've waited it out. This is what 17 does best. Catch some circles, be in a good spot, know how to hold until the end game, and then make your push. So they're sitting pretty good with 4 players left alive. Everyone else is limping because, yes, Myth has 3, but they're outside the circle, and they have to deal with both Full Sense and T5 on whatever push they make. 17's not moving. They're going to wait this one out. They got the circle. They got boxes behind them. They got holes in front of them. They're in a great spot, and if they don't win this, I would be shocked and call it a throw.
Absolutely. As well they should take their time with this. They know that they've had great position. I mean, they were in a compound. They've had plenty of room to move into and rotate into, and no pressure really being placed upon them. So just save it for the late game. We'll see if they can collect a few more kills to go along with it, as Made in Thailand will find Thanadol and actually going to get stolen away by Ranger X. So another point picked up there by 3rd on 5. That's huge for them. 7 now total for the squad.
They got to be putting those points up there. They got to make that cutoff because we're shifting over to a new group in just a few minutes here.
Oh, that's a good
nice
raid.
nade bounce. Just barely. Demacy down to almost, 3 HP? Brutal.
Goodness gracious. I think it went off of the trunk. Just bounced off, and just the bounciest grenade of all time. Well, 17 still making their way through the fields, seeing what they can see, but there's just not a lot to be seen, as there's still a lot of utility left in the bag, a lot of smokes left to play, as Ranger X, oh, my man, you are on fire, and you are now dead. Kiss will find him, and we'll try to take this opportunity to maybe crash into that ditch, see if he can do the seed swap onto Demacy, but Demacy's ready. The rest of Myth will arrive. They'll take him down in the end.
They'll take them down, but that hurt them pretty badly as they come in. They're down to 1 player, and 17's going to send everything they got. You see him running across the mid-ground right now. Jacob frantically trying to get Scappy up, but Wenbo says, I'm hungry. I wants to eat, as they charge forward, smelling the chicken in the oven.
Oh, and he gets Scappy up just in time for him to go down, so that'll be another couple of points picked up by 17, and probably the easiest win that you will see today. 17 comes out on top with 6 kills.
17 does what 17 does, as they catch the circle, wait for the game that has the win condition that is best for them, and James, they execute at the end, as they always do.
Yeah, in those final moments, you're right. I think it felt absolutely like it should have been 17 getting themselves that win. And indeed they do, for sure. That is them being able to secure themselves a very strong purchase on what is going to be the first 3 games that they've been able to play out here in the group stage, as we bring Blank back on in as well here. What do you make of 17 so far, Blank, from this one?
I mean, it's just been steady going for him, hasn't it, really? I mean, that game, I think they could have ended a lot earlier, but I think at this point, with where you are in the standings, with where things ended up in PGS 1, you just want to secure the chicken dinner and those 10 points. I think that they should be safe. They're kind of on the cusp, similarly to Falcons.
Doing all right for themselves indeed, as we take a look back at how all of this game went down, as well as the winners of 17 Gaming being able to do this one. I think when it kind of comes to slow rolling that as well, Poro, as we take a look back, it's understandable, right? You know that there's going to be some maybe solos around you, like the Cerberus solo, right? You don't want to be taking too many crazy moves too soon.
Oh, no, absolutely. And take into consideration how the rest of the game started and played out, right? Like, it was violence from the word go. And 17, they're like, we've got a compound. We're in circle. We're not getting involved in these crazy early game fights. So let's just sit around and keep all 4 up and see what's left for us here at the end.
Yeah, as we take a look, as you say, at the craziness that went down. And Toffees, I think you phrased it perfectly in the game of that circle convinced teams that the win was unreachable. That's a really good way of phrasing it, because it really did look that way, especially on the West.
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen that happen. You play a pub game and you see a circle pop and you're like, huh, all right, guys, guess we're going to the next one. And I think that they were right to do that, because we saw those tenable end game locations were locked up very quickly. And if they weren't, you had to commit so many resources to getting it, but you're essentially limping into the end game, right? That's what we saw happen to E-Arena, is they had to just drop resources over and over on defense. And that's just the nature of a vicious circle. And it is the hardest in this scenario, James, because you only get 6 games, 3 in each grouping. One off-run circle can just throw your entire opening day into chaos.
Yeah, and let's talk about that here, because as we look at this final game for especially some teams on that very, very much danger zone, Blank, it does feel like for E-Arena and Cerberus, they are certainly going to survive. Well, there's no way to survive what's going to be happening in the next 3 games when they're not playing.
Yeah, I mean, for E-Arena, they gave it a good shot today, right? But it was quite a frustrating day for E-Arena, I bet, where they get themselves quite close to a lot of these ending circles and then just end up flatlining at that point. So yeah, I think for Cerberus, it's a little less. I have a little less to say about them because they just really haven't been on my radar at all. Been going down fairly frequently on the edge. I think E-Arena, although it's quite clear that there's something going wrong inside the roster, there is some good movements in that team. But yeah, they're just not up to scratch yet to get through that winner stage. And I do think that, like you say, both them and Cerberus, I don't think they're making it through.
Yeah, one of the teams, obviously, as well, that was in the danger zone with Therathon 5, and it's 23 points for them. I feel like that's also kind of danger zone, to be honest, Poro.
It's not great. It's not great. I think once you get 6 games done, I think everybody was kind of hoping, like, you have eyes on that 30-point threshold, right? Like, that's probably what we're going to need to get there. So anybody who's below that, if you're in Group E, you're just going to be sweating it out watching these last 3 games.
Yeah. Do you recall the cutoff from last PGS1, Blank? I can't.
27, I think.
27 points. Okay, right. Yeah, so 23 oftentimes is not going to be able to sit you in good stead here for this kind of format as we take a look. And it's wall-to-wall Jacob. Again, the man that steals our makeup artists because he wants to look pretty every time he plays the game, Toffees. What a gamer.
Hey, look good, feel good, play good. I stand, Jacob knows that better than anyone. As we get to look at 17, who came out in the lead, you can see Akuma's picture sort of put in there at the last minute. And he's just a coach. He has to fill in for one of the best players in the world, and that is a very tall order. So to be completely honest, if it is in fact a sickness on 17 that has required the coach to play, the fact that they got a chicken dinner today is actually really, really impressive because they're not playing with that optimal lineup.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a kind of very important for them to just get even just a little bit on the board. If you're going to have to make a sub, I guess technically if you feel confident about the idea that you're going to get top 16, it might be the best time to do it, to get even just a little bit of experience extra on like an X circle, for example, for CTG. But even them, Poro, I think that they look in the dumps, right? They're in the mines right now. We need more from CTG.
I don't know how much you're going to get, to be honest. Like I think that you're getting pretty much what you're going to get out of that squad. I think the bigger surprise, honestly, is anyone's legend. Like they're absolutely in the bin right now, and that's a huge name team with a couple of huge name players on it, and they just haven't found anything so far. But again, it's only 3 games in, so they've got 3 games to kind of turn things around. But you would expect more than 5 points out of 3 games from anyone's legend, to be honest.
A few more games to go. Admittedly, a few more games to go that is required as well, Mr. Blank, for EMEA teams who, aside from S2G, all of our EMEA teams having a bit of a rough time so far. So when we come back from that break, they're going to need to be on all cylinders as well.
Yeah, I think so. It's sort of a surprising one, really, isn't it, for all those squads? I think for Twisted Minds, they have had... Toffees is not a surprise. Not a surprise at all. But I do think that Twisted Minds, I think that's the fair one. That's the fair one to me, where we actually, during PEC, they had multiple times where they were moving into the circle and getting backstabbed all the time. Virtus Pro and Na'Vi, though, I didn't expect either of these teams to be there on the leaderboards. I thought they would be higher.
Go on, Toffees, go on.
I mean, okay, so I'm okay with Twisted Minds. 15 points. They're on their track to 30. They'll probably be fine, right? Team Vitality got 2nd place in your region. Like, this is a team that 8 points. I mean, I'm embarrassed by Furia, but they were not our 2nd best team coming in here, right? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what's shocking to me is Vitality is letting all of us down. And Na'Vi, yes, 11 from Na'Vi is crazy, but your top 2 teams, the Domination Nation from EMEA, seems like maybe that recipe is not translating to international play. And as someone from the Americas who has watched this over and 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 over again from our region, it's nice to see you suffering. That's all.
Well, I mean, look, let's be honest. Team Vitality, they're a spiky team, man. They're a spiky team. I actually, for Vitality, this is kind of where I expect them to be. I expect them to be up in like 3rd place or down the dumps, and I think that's fine.
3 games.
Yes, true.
3 games.
There's only 6 though. There's only 6, so 3 is 50%.
He's got the old lasso, dude. He's pulling us all back in.
All I'm saying is maybe don't pull the shovel out and start pouring dirt on the graves.
It's
of
half
Virtus
your
Pro and
games,
Navi.
Poro. It's half
we're
your
not.
games. The
We've just
format
prepped
is
it,
6.
that's all.
Get better. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we just prepped the grave. That's all it is. It's prepped. It's ready to go. All right, we're not. The soil's not gone in yet.
EMEA, slow starters. EMEA, it's a culture shock. They're not used to the food. There's jet lag. There's
mad coke going on right now.
Mum died, cat died. I don't know where you're going.
Goldfish on fire.
Yeah. Gentlemen, so we know that there are a few names that definitely will be going to survival, all things considered. Before we actually do go to this break, Toffees, who are your eyes on when we come back from the break to be able to bump up or kind of continue on performing?
I mean, it's the teams that I just mentioned are my eyes because I expect them to bump up, right? I expect Twisted Minds to go off in the next one. They're warmed up now, right? They came in cold. It has only 3 games of cold. That's fair. And I expect to see specifically Team Vitality and Na'Vi. Like, I think both of them, you're right, they're streaky, but they're both really good teams. Like, both of them should pop off in at least one of the next couple of games here. So that's where my eyes are, is the EMEA redemption cycle. As much as I like to make fun of you guys, I expect them to blow up and pop off here.
Well, yeah, I mean, if the script is to be believed, we're not going to win the first one, but we'll win the second and third one out of the circuit. No doubt. So, you guys... yeah, no. You guys can have this one. Poro, what do you think about Falcons or Team Liquid winning this one?
I don't want our one to have to be in group stages, man. Like, why is it always that way? Like, we're out here like
prep the podium.
We're out here like holding the hand up after draining the 3 on group stage performance. Like, what are we doing? But no, like it is awesome to see for once, like the Americas team actually coming in day 1 and actually like delivering and performing the way we expected them to. So Falcons obviously look good so far through 6 games. I think they're good for winners. Team Liquid, bless up, baby. They actually with real Unk energy coming in, and they've got 3 more games to kind of really. I'm interested to see how high they go, them and Full Sense, with 3 games remaining, because the more that those teams that have already found success in their first 3 games find success in the last 3, that's going to make that cut line a little bit lower, and it's going to make things a little bit more interesting. Remember, there was a 3-way tie at 27 points, the cut line in PGS 1, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. It's going to be going all the way to the final game.
I mean, yeah, we sang the praises of Team Liquid in that first 3 games, but as you say, Full Sense fully also deserves a bit of praise as well, right? Our current world champions, Blank, they just got 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, and for me, of course, when you're going up against people getting the actual win themselves, you kind of fly under the radar a little bit, but that's some great points for our defending world champions. So awesome stuff by Full Sense so far.
Absolutely. I mean, for a team that is often referred to as the technical world champion, I think that they're really showing up right now. I am actually very impressed. So good for them.
Yeah, that is sometimes what we might talk about.
Came in hot,
all
man.
Right.
I like
Welcome to the team.
Yeah. All right, we are going to go to a break, and once again, ladies and gents out there, it is going to be an elongated, longer break whilst we wait for all of these teams to get set up, as we're going to have A going up against C. So once again, if you got a time to get some food, read half a book, or get some games in yourself, we'll see you in just a bit here for more PGS4. See you soon for more PUBG.
Dungeon Crawler Carl, go do it.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
we're like super confident. We have 4-time PGS winners, so I guess that's enough.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Batulins of Twisted Minds. Yeah, and Tiggleton picked you, and he left you a question.
How does he just stay so cool, calm, and collected all the time, and he's never angry or anything?
So nice of him to ask me this question.
Yeah?
I would say it's a huge experience.
Oh, huge experience.
Yeah, many years of being professional player, so I'm kind of experienced.
And since it's a new circuit, do you feel more pressure this time?
No, I feel less pressure.
Oh, why? Why less pressure?
This time we are playing with a full roster. We're like super confident. We have 4-time PGS winners, so I guess that's enough.
Have you learned any Korean phrases? Please say one for us.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
감사합니다.
What's your favorite Korean food?
It's Korean barbecue, bibimbap, kimchi soup.
Oh, kimchi soup?
Yeah.
If you could pass a baton to another player, who would it be and what would you ask for them?
It will definitely be Hakatori. Why you are so good, Hakatori?
Oh, why he's so good. Thanks for the quick chat, and we'll keep the relay going.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Batulins of Twisted Minds. Yeah, and Tiggleton picked you, and he left you a question.
How does he just stay so cool, calm, and collected all the time, and he's never angry or anything?
So nice of him to ask me this question.
Yeah?
I would say it's a huge experience.
Oh, huge experience.
Yeah, many years of being professional player, so I'm kind of experienced.
And since it's a new circuit, do you feel more pressure this time?
No, I feel less pressure.
Oh, why? Why less pressure?
This time we are playing with a full roster. We are like super confident. We have 4-time PGS winners, so I guess that's enough.
Have you learned any Korean phrases? Please say one for us.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
감사합니다.
What's your favorite Korean food?
It's Korean barbecue, bibimbap, kimchi soup.
Oh, kimchi soup?
Yeah.
If you could pass a baton to another player, who would it be and what would you ask for them?
It will definitely be Hakatori. Why you are so good, Hakatori?
Oh, why he's so good. Thanks for the quick chat, and we'll keep the relay going.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things. Okay. So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators. A new way to finish off your foes. And a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We all chased that one.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators. A new way to finish off your foes. And a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
As Hackatory will get that knock on Shell. And with the final bullet in the chamber.
Мій ігровий нікнейм Хакаторі. Справді мене ще з дитинства вдохновляла кіберспорт. Брат показав шутери. З того часу мені подобається стрілятися. І от коли з'явився режим королевської битви, я от зайшов, мені дуже сподобалося. Те, що я став кіберспортсменом, це дуже змінило моє життя. Я навіть не знаю, яким я став би. Так, я займаюся тим, що мені подобається, і я дуже щасливий. Моя найперша спогадка про PUBG. Напевно, мій перший топ-1. Я пам'ятаю, як зараз. Це було на Мірамарі в 2018 році. І так, це найяскравіша емоція. Я пам'ятаю, що я хотів досягнути топового рівня. І потім це переросло в більш професійний рівень. Найбільша емоція, мабуть, з PUBG Global Series 10 у цьому році. Це коли я вбив 1 з 4 17-х. Це найбільша емоція була.
Getting on Navi, but Hackatory aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peak shot. Really nice stuff from Hackatory.
У мене дуже багато знайомих, які мене підтримують, сім'я підтримує, і після цього моменту вони всі писали «красава», «молодець». Минулий рік ми дуже грали добре міні-турніри в ТПП, і зараз наступний сезон переходить у ТПП уже основні турніри. Останні зміни, які були, насправді ніяк не вплинули на мій плейстайл. Напевно, що я нікого не буду крисити, завжди буду пушити. Дуже приємно, що фанати слідкують, і я б сказав, що мене мотивує показувати добру гру, бути в топі по статистиці. В майбутньому я б хотів би стати найтитулованішим гравцем у PUBG. На наступний сезон у нас більша ціль звикнути до TPP, і це все. Ми будемо показувати максимальний результат, і нові зміни – це лише краще. Слідкуйте, вболівайте. У 2026 році я хочу виграти PGC. Неважливо, які будуть зміни. Я стану переможцем, це стане моїм роком.
Finds the dirtiest of angles. But he's got more. He looks for the final. He's got him. 7-7.
大家好，我是17战队的77。最初玩这个游戏印象最深刻的时候，就是当时这个游戏刚出来的时候吧，就是很火，然后家里的电脑玩不了，然后就只能去网吧里面 去偷偷的玩，然后当时就印象很深刻吧，总是偷偷跑到网吧去玩这款游戏。对，当时这个游戏刚出来的时候，大家就想去尝试着玩一下嘛，所有人玩了之后就全部都爱上了这款游戏。没有一瞬间吧，就是每天都想着什么时候能玩这款游戏，每天都想到这款游戏，就没有印象很深的一瞬间。一开始玩这款游戏的时候，就是抱着娱乐的心态嘛，然后发现自己总是单人吃鸡，然后打出来的压枪很厉害嘛，然后就觉得自己好像有一点天赋。当时想走职业这条路的时候，可能周围的人都不是很理解吧，然后不是很支持，然后我就想一点一点证明给他们看嘛，然后就去尝试了，就去试训了，然后慢慢的就证明给他们看我是能够走职业这条路的。我打职业以来最难忘的一个瞬间应该是2024年 PCL 秋季赛吧，当时在天霸战队夺得了联赛冠军，就是自己很开心吧，因为是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，就很多大小的比赛我参加过很多，我也打了很多年了，但是那是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，所以印象深刻，也有压力也有动力吧。保持自信的根源就是我觉得我对自己有自信，因为我觉得自己有实力能够来到17战队，并且17战队也愿意信任我，所以我还是有自信的。从 FPP 转换到 TPP 的话，我个人的话那应该是就是多练习嘛，多练习，然后多习惯 TPP 视角嘛，因为毕竟 FPP 跟 TPP 在我看来是两种游戏，所以肯定是要多练习的，绝对不会改变的东西。这款游戏就是职业比赛上面从 FPP 变成 TPP 了，但是我觉得我不会改变的是这个游戏是一个团队游戏，我应该就是我打法应该是不会改变的，就是要比较团队一点，因为我觉得这个游戏是团队游戏嘛，然后只有通过团队协作才能够赢下比赛。谢谢粉丝一直以来对我对17战队的支持，就是让我们一起期待明年的赛事和明年的17战队，我相信明年的17一定能够重回巅峰。 Tên thật của mình là Lão Phước Tín Đạt, còn trong game của mình là Heist. PUBG em nghĩ em rất là xuất sắc. Nhờ game này mà em được biết đến khá là nhiều, cũng như là kiếm được tiền đó. Vô tình là em lướt trên mạng thì em thấy game này hay, thế là em chơi thử thôi. Có một anh rủ em chơi, thế là em theo tới bây giờ luôn. Thì tại em chưa giỏi game này nên là em sẽ giỏi game này đã em mới sẽ chơi game khác sau. Khi mình coi đây là một công việc vì mình vừa chơi game còn vừa tập luyện nữa nên là không mệt mỏi lắm. Mọi người hay gọi em là thế hệ mạng nhưng thực ra không phải đâu ạ. Mọi người đã học luyện tập theo em cho nên là chắc gọi em thế. Vì em chỉ một người bình thường thôi, em chỉ tập luyện chơi game hàng ngày thôi. Tại giải đấu Payday 3 thì em đi Thượng Hải mà cho nên là em nhuộm tóc kiểu cho vui thôi. Nhưng mà không ngờ thì tại giao đó thì em lại bắn bay cũng như là vô địch. Từ đó là mọi người cứ gọi em là con quỷ. Trong khi tóc em bạc nữa cho nên là quỷ đồng bạc. Nhắc tới tên của em thì em cảm thấy bên đối phương sẽ sợ hơn một xíu. Trận đấu sâu sắc nhất có lẽ là tại giải đấu Payday 3 năm 2024 vừa rồi. Em đã có một pha club newbie cũng như là Team Sonic, đội của em được vô vào chung kết. Thế là bọn em đã vô địch tại giải đó. Tại giải đấu đó là giải đấu đầu tiên mà Việt Nam vô địch. Thì sau đó là vào trong cánh gà thì ban tổ chức có thông báo là em được MVP. Thì lúc đó em rất là bỡ ngỡ, kiểu không hiểu sao mà được. Em thấy rất là vui cũng như là tự hào. Sau chức vô địch đó thì mọi người cũng nhắn tin chúc mừng, cũng như ba mẹ em trên mạng xã hội thì cũng mọi người đã chúc mừng em rất nhiều. Em không nghĩ là bọn em có thể làm được như thế. Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ mình tại giải đấu BNC 2025. Đây là giải đấu mà team Việt Nam thành công nhất từ trước tới giờ. Chúc này là dành cho các bạn. Trải qua năm 2025 vừa rồi, mình nghĩ là có lẽ mình nói nhiều hơn. Trước năm đó thì mình chỉ tập trung mình bắn thôi. Còn năm nay thì mình đã tiến bộ như là mình nói, mình con tim nhiều hơn. Về vấn đề chơi game thi đấu thì em nghĩ là như thế không phù hợp. Bình thường em chỉ tập trung em bắn thôi thì em sẽ phát huy nhiều hơn. Còn mà em vừa nói vừa bắn thì em sẽ yếu hơn phần đó. Trước khi mà em quyết định em nói nhiều hơn á, thì em cũng nghĩ là nếu như mình nói nhiều hơn mình sẽ bắn được như trước thì sao. Thì em sẽ thử một lần. Nhưng mà sau khi lần thử tại năm nay thì em thấy không phù hợp lắm. Thì năm sau quyết định thì em trở lại năm 2024 hơn. Việc thay đổi lối chơi em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ tập trung combat nhiều hơn thay vì bọn em sẽ đi bo. Kiểu thế mạnh của bọn em tại khu vực A Bắc á, là FPV. Khi mà đổ qua TP thì hơi khó cho khu vực của bọn em. Nếu như mà cần thời gian thì khu vực bọn em sẽ mạnh lại như FPV thôi. Thì em sẽ đi học hỏi cái tuyển thủ của Hàn. Tại vì Hàn là chơi TP rất là giỏi. Thì em sẽ học hỏi họ và em sẽ thay đổi dần dần. Trong năm 2026 tới thì với tư cách là một tuyển thủ, mình sẽ cho các bạn thấy là mình sẽ nâng cấp thêm một lần nữa. Thì mình cảm thấy rất là tự tin, hào hứng á. Mình muốn thử xem là TP này sẽ như thế nào. Sang năm 2026, mình sẽ hoàn thành nốt bộ sưu tập MVP của mình. Mình sẽ vô địch BNC và BGC và sẽ biến năm đó thành năm của bọn mình.
Now it's just going to be seeing if they can step into the way. Theo on top finds one, Park Pro finds the other. Gold all by himself, up on top.
안녕하십니까. 저는 PO 차승훈입니다. 제가 펍지를 처음 접하게 된 계기는 2017년도에 친구 때문에 PC방에서 같이 진행을 했었고 치킨을 먹었던 게 너무 기억에 많이 남아서 지금까지 쭉 해오고 있는 것 같습니다. 제가 제대로 시작해봐야겠다라고 생각했던 시기는 막 나가다 보니까 그게 너무 재밌어가지고 프로팀을 들어가면은 대회를 임하기 편하겠다 싶어가지고 들어오게 된 것 같습니다. 합숙 생활이나 단체 생활을 별로 안 좋아했었는데 그냥 하다 보니까 그런 게 좋아진 것 같고 그러다 보니까 규칙적인 생활을 좀 하게 된 것 같아서 그런 게 제일 변한 것 같아요. 제가 제일 기억에 남았던 경기는 2019년도에 있었던 PKL 페이지 2에서 우승했던 경기가 제일 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 세계대회 우승했던 거를 꼽을 수도 있긴 하겠지만 처음 우승을 할 때 그 힘들게 노력했던 순간들이 다 기억이 났었어가지고.
자, 아직 한 발 더 간다. 잡았다.
변하려고 하는 모습은 사실 도전하는 거라 보니까 도전하는 모습이 좋은 것 같아요. 원래 제가 TPP를 하는 사람이라 그냥 뭐 TPP의 변화에 대해서는 그렇게 별로 크게 신경 쓰지 않고요. 변하지 않는다라는 건 잘 모르겠고 제가 원래 TPP를 주로 개인 방송에서 하기 때문에 뭐 그 부분에 있어서는 다른 선수들보다는 자신감이 더 넘치는 것 같습니다. 티글드 선수랑의 라이벌이라 하기에는 제가 지금은 많이 부족한 것 같고요. 티글드 선수가 조금 더 훨씬 더 저보다 연습도 많이 하고 실력이 더 좋기 때문에 라이벌이라고 생각하진 않습니다. 이제 뭐 승부욕이 넘쳤었을 때랑 다른 것보다는 지금은 제가 연습을 많이 못했기도 했고 실력적으로 많이 내려왔기 때문에 다시 올라가면은 또 대답이 달라질 것 같아요. 배틀그라운드라는 게임의 의미는 저를 180도 변하게 해준 게임이라고 생각합니다. 제 인생에서 펍지란 그냥 전부인 것 같아요. 저를 여기까지 만들어준 것도 펍지고 그렇기 때문에 좀 더 애정이 깊게 더 담겨있는 것 같습니다. 뭐 펍지 안 했으면 그냥 게임하면서 일하면서 그냥 평범하게 살았을 것 같아요. 팬분들에게는 사실 우승하는 모습을 보여드리고 싶고요. 그래도 3인칭이니만큼 저희가 또 3인칭을 잘하기 때문에 우승을 하고 싶지만 그래도 최선을 다하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 2026년에는 정말 열심히 할 거기 때문에 2026년 PGC에서는 한국팀의 선봉으로서 제가 우승으로 이끌고 가고 싶습니다.
Look at this postal with 5 kills, still alive after doing so much damage.
Hello, I'm Poça. My name is Francisco Poçamai dos Santos. I went to PUBG after playing other FPS games, so when I started playing, I saw that I could be a good player. There is a lot of dynamics because the game isn't always the same. Every match is different. Moment when I started playing, I was so nervous playing, and I feel so adrenaline when the game is almost ending and the safe zone is getting smaller. This is a feeling that only PUBG makes me feel. Usually I'm very calm. When things get loud, I usually take a breath, and this helps me a lot. In the beginning, I was just playing casually, so I started playing solo when the game was released. In 2020, I think, I started playing with competitive players and getting better. This choice changed everything in my life. I'm having the opportunity that a few people have in their lives. Right now I'm living the dream. I am traveling and playing, and this is very important for me. I will say the last regional, the PAS 5 last year, that was a good tournament for me individually.
Poça has been an absolute menace here so far in this game. 5 kills to his name.
So this year I have a new role in the team. I'm a support. I can see that I am always increasing and getting better and looking for evolution and be the best on this role. Now that the league is transitioning to TPP, I think that the casual players will have more interest to watch the competitive scene. I think we are confident, but we have to adapt to the meta. We are going to look to get better, so I have to think outside the box. For the fans, thank you for the support. I see you guys on 2026. I would like to reach a new level of achievements that I have never had. We will do our best. In 2026, I want to win both PNC and PGC, and I want to stand in the center of the victories. I want to face any changes and make 2026 my year.
Where do you win this? Tig sent the C4 in. Immediate peek and spray from Tig.
Hi, my name is James Gazen, aka Tiggleton. I think for the last 7 years, PUBG kind of has been my life. I moved away from my family. We travel a lot, play it every day with my teammates. I think you would be hard pressed to find a group of people that have spent more time together over the last 7 years than me and my teammates. The first time I ever played PUBG was expecting it to be very realistic, and in my very first match, this naked guy landed on a roof next to me, and I got a pistol, and I was like, he's dead. And he ran and jumped off the roof, and it fell 3 stories, landed on the ground, and kept running, and I was like, it's Superman. He just fell 3 stories off a building and his legs are fine, what? I ended up falling in love with it after that. For me, PUBG always gave me the most adrenaline. My very first couple games, I felt like I was gonna die in real life if I died in the game. At the very end of the game, I'd be shaking, my heart rate would be I guess I've just been chasing that feeling my entire career. I finished my high school and I got into a university course and I was pretty happy with where I was, but I didn't take a gap year and I felt like my whole life I'd just been kind of going with the flow. And then I got the opportunity to fly to California for this tournament called NPL Royale because I got picked up by an American team. And that was good fun, but I still wasn't taking it too seriously. But I met this guy there, Bizzle, and he basically said to me after watching me play a little bit, he was like, I'll get you a visa and you can come to the US. And I was like, really? So I just full sent it at 18. I went to the US. I took a gap year off university and then never ended up going back. Well, I want to start by saying that I think anyone can be a pro player. That's the beauty of it. For me, being a pro player is about discipline, practicing with a purpose. When you boot up the game, you kind of have to switch your mentality from being, okay, I'm here to have fun to how can I improve the best? And you need to be very mindful of the way that you're putting in the hours. The word change to me obviously brings a little bit of fear and a little bit of excitement because with changes, there's always a bit of uncertainty. No one likes uncertainty, but in a way, it kind of feels like an advantage because I know that I'm willing to adapt, and if someone else isn't, then I have an edge on them. One thing that's not going to change, I think for the most part, it'll be the positional play. Teams will still play for the good positions. If anything, it's going to become more important, and PUBG's always kind of been like that. It's all about teamwork, it's all about position. So I'm expecting that the good teams will still be good. To the fans watching in 2026, we love and appreciate every single one of you guys. It's really important to me that you guys feel happy. I don't think anything matters more than the fan sentiment. Obviously, there's some big changes on the horizon, but hopefully we can all just trust the process. It's people at Crafton, it's their job to think about what they can do to make our lives better. So just gonna trust them and see where it goes. I think that you guys will still enjoy watching. The esport was in TPP initially, and we saw a PGI 2018 that is still fun to watch. It might be a little goofy, there might be some chaotic moments, but I think it'll still be fun. It's still PUBG. In 2026 at PNC and PGC, I hope my team name will be called, and I hope my name will be called. Even when the battlefield changes, I want my wins and my hard work to speak for itself. I hope it'll be my year.
Example going absolutely huge right now. Some big kills. Can he find another?
Всем привет, меня зовут Артем, мой игровой никнейм Example. PUBG для меня занимает очень важную часть жизни. Без нее бы я не стал просто профессионалом. Мое первое воспоминание было это, когда я увидел стрим по этой игре, и для меня тогда был режим Battle Royale в новинку. Я ни разу такого не видел, и начал играть. Меня просто затянуло, и я проводил весь день в этой игре. На самом деле у меня не было какой-то конкретной цели. Я просто играл, знакомился с новыми людьми. Мне это нравилось. Ну и тогда познакомился с моим нынешним тиммейтом, Батулинс. Мы просто с ним списались. Го поиграем. Ну и так вышло, что пришел инвайт в команду. Самый запоминающийся момент в моей карьере был на турнире PGC 2022. Тогда был матч на Мирамаре. Мы раскинули стенку смоков. Это дало начальную точку камбэка, так скажем, в этом турнире, и в конце мы его уже выиграли.
Now it's just going to go ahead and start to roll out. People should hear that engine shot's going to start coming out from Twisted Minds. Going to try to roll into it. Some shots do come out. Spyro's going to go down, and whoa! Navi just runs right into this one. He is outside the blue, though. That's great. It's no problem, but wow! Twisted Minds gets eliminated. That was an insane push by Navi.
Я на самом деле не помню, каковы были тогда эмоции, потому что не придавал этому значения. Когда уже выиграли турнир, и ты потом осознаешь, что вот этот матч был один из важнейших. Ну, конечно же, изменения — это всегда к лучшему, потому что одно и то же просто надоедает, и нужны в любом случае какие-то изменения. Переходом игры с первого лица в третье, безусловно, в моем понимании, замедлит очень сильно игру, потому что, есть просмотр, грубо говоря, из-за стены. Несмотря на эти изменения, я все равно остаюсь уверенным в своей игре. Я буду просто продолжать играть, становиться сильнее, развиваться. После того, как мы проигрываем, я не особо тильтую, потому что это уже произошло, и я особо не могу что-то изменить, и поэтому, да, я к этому проще отношусь. Но бывают, да, и моменты, когда, если бы ты мог как-то повлиять на ситуацию уже случившуюся, то немножко тильт есть, но быстро проходит. Фанаты для меня много значат. Я постоянно вижу там хорошие сообщения на трансляциях и так далее. Всем спасибо, кто следит. В 2026 году я хочу выиграть PGC. Несмотря на все изменения, я смогу достичь этой цели.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion, PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day grand final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the grand final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the grand final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the grand final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the grand final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the grand final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous. All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The great American ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
As Hackatori will get that knock on Shell. And with the final bullet in the chamber.
Мій ігровий нікнейм Хакаторі. Справді, мене ще з дитинства вдохновляла кіберспорт. Брат показав шутери. З того часу мені подобається стрілятися. І от коли з'явився режим королевської битви, я от зайшов, мені дуже сподобалося. Те, що я став кіберспортсменом, це дуже змінило моє життя. Я навіть не знаю, яким я став би. Так, я займаюся тим, що мені подобається, і я дуже щасливий. Моя найперша спогадка про PUBG. Напевно, мій перший топ-1, я пам'ятаю, як зараз. Це було на Мірамарі в 2018 році. І так, це найяскравіша емоція. Я пам'ятаю, що я хотів досягнути топового рівня. І потім це переросло в більш професійний рівень. Найбільша емоція, мабуть, з PUBG Global Series 10 у цьому році. Це коли я вбив 1 з 4 17-х. Це найбільша емоція була.
Getting on Navi, but Hackatori aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peak shot. Really nice stuff from Hackatori.
У мене дуже багато знайомих, які мене підтримують, сім'я підтримує, і після цього моменту вони всі писали «красава», молодець. Минулий рік ми дуже грали добре міні-турніри в ТПП, і зараз наступний сезон переходить у ТПП уже основні турніри. Останні зміни, які були, насправді ніяк не вплинули на мій плейстайл. Напевно, що я нікого не буду крисити, завжди буду пушити. Дуже приємно, що фанати слідкують, і я б сказав, що мене мотивує показувати добру гру, бути в топі по статистиці. В майбутньому я б хотів би стати найтитулованішим гравцем у PUBG. На наступний сезон у нас більша ціль звикнути до TPP, і це все. Ми будемо показувати максимальний результат, і нові зміни – це лише краще. Слідкуйте, вболівайте. У 2026 році я хочу виграти PGC, неважливо, які будуть зміни. Якщо я стану переможцем, це стане моїм роком.
The dirtiest of angles. Body's got more. He looks for the ball. He's got him. 7-7.
大家好，我是17战队的77。最初玩这个游戏印象最深刻的时候，就是当时这个游戏刚出来的时候吧，就是很火，然后家里的电脑玩不了，然后就只能去网吧里面 去偷偷的玩，然后当时就印象很深刻吧，总是偷偷跑到网吧去玩这款游戏。对，当时这个游戏刚出来的时候，大家就想去尝试着玩一下嘛，所有人玩了之后就全部都爱上了这款游戏。没有一瞬间吧，就是每天都想着什么时候能玩这款游戏，每天都想着这款游戏，就没有印象很深的一瞬间。一开始玩这款游戏的时候，就是抱着娱乐的心态嘛，然后发现自己总是单人吃鸡，然后打出来的压枪很厉害嘛，然后就觉得自己好像有一点天赋。当时想走职业这条路的时候，可能周围的人都不是很理解吧，然后不是很支持，然后我就想一点一点证明给他们看嘛。
Day number 1 of PGS4, and let's get down to the nitty-gritty of it. There's 3 games remaining. It's going to be Group A versus Group C, and we have teams to talk about. Let's do it. If we've got Team Liquid to start things off, I'm going to come to you, Poro, because they already started off strong, and I'm hoping for a little bit more here from the Team Liquid boys.
I mean, they look fantastic starting things off. And again, obviously it's 3 games, right? You can't tell the whole story about a team from 3 games, but in 3 games they got good positions and they managed to capitalize off of it. Cowboys looked fantastic, a big win there for them as well, which he managed to clutch out of the jaws of almost certain defeat. But great work for them so far. It's going to be interesting to see if they can bring it home, add to their lead.
Toffees has donned his Americas shirt by the looks of things, so he's keen to talk about the Americas.
I mean, what is there left to say? Liquid is amazing, right? That they're gonna dominate. Fury is gonna mount a comeback. Like, oh, crazy things are gonna happen. It's gonna be glorious. Also,
are you willing to say the same way you said at the beginning of, was it last year? You're like, Team Liquid, man. It's their year.
No, in fact, I wasn't even allowed to talk to them at PGC last year because of how bad luck had gone after I hyped them up. So, no, I'm actually wearing this because I took off my other shirt during the hour-and-a-half break and forgot to put something on. But I do think Liquid's going to thrive during this. I was like, oh no, what's next to me? Here it is. But I believe.
Well, here's all the teams that are going to be playing out Group A and Group C. I think fair to say here, similar to Toffee's blank, EMEA forgot to put their shirts on for the first 3 games of their campaigns. And let's see if they can kind of get dressed back up again here for the points, right?
Yeah, running topless it's never a good idea, is it? Really, let's be honest. It's cold on these maps. You got to buckle up. You got to zip up. It's time to get going. I mean, for VP, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, we expected a little bit more. Vitality as well, absolutely. I think getting through group stage, Vitality is 100% more than comfortable to do that. It's not been looking great so far, though. I mean, it's not looked horrible, though, either.
No, at the same time, Group C, of course, we had some heavy hitters potentially coming in, but not really being able to hit the mark. Here's where we stand so far, though, on the overall leaderboards, with plenty of teams already basically having secured themselves a spot in that top 16. I mean, even Team Liquid, who has only played 3 games, and Full Sensei, who have only played 3 games, and I would say even 17 Gaming that has only played 3 games here, Poro. These teams should be in. It's now whether or not they have significant influence over the teams that fall down in those bottom 8.
Yeah, it's amazing what a win can do, right? Especially when you only got 6 games to play. But yeah, I think they're feeling good. But yeah, that's the interesting question, right? Like, are they going to decide if they see a couple of teams fighting over there on the other side of the hill? If it's somebody that they don't necessarily like, it's maybe one of these European teams. Maybe we go in there for a cheeky third party when otherwise we might not have. But look, I don't expect we'll see Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, Vitality. I don't Virtus Pro. I don't expect we'll see a lot of the. Maybe one at most will be in the Survivor stage.
So positive.
Okay, right. As much as you give us some flack,
it is what it is. Like you guys are good right now. Like it is what it is. Like Hackatory is insane. VP has been on an absolute heater. Nixie is looking unbelievable for the past year. I just don't see, like, a slow start is a slow start. Like they'll pick it up.
I mean, honestly, like the reason I won't pick Liquid to win PGC again this year is because I look at Na'Vi and VP and I can't do that, right? Like Na'Vi is honestly looks like the front runners as far as I'm concerned with this new roster to just push through the entire year and dominate everybody. And that's just a reality, right? Like there's a couple things I could put Liquid Falcons maybe in the top 5 most likely, but as much as it pains me to say, your freaking teams are doing things because they've combined. They all went out and they found all of the best players in their sort of language region groups and put them together finally. And now we've got these like dominating teams because we finally got to do that. And so like it's just a really good time, I think, to be an EMEA PUBG fan.
Yeah, it was one of the concerns we had for Korea for a long time, where they didn't do that. They didn't consolidate. I think for a little bit, it's one of the concerns I have, even to an extent, for the likes of Thailand and Vietnam, right, where some of their talent was very spread out. At the same time, we get to watch things like PNC coming up as well, Blank, and that's where all of those super squads come together for their regions, for their countries to be able to do things. So there's lots of good PUBG on the way, it feels like.
Absolutely. I mean, for PNC, I'm very excited to see what happens there, because there are a ton of really cool star players. We get to that point where we're having these discussions like, well, who would we take? Because we need to have like 5 or 6 per team that we kind of think about putting on each squad. But yeah, man, I just got to say, you know, the Team Liquid, you Americas guys, you're doing well this time around. Honestly, I'm really liking it. I mean,
I can't complain.
Team Liquid,
every other year, man.
Every other year. The unks are having such a glow up. I can feel my hairline coming back. It's good. I'm happy about it. But yeah, it's a nice show up. Again, it's always cool to see like a regional performance do well and then like translate that through to a PGS.
I'd really love to see you and Purdy Curdy talking to one another, just to see.
I have spoken to him.
Did you? Was it EWC or something?
Yeah, well, I did an interview with him. I asked him about his favorite snacks. Yeah.
Did you have a generational translator between the two of you? Is that something that was necessary?
No, we were kind of okay. It felt like I was speaking Dolphin, but it was all right.
Okay. All right. that is definitely one way to look at it. As of course, we've taken a look at all the standings here so far. Here is Groups A versus Group C to get things rolling. There's still other big names that really did not have a blinder of a start here, Porosaurus. I mean, like, if anyone's legend, for example, right? Like, we're hoping for way more from them.
Tough one for anyone's legends. A tough one for 4 Angry Men, man. Like, it seemed like they were on the glow up at PGS, and again, just kind of up and down and up and down. And so far, it has kind of been a slow start for that squad. But you know, remember, Spaceman was an MVP of one of these last time around. So yes. I definitely expect to see them kind of bring things back in. But head to head, I love this. Hackatory and Himas, like those two guys, just absolutely bonkers.
But tell me you made a stat sheet before the event started without telling me you made a stat sheet before the event started.
Yeah, that feels a little bit bad, doesn't it? Yeah, not a great start. But it's three games, man. But you know, when you only play 6, like 3 games is half your games, right? So you have to kind of make a deal out of it. But again, even if they don't make that top 16, they still have that second chance in the survivor bracket to make it to the final here at PGS 1. So you know, it's not all said and done after this day is over. It's just going to make things a little bit more difficult. A few more days of games played.
I just don't know where my shirt went. I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea where my shirt went. I went for coffee.
You were looking around, but I was thinking to myself, he's looking around for where Tian Tian is, considering that he's up there with Himas and
he's got your
Hackatory.
Shirt, he stole my shirt.
Yeah, he stole your shirt.
Tian Tian's running around in my shirt somewhere. I would be happy with that. He is an excellent player, and to be blunt, that is for me one of the biggest takeaways on 17 is the fact that like he was built into all these graphics, right? Comparable to Himas and Hackatory, which outside these first 3 games is a banger of a comparison. And then to not have him here is absolutely shocking. But then also to manage to parlay that into 33 points in 3 games, that's crazy.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like Lucy's ready on the stage. Let's
see. PGS4 group stage. We've just wrapped up the action for Groups B and C. Early on, it looked like Group B giants, Patrick Corrode and DN Supers, would run away with the lobby. But the final stage turned into chaos, with the top teams dropping early and completely shaking up the mid-pack standings. The biggest story, 17 Gaming. After that final chicken dinner, they climbed all the way back up, blowing this group stage wide open. Now the only Group A and C remain. Every single point could decide who moves to the winner's stage and who drops to survival. We're about to find out, but first, let's go back to the desk.
Bosh! We're back. That's right. We've got ourselves Groups A and C. We're having a good time here for all of the games that do go down. And again, to reiterate for everybody watching at home as well, this is kind of an anomaly day, right? We only do this once per circuit, and it's a bit of a grueling day, not only for everybody watching at home, right, where you go watching 9 games across a very elongated period of time, but also for the players here, Horror. The fact that they're going to have to, like, for Group A, having to play 3, sit out for 3, and then come back in, that's no small task.
It's not, especially if you started off having a rough start. Like, you know, talk about team vitality. Like, you now have 3 games down, and now you have to sit around for, what, 5-6 hours trying to just thinking about all the things that could have gone better, and now you just got to come in fresh and hope that you can hit the ground running, because only 3 games to make your way into that winner's bracket.
Yeah, Toffees, who are you concerned for? Who are you hopeful for getting into that top 16 and holding it down?
I'm concerned for the nail biters. Okay, because I would have chewed through my fingers with these kinds of breaks. No, I think for me, Furia is a huge concern. I think they looked great. They looked good in the PAS. They put up some great moments. They've had some inspirations. You heard their sort of interview with Posa. It seems like they came in a very positive place. And yes, even though Poro keeps saying it's only 3 games I can't judge, 8 points after 3 is not acceptable to me. The same goes for 4AM, Shen, Hasameme, Winda, Spaceman, right? You stole this man from JDG. This is the team. You built this team, and here we're at 10 after 3. So to me, it's like these teams in that bottom section that just should not be. GPTs with awesome rosters who are just ball dropping.
Yeah, there was a lot of bluster about Winda. See what I did there? In that first PGS one. And it's actually in PGS 2 and 3, it didn't quite carry forward. Obviously, you even heard from Tiggleton, right? Blank, like, this kid, Winda, he's looking amazing. I don't really want to fight against him in that first PGS, but it kind of fell off a little bit. I wonder if the hype's still there. What do you think?
Well, I mean, it doesn't look like it, does it really, right now?
No.
I think it's... Again, on paper, great team, but I feel like we have a lot of teams like that coming through PGS that just haven't really been performing up to scratch so far. But again, like you boys said, Spaceman was stolen. For what reason? You know, it looks like he's not done too much.
Technical issue here. Of course, as Ike's left to come back in here for Petrichor Road, looking fantastic. By the way, he's number 1 on stats.
Really?
Petrichor Road for Ike's left is number 1 on stats for the day after taking a bit of a hiatus from competitive play. My question is, Poro, when does God V come back for 4 a.m.?
It's I guess 2026, at least in May, is the Unk Renaissance, right? Like, we had Purdy Curdy, top fragging PAS. We got Ike's left coming back now. Like, I don't know who's going to be next. Maybe God V will be on the line, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy what you can do whenever you've taken that time off to get your mind right, get that motivation back, I guess, for Ike's left, and it seems like he's hitting the ground running. So all credit to him. Like, they have looked fantastic so far with a change that none of us really were expecting or saw coming.
Yeah, wild to me that he can just come back in and top frag
in an international lobby.
Now
I'm like, who else do we want to come back, right? Like, give me a Fuzz, give me a Sampty, give me a Hypoc. Like, let's just bring back the classics. Yeah. Yes, Maluk.
Can we get your boy Dre back? I think he might be busy, but
Scoon back in so he can get run over against some phantom cars. That'd be very important.
Imagine that like such a several year spanning career at the highest level for an amazing team, and the one thing that gets brought up every time your name gets brought up is getting run over by a phantom car. Like, I feel for School on that.
It's not just every time his name gets brought up, it's anytime I see a vehicle unmanned. Anytime.
It happened twice in like the same, wasn't it the same couple of games? Like, it was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
And again, the greatest thing is we're doing an event in China, and then he says to me and brings me chicken and says to me, "If I give you this, are you ever going to say it again?" I'm like, "No, I'm never going to say it again." I kept saying it. I stole that man's
6
chicken.
years later.
It was good chicken too. It was great chicken.
Let you know.
Scoop spent like most of his income on that chicken at that event.
It was good chicken.
It was good. It was good.
Yeah, it was very
Actual
good chicken.
peace offering as well, and you just spat in his face on that one. It's so horrible.
No, absolutely not. And then he brought all those med packs to Beamy and the boys versus Pro. So that was cool.
If we paid attention to every bribe that a coach has offered us, we'd never say a mean thing about anybody.
You guys are getting bribes?
Somebody is. It's like, hey, I got you some chicken. Would you like sit here for breakfast? You're like, all right, whatever. But it's not going to change my opinion much.
We did actually. That was always the nice thing when we got to be at the events. We got to, kind of get the inside scoops, especially at breakfast. There's very few coaches and players that turned up that early for breakfast and stuff like that. But it was good to get those kind of ideas going on.
That's why I miss Roth. You could always count on Roth for a PR tour during breakfast. You know what I mean? Like a roll up. Hey, here's what we're doing great right now. And you're like, thank you. I appreciate the stop by. But I do think that's part of, I think, keeping the team strong, keeping sort of the narrative the way that you need it to go, because I think a part of PUBG is, right, the fact that we're constantly playing, these players are watching back replays, they're sitting for so long, that honestly helping to sort of having coaches help drive narratives of like, my team's doing really good, like our mental's in a great place. And that kind of filters back down the pipes to the team. And I think that actually has a positive impact. Trevor was the king of this. He would go around and just do these like hype sells of like, this is why my team's awesome, and it would get back to him. And I genuinely feel like it helped in a lot of occasions.
This is why I thought it was interesting to see what Team Liquid's doing, right? If we got to speak to Nomi and Extreme, their attitude, because they were very honest about things beforehand. But anyway, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. We'll get back to you after this game. It's going to be me and Blank here to bring you game number 1 of Groups A and C, as we have Erangel left to do. The one more here for today, Blank.
Can you believe it? We're at the end of the day. Can you believe it? It has been a long day today. A bit of a deep end for myself coming into PGS, but it's been fun.
Yeah, you've been thrown in.
I've doggy paddled my way out of it. It's all good. As will a few of our teams here right now, because we have had a lot of water in our circles for a lot of our games today. Hopefully there's going to be a bit more dry land. Maybe a little bit more playable land as well from that Tago, which was just over an hour and a half ago. So if you've forgotten it, I don't blame you. Okay, you're forgiven.
You say doggy paddle. I'd say I didn't even know you could swim. It's crazy stuff. Crazy scenes that I'm watching here. No, yeah, I was when I thought you were turning up, I thought you were like bubbles, But
I had the shark badge, I think you'll find, and I was I was in the diving team.
Nobody outside the UK understands that at all. What you've just said, the shark badge.
I had the shark badge and I was in the diving team, so I have that.
That's a horrific memory that I'd rather forget because I was terrible at swimming.
Really? Oh, dear me. Well,
I'm so sorry.
It can't be as bad as my mate who got thrown in the kiddie pool, but he was the only lad that got thrown in the kiddie pool.
How tall was he? Was he like 6 foot at this point?
Yeah, but he had to watch us all do swimming. And you just look across, you see him off in the distance.
Like a sad puppy at the window.
Yes, no joke.
That's awful.
Yeah, that's UK for you, man. You can't swim. You're in the prison pool in the
tough places, England. And you'll eat bread for nothing else. Nixie carrying his gas can around. Poverty line here for Nixie. Of course. He might keep it, for a little bit of a glider action later on. But of course, the Virtus Pro, they're not exactly in the safety seat right now with the points that they have. And again, a lot of EMEA isn't, apart from maybe S2G, but even they would need a few more points, I would say, for a normal cutoff. As you said it was 27, right, in our first PGS1 for 2026. So you need a little bit more of a bump up for sure.
It was a big tie as well over on that side of things. So it can really get down to the wire here. And I mean, funnily enough, like Gam the Expendables, 25 points. They're nearing that marker. I think Tanvu's been absolutely astonishingly good, to be honest with you, over the course of today. Really kept them in a lot of these scenarios. But that's not to say the rest of the team hasn't been stepping up around him. And here's if you weren't here an hour and a little bit more than half an hour ago now.
That's correct. Almost 2 hours.
Almost 2 hours ago now. This was a mental match. Such crazy circles.
Yeah, as we're taking a look at exactly how 17 Gaming was drawing out some of the defensive lines as well, knowing that the backfill could have been a potential for them, but having the compound and the alongside this kind of field ending that they had, I think it was almost a certainty that the game should have gone their way as long as they did not do anything too crazy, Blank.
Yeah, again, what I was saying is that I do feel like this match, they could have squeezed out a few more kills off the back of this one, got some more points, but what is the point of doing that when realistically all you're doing right now is you caring about qualification, and those 10 points were way more sweet than trying to get a couple more kills towards the end of this game. So I think 17 played it very well, because you do have to play a little bit of a different game here in the group stages. It's more about just getting those consistent points than it is about fragging out of your mind to try and get towards the top side of the tables. But it's a good game. It was a good game from 17 Gaming, and it looked really quite efficient.
When they come into Erangel, where they drop Pachinki, you know, obviously coming up as well, they've always got themselves central drop spots, so there isn't much concern in the slightest for what 17 is bringing so far. There's a bit of concern here for the Expendables, though. 17 has rolled up onto their position here as Duck Juice. He's left completely isolated, completely alone. Just getting in on Akuma, though, and trying to shoot away. Not bad there, taking down Xiao Wu, but Wembois does go in for the trade. They should be able to get these results off. Wait, Expendables is coming in blank.
I mean, why not, right? You know there's 2 down off the back of this one, so you try and get a little bit more done. Shoes is down, but now Lil Ghost has to face off, so they are a gun down here as well, but luckily Lil Ghost will hold for the first.
Jund here, the replacement for Huang F, trying to make something happen here for the Expendables. Last man on board as Wembois is on the hunt. Little ring around of roses here. Tries to go for the molly here against all of this. And Heather from a distance is actually doing in some damage as well. Jund finishes things off. Wembois is falling out here, thanks to the fact that he's being burnt alive. And, even Virtus Pro can see this is a disaster blank.
This really is a bit of a disaster, isn't it? I mean, it's a fight that went a little bit terribly wrong, went a little bit too long. And now Virtus Pro should be able to clean up off the back of this. But these are much needed points for Virtus Pro. I think they know it as well. But this is a pretty decent position to be playing off the back of. You got a couple of confirmations there for Virtus Pro. I think it maybe 1 or 2, but that's fine, right? That's all you really need to know. So it's just the 1, but they know both these teams are very much diminished in power and size, so they can just hold them.
Strong compounds, high prio for a circle like this. Very central position, so not too much surprise that you get so many teams trying to crash in and having a little bit of a look, or even just driving by to be opportunistic, maybe pick up something once they hear those shots coming on in. For Wembois here, I mean, yeah, 17's pretty much done what they need to do here, and now these 3 kind of games that are coming along, kind of lip service for what's going on here for the rest of this. But they could still have potential impacts as the Expendables here just holding on down, and they are still being shot at by Virtus Pro through the windows. Jund, take cover, mate.
Yeah, this is a horrible position to be in. It's never fun, you know, when you know you've got to go sit in the toilet, right? Curl up in the bathtub.
Into the kiddie pool.
Into the kiddie pool, yeah, it's rough. It is rough, right? You got a couple of polar bears looking down at you. It's bad news. But I actually really like this from Virtus Pro. I mean, they know this fight is like sort of concluded. It also means that if anyone tries to crash here, then there's going to be players trying to hold them out, in which case maybe they can snipe a couple more points for them and free up even more space in the circle whilst holding a very, very decent position for themselves. And Virtus Pro know they need some more points here. They're on 17. If we were to take, well, 18 now, but if we were to take that marker, for 27, they're only 10 points away. It's not a massive game they need off the back of this one. They'd love to get a little bit further into it, Kale, but this is okay. You know, standard procedure here now.
I think one of the things that really hurts about these early fights is not only the casualties you take, but also it's the space you give up. Because oftentimes you see like, oh, we've got a really wide split. Oh no, now we have to reinforce one location, and now we've given up that huge split. Whilst other teams in international lobbies are taking 1-2-1 splits, 1-1-1-1 splits across huge swathes of area. So it really diminishes your opportunities later on in the game, even though you have to take the fight if a team is rocked up on you, right? So yeah, it's a tough one here, especially on Erangel, which is so well kind of like written out. Like the playbook's there for some of these teams. They know where they should be going. They know how they should be approaching it. But then it throws these huge spanners in the works. Oh.
Okay, well, that's a nice weapon to have here. Open the door. I mean, even if he just goes for the suicide play here, absolutely fine. There we go, and just get the res off. Perfect. It's not as clean as it could be, but that is basically the play, right? It's what you go for. I mean, if he gets away with his life, fine, but if he gets knocked, doesn't matter. You've cleared out some space, and this is perfectly playable now for GAM the Expendables. And with where they're sat on the tables,
they're moving up.
It should be okay. They're on 28. They'd like some more, but Virtus Pro see that in the kill feed and now do want to take out the rest. But Tanvu, the first player, it's a tough one.
Ooh, Yeah, perfect kill tracking here for Virtus Pro meant that they knew to take this opportunity as quickly as they could. That said, though, they're really not accounting for the off angle. That's 2v2 now, as Nixie and Kurexi are down. Tanvu as well as Jun really holding their own at the moment, sending more flashes forward.
Molly upstairs.
Yeah, Molly upstairs is actually making Tanvu a lot of damage. Spiro hits him through windows as well. Oh no, a bit of a disaster here for the Expendables still, but they've been able to hold on against 17. Can they hold on against Virtus Pro? Tanvu relocates.
I mean, this is a good play from Tanvu, right? He knows he needs to create more pressure, but a good shot from Lukaruk through the window. A little bit of a dangerous window to be shooting through as well, but gets it done regardless. Jun tries to get something done, and Lukaruk. Nice. On a bit of a tear here. Very, very good stuff. Will need to piece themselves back together, but sadly they lost Corexia for this.
Yeah, I don't think there's any more third parties coming in there. So technically speaking, they could take the chips and try and go elsewhere. But whilst that was going on, I did get word that we can listen into some Furia comms. So let's go for that. I didn't want to go to it just early, though, as obviously we had that fight going down between Virtus Pro. But now we can. Let's listen in.
Tá voltando. Tem dois aqui já.
Prepara pra fightar, prepara. Tem DAF aí na frente.
Dois aqui.
Tá.
Ah, não, o cara tá no drive-by, tá certo.
Vamos voltar.
A gente vai passar a ponte, mas dá pra pegar o suicídio, eu acho. É, dá pra pegar o suicídio, eles passaram a ponte.
Bora.
Tentou passar no ponte.
Os quatro passam a ponte.
Tá, prepara pra...
Não, do norte.
Sim.
Não quer fazer 2-2, velho?
Dá pra fazer 2-2. Para o suicídio, dois de vocês.
Tá, quer fazer suicídio? Tá.
Ok, eu vou com ele,
Segura o senhor. Vai.
Vai precisar o Akan agora, Kraken?
Não.
Ele vai tentando como eu já deixei aqui no amarelo, guys. Tenta pegar aqui rápido.
Eu vou virar.
All right, well, hopefully Blank's been warming up with his Portuguese. At the same time, tons of blue zones coming in against Team Liquid here, against JDG as well. Nans does take down Purdy Curdy as well as Luke 12, thanks to those. But Biel from a distance from Furia, putting in some damage against Nans. What was interesting, Blank, about that was they've committed to the north side, despite the big divide on that river split with the 2-2 across the cube as well as the other compound. But this is the big fight here.
It is. Cowboy does go down to Cole 119. Honestly, Cole 119 has not been terrible today. I've actually been very impressed by him, but the rest of the team has been slightly slacking in the background. Zeus does get a nice nade over the top side towards Luke, and Halo does need to get something a little bit more done here. One more player to deal with Cole 119. Team Liquid did lose one player as well. They've got one down and knocked, but again, at 39 points, they are fairly safe. For JDG, though, this matters so much more, but down to one player, you're not getting much more off this match.
Yeah, there's the world where actually we get a salty run back of our Everest finish from what we had before, considering the circle and if it ends up shifting a little bit further south. That said, though, there is like 12 teams in the south of this circle and only 2 teams in the north. So the south, very much heavier commitment right now. As Alo charging up that Panzerfaust, and he jumps out the window. Maybe they got the sound cue for that and doesn't want to fire that off just yet.
Vitality.
Sometimes you see him shooting that. Did he shoot that at the floor above him? No, okay, he's still got it in hand. But here comes Vitality though, Blank.
Yeah, hello, my bad. Outside the window. Cole 119, he's insane. I would not be surprised if this guy gets picked up by a team at some point. He is wild, absolutely wild. But Team Vitality now looking to get some more damage done here. Hello, my bad opens with a great nade over towards Purdy Curdy, leaving Team Liquid down to just one player. And Halo's getting shot through the window. With Panzerfaust, he's hugging it, trying to give him any kind of comfort going forward. I mean, it is a big, nasty weapon to go up against them, but it's Hello, my bad. He's the king of the bazooka.
Trying for something. Let's see what's going on here. Once again, Halo against Halo. Potentially. Cole 119 goes for the push. Doesn't realize he's on that right-hand side. Oh, and gets taken out. Bit of a mad dash there. Still holding the angle on the gas can, just in case anybody else comes up. And maybe this is smart, because there's a world where they think to themselves, okay, well, everything's cleaned up, so we've got to try and make a bit of a push here, clean them out. They should be kill feed tracking to the point where they think it is a solo and know it's a solo, but they popped it now.
Yeah, it's a little bit earlier of a pop than he might have liked, but maybe they're not expecting the Panzer out of the window. Again, just more points. That's all they really need. You're just looking to confirm here, but we do believe that Team Liquid has done enough. For Vitality, for them, this fight is all about just not losing a player, right? Getting 4 players in towards an endgame is what they really do desire, but you get the Panzerfaust out, it's a safe res. This is not the worst thing in the world to happen to them.
No.
Oh my God.
Halo obviously spends that quite early. I think he's stuck up the creek without a paddle now. I really don't think that Alo's got much in him left here. Because again, okay, imagine if he had the double blue zone and he just went out with it. Like that would do a lot of damage. Forces the push out of that position. I mean, into the jaws of another line of sight. So not bad at all. He's making a good meal of it. But again, I just don't think he can clean up 4 players once they actually commit to the push.
Well, smoke there as well on the stairs. He is a big thorn in their side. And for Team Vitality, they love to get over towards that north side. Yes, Swaz, oh my god, earlier. And for Furia, they made a bit of a nice change for themselves, right? Heading over towards that northern side early. So Vitality do get rid of Alo. I think they realized that they were on a bit of a stopwatch there. Had to get him done and dusted as soon as possible. T1 sending over towards that north side, trying to get towards the ridge, but they are going to run in to change the game.
Yeah, this circle causes huge problems. I said it before, when there was 12 teams on the south side, 2 on the north. Now everybody had to go for a bit of a dash towards this north side here. Mauanek circle here trying to deal with T1, who are trying their very best to find themselves a little bit of a purchase on this circle. They do find the small hut, but it's not really got huge fortifications to it, especially if Ian's going to get knocked. Heather's going to have to try and smoke him out. You can't crawl around that corner. He's going to have to go in the little outside shack here to make it work. But is that a BRD? No, okay. Yep, it is a BRDM. Full sense is on the way. Uh-oh.
I mean, Tigger is rocking up outside. Has a nade as well. Has a rough idea of where he is. Good step out from Heather. Understands where the nade's coming from. I'm going to try and get a little bit more information. Then doubles back for the res. This is a cheeky maneuver that I didn't think would work out. Good use to BRDM. Just get yourself straight across the water there. For Na'Vi, the big thing for them is the fact that Crazy Raccoons are not in the game.
Ooh. Yeah, they need to be moving faster because this team, anyone's legend, has decided we're going to blow your BRDM up. And oh, it's already smoking. Look how fast that fell. A huge line of sight here, potential for anyone's legend. Himas and Sololzi start things off. Spiro is down, so's Hakatori. Fairest fell to Vitality, and that is all said and done. This is what lobbies should be doing to BRDMs if they're in open terrain, going up hills slow. It's an easy target.
Yes. Would we say that was a bit bold from Na'Vi? I think we would.
Slightly.
I think we would. Again, if they go over that ridge side, they're fairly safe. They might be in the purview of Furia, but they could restabilize there. Not a great place to go down for Na'Vi. That is really quite bad news. Now they've only got 2 games to make up that difference, and they will be starting on 11 points on that next one. So even though Crazy Raccoons aren't here to ruin their day, looks like they can easily ruin their own.
Ooh, all right, well, circle shifts, and now Fury here has a very, very strong shot about Booch to take this circle. S2G moving into the north flank.
Yeah, for both Furia as well as Change the Game, these are 2 really ideal locations you want to control. It's like the 2 crescent moons on either side of the map. And I think that realistically, Fury is in a much better spot. They've had plenty of time to scout out this location. They know the rough lines of approach from teams. Twisted Minds are going to make a quick send here. They've got 2 vehicles to do it with. Trying to stay undercover. Anyone's legend, so Lolzy is going to step up, but a little bit too little too late on this one.
Yep, not bad, not bad. As now Twisted Minds finding themselves up against this hillside. But again, staying in some of these areas is difficult because there's already spots that have been taken, like only 1 or 2 spots that can actually see those locations. Okay, so we're going to take the dip up against the road here. And actually, you can entrench yourself a little bit better now that you can actually manipulate the terrain on a spot like this. Oh, we're taking the other side of the road as well. Could work, depends. Let's start digging, boys, I think.
It's certainly a dangerous maneuver, that's for sure. Full sense. Anadol over towards Himas. Anyone's legend struggling to cross this water now. I mean, they spread out across the bank looking for a little bit of a point of an injection towards this circle. Vitality found themselves an E-pickup. This is going to be hot. This is going to be extremely hot.
Yeah, if not too late. Have they taken it? Okay, they have taken it. I'm very concerned. This should not work. In theory, this should not work.
I mean, they could drop on. You drop on 4 a.m. maybe, or you drop over towards the tree line. Drop him back in.
Will the whole lobby shoot at them? The answer is yes. That's 1 down.
Oh my god.
That's 2 down.
Okay. don't think they're expecting that.
There we go.
Yeah.
But they had no choice. They felt like they had no choice, right? You're not getting over the river with the position that anyone's legend in full sense actually has. So you'd have to go, what, for an extreme wide wrap, in which case you might just end up dying to blue. Like, I don't think they had much choice in their mind.
Yeah, well, I agree. I think that Halo wasted so much of their time as well that it really took them a long while to get resituated down there and then thinking about what their plan was next. Like, it's a real spanner in the works when you see that circle and you're still dealing with Halo, you're still rezzing players on your side. That's just a tough situation to be in. But again, the team vitality, they get 5 points on this match, but is that going to be enough? Are they going to be able to translate that over towards match 2 and 3 here? Well, match 8 and 9, realistically.
Yeah, it's funny. The ebbs and flows are crazy as now we shift in forwards. Virtus Pro, as well as change the game, going to have to fight if they want their spot at the moment. There's already nades being sent forward here by Virtus Pro, trying to dislodge, change the game. But change the game's getting the upper hand of this to start things off. Beam is going to be the only one to really do anything, but it's not going to be the case. Virtus Pro is down. Change the game. Maybe X Circle is the special sauce. What's going on?
Perhaps. I mean, that's surprising. That was one of the quickest squad wipes we've seen over towards Virtus Pro. I mean, it was a bit of a wild push, but Change the Game gave them a huge amount of space to work with to begin with. But yeah, some great shots, some very, very good shots. Twisted Mind seems to have played a little bit of a special maneuver here. Quite like this from them. Yes, one player is down, but actually unresable here because they do have 3 players on the eastern side at the moment.
Oh my days. It's so crazy now, the change that has actually happened with pickaxe as well as destructible terrain, because where BL is not playable pre-patch, like not playable at all, but now it's suddenly playable and it really gives them a lot of extra kind of strength where they currently are. At the same time though, made in Thailand here, trying to deal with 4 AM, and just like that, you said the previous squad wipe was quick blank. This one was also just so fast.
Yeah, we're kind of light speeding this game, right? We've got it on fast forward at the end of the day, which is not what we wanted to see. We'd quite like this go at a normal pace, but if we want to skip through the movie, that's okay. 4 AM, however, wish they could have put a pause on that one, because down in 23rd place right now, only 12 points. All the teams we really needed to do well here, and we expected to do well, are struggling. I did not expect that, though. Twisted Mind's getting their 4th man back up. How's that happened?
You know what? If it works, it works. The only problem for them that I do foresee is the fact that Full Sense should technically have an overlook of them quite quickly here, as Belmont takes down Delwood in the distance. So Full Sense currently in 3rd place. What a showing by them so far. It is very clear they would be a pest. Gave them so much confidence about how to play things out here, or the Thailand series, I should say. As now that BRDM is going to be moving forwards. Admittedly, they had that for quite a while. It does certainly give them a fortress-like air about them. As Tigger moving into a position where he can just instantly assault Twisted Minds. And what do they have as an answer? Some nades? Okay, get back into BRDM. Good to go.
Yeah, straight away. I mean, a little nade up towards the front side. Elmoff does go down. He's just going to try and run this one in. This is a bit of a maneuver from himself. Lou goes down. Example actually shoots Lou in the head. That's rough. That's not ideal.
Just having to kind of spray around whilst you're kind of shooting at a BRDM and following it, I guess.
He did a bit of
these mistakes do happen. Fury is going to peek on over and kind of ruin this for everyone else, I think, though. Oh.
I mean, Flash will find Draft King. Dragunov there, Baron also from S2G will find Batulin. So Twisted Minds, this has really become a bit of a hospital down here, hasn't it? It's just a lot of recuperation at the moment. Get the IV fluids in to keep Twisted Minds still up. Lou goes down for the umpteenth time. Potter with the Panzerfaust just cannot get close enough. But you're right. You know what? Maybe I've got to take back my previous statements. Full Sense is looking fantastic at the moment.
Not doing bad at all, but at the same time, can they continue it on? I think having the BRDM was very, very strong for them. I think it's exploded now, though, and Tigger still on this side, who's kind of caught in a little bit of an odd spot now, because yes, he could potentially finish this fight off, but how does he get back to the rest of his team? Okay, no, it's not blown up just yet. My apologies. Tries to run on in, and technically they did get run over. It was the slowest run over of all time, for example, but it did happen. You saw it, guys. I saw it. Did you see it?
Yeah,
I saw it.
But he got squashed. We do not like to see a squashing. Almo looking to deal with S2G, who have honestly impressed. They have impressed a lot, and they are dressed for the occasion. Now looking to move up over towards the rest of Furia. Potter has had this Panzerfaust in hand all game, and finally it comes into effect.
S2G getting absolutely ripped apart alongside Furia as well, though, because now Furia, as much as you can potentially win out this fight, all the teams looking from the middle of this circle, they're going to have a field day on the side of this hill, unless you can somehow find a tree, but no, that is it. Baron shuts down Draft King here in the end. Furia had the opportunity here to be able to take any spot that they would have liked in the north. Unfortunately for them, they gambled just slightly wrong. And now Full Sense, Thanadol has walked over the other side of the road to try and close the gap between T1, who's still in the shack. If he had some nades or something like that, he could post those.
Oh, he could. I mean, for Full Sense, it's an easy win. Also for S2G there, they get themselves up to 30 points, I believe. So they are in that technical safety zone if things don't go a little bit more awry on the leaderboard for the PGS1.
I think that, again, right, it really all comes down to where our circle goes. If suddenly this circle favors Myth, I think it is hands down going to be full control for them. We are still just waiting now to see how this is all going to fare. You can see the lip of terrain that Thanadol has. If he peeks over, he could go for a Panzer play. However, when you do peek over there, you are opening your line of sight to teams like Myth, etc. So he's going to play this very cautiously. He's made this play to try and get on center dot, right? And I think it's kind of working out to give them a bit of purchase in the middle of the circle.
Yeah, it's a great position to play. And I mean, he got across there early. Ooh. That I think might just barbecue Myth. That's not great.
I don't know how many vehicles they have, or if they want to try and move in on the north side of Heather's compound. But I say compound, it's basically a very glorified compound, right? It's really not big.
Yeah, like
okay, they're smoking off.
Middle-aged man's garage, realistically, that they're working with down there.
Midlife crisis.
The midlife crisis garage, the man cave. See what main talent can get done. Lots of smoke still available. Again, this team hasn't had to fight an awful lot, and also they've not really had to use smokes too much either to secure this location. All the death crates as well to work with to get a little bit of a resupply. So they deal with the vehicles, like you're saying. I think this might be possible. I mean, the rest of Full Sense yet to move.
Are they going to try and go for a wide position on it? I don't know where they're going at the moment. We'll see. Okay, they've smoked this off. They're actually just going to go all the way against Full Sense. I think this is crazy to move in this position, but, well, they're gone.
Yeah, I mean, what was the plan? Was there a plan?
Maybe they didn't have full info on how many players of Full Sense were on that side of the hill and thinking that, okay, well, if no one's here, this could be good, but if they are here, well, GG.
It just seems like a weird ramp to go for either way. I mean, EN here looking to get some shots. Hit some great ones to start things off with there, but nothing more found. Heather has to hit these if they want to hope in hell to win this game. I mean, the high ground on top of the rooftop is very much working out in their favor. Thanadol's Panzerfaust is a little bit worrying. Good initial knock there. Goes down to the play zone, in fact.
Yep, still an opportunity, a very slim opportunity here for T1 to be able to hold this off. Here goes the Molotovs. Good shots against Flash to try and deny him. Nice air burst, 36 damage against him. And the Molotov coming forward here, maybe to try and shut him down completely. Goes awry, and actually that was another nade coming forwards. So for EN and Heather, I thought that maybe there was going to be a world where Full Sense tried to kind of like get a slight off angle on this against one of the roofs, but there's no terrain really for them to work on. So now they're just going to bide their time, wait for the dot to become a factor.
I mean, they expended a US to try and get that off angle, like you say, but I think it was a case of some great shots to start off with. You're panicking at that point if you're Full Sense on the side. So Tigger's not able to stay strong on that edge. More emergency cover flares drop down. I think the major issue right now for T1 is they've got no utility to work with. And Full Sense currently has a ton more. I mean, Heather has got a couple of nades. This Panzerfaust is going to be absolutely crucial. He's teasing him. He's teasing him there.
I'm still just confused by the myth move. I feel like crashing the north side of the compound would have been the play. Oh, Panzerfaust's trying to push it out the way. Okay, well, we can talk about the myth situation after this.
Yeah.
It's understandable, though, because still, there is a game to win here between T1 and Full Sense. I feel like Full Sense should have it, but Belmoth on the back, if T1 was watching him to eventually have to move, because he does have to move from the blue at some point, you shut that down, and then you turn it into a 2v2, and you could potentially win, despite the starting out as a 4v2 in theory.
Yeah. Using a lot here on the rooftops. I think the dot actually sort of works in T1's favor, because I believe it should push out Full Sense before this high ground comes out of play. Yeah, it's very close, very close.
Yeah, the dot is just east of Full Sense, I think, which negates this compound. So they're just waiting, and I think they know that.
Tough.
Yeah, we wait.
Well,
simple.
They might be able to get a flush over towards Belmoth, so it's another point.
Yes,
and I don't think T1's going to turn down another point here.
He moved to deployable cover, though. So he's in the circle, and he's at around a similar distance. Okay, he does have to move a little. Yeah. Oh, no, there's another deployable cover in front of him as well, so he can move to that and be almost at the same, moving in at the same time. That's a good nade, though, from Heather.
You have to push it, realistically.
They're saving a lot of the util until the very last moments here, and I think that as long as you cover the cross and don't allow him to get it, you turn it into a 2v2, and you potentially open up the window here.
I think crazy. Oh, with EN going down, this is tough now. It's going to give them the opportunity to get it.
Yeah, I can appreciate Ian's move over on the right-hand side. I think that they felt that they were pinched here in a bit of a time crunch. What can we do? How can we actually make this work? Is he going for the res? He's going for the res. The absolute madman. Okay, panic stations. This is going to just surely allow Full Sense to have any position that they want now. I mean, yeah, what can you do? I'm trying to make like futile arguments for what T1 could possibly do here when a huge land grab was given here by Full Sense. They even have the middle dot now, so
they have to hope that Full Sense just misplays. That's the only way. But right now, it's not about winning the game. All it's about for T1 is getting one more point. Right, 1 or 2 more points is fine for them. They can get that. They just need to pick that up now, and that is perfect for them.
Yeah, anything you can get here for T1, I think you're right. I think is absolutely fantastic for them, considering that there really isn't much more to play for. That said, though, now it's 2v2. I can't believe the ebbs and flows of this late game right now, considering I think Full Sense could have just sat behind their deployable covers. Admittedly, right, you still need to negate nades and things like that, so technically, yes, Nox could come in.
I like that.
Flash forwards.
I like that stun grenade. Kind of covers EN from getting across on that other side of him.
T1 can win this.
Oh my god, there's no way. There is no way.
I can't believe it. Full Sense has given away what could have been some easy control here on this lip. You can see the lip right down there. They're going to push forwards here. Flash takes down EN. It's a 1v1. Heather holds the left angle, seeing if he can deal with Flash. Pulls out the S12K. He's crazy. He's going down to 1 health. No way. You've got to do. Okay, he finishes it. Oh my god. What is this?
Oh, they played the long game. They pulled out the S12K right at the finish. Blasted my man's face off. That is drastically bad. But for T1, that's a qualification.
An S12K is illegal. You're not allowed to do that. This is what a ridiculous end game. Full Sense. I feel like they were donated the kills by Myth. Of all things, they could have crashed the north side of this compound for T1, and surely that would have been the better way. But in the end, T1 manages to win this game. Let's bring Poro and Toffees back in. I mean, do you guys agree? Do you disagree? I'll start with you, Toffees, for this one, because this was just... what was going on?
I mean, I think regardless of sort of the crash that could have been, T1, I would love to have their comms for that experience, right? Because they were covering each other. They were playing so well. They ran the top of that house. The Panzerfaust was used to blast the car, which pushed them under cover. And the second they did that, they knew they wanted that shotgun for the end game. So he dropped down, made the rotation, grabbed that plus some utility, and then came back out while Full Sense was readjusting. And so that's what we kept seeing, like EN making that left side push. they were brave, they were bold, and they were unwilling to back down. And Full Sense was just playing passive, defensive. Well, we think we have the circle, because there was a point where they had a smoke gun queued up for the push, and they stopped themselves. And they said, you know what, we got the dot, let's just wait it out. And that was their undoing.
Yeah, seems so. Poro, your thoughts?
I mean, myth crash aside, I don't know what the play was for Full Sense to try to send that solo guy out for the flanking angle that just got caught out and turned it into a 2v2. Like, I mean, even if you knew what was coming, like you had that ridge line, you had everything. But what do you say, T1? What a performance from the duo! Like the comms on that just had to be legendary.
Yeah.
Because they were like tag peeking, right? Because the biggest issue was Belmoth couldn't join his team. And the only way that happens is every time they would try to bait a counter peek so that Belmoth could move, T1 was perfectly executing the swap where one would come up, take a little damage, and swap out. And they were just, their timing was so freaking good that Belmoth couldn't close the gap. I think you said it before, he had like 6 grenades, right? But he just couldn't get to a spot to use them.
I just don't understand why he didn't cross after the initial knock onto EN. I mean, either you go down or you force the 1v2 peak. Like,
well, because they don't, you don't expect that res. Like, you just assume they're gonna you're gonna have him sit on the top. You assume that if I try to, you know, make this cross, he's waiting for that, for a free kill flush.
But
so they just gave him space.
You got 3 guns on him at that point, and he's the only guy. It's like, you would go for that anyway. It's a weird game.
Whatever the case, here's the final moments once again. S12K push, you rarely see it, but there it is. T1 somehow manages to win things out. It looked like even they couldn't believe it as we take a look at the points coming in. That said, as much as T1 wins that game, Full Sense gets 18 points from this one. Do we want to talk? Does anybody want to talk about the myth move south? Anybody?
I was hoping that Toffee would say it was bad, honestly. I would feel vindicated.
I try not to judge their movements because I don't have the information that they have or don't have, right? But like, at the end of the day, though, I think seeing the amount of fighting that was coming out of that spot, they just chose not to crash it. I don't know what they were thinking. I'll never understand it. That said, though, like, this is why I love this game. A decision by one team can have a knock-on domino effect that ultimately changes the outcome of a game. And our defending world champions throw what should have been a very easy chicken dinner. That's the kind of stuff that's why I love the game.
Yeah, so the knock-on effects, the ripple effects, as you say, definitely in full force for this one as we take a look towards the bottom. And where teams are in the danger zone, only 2 more games remaining here for these teams to try and push on up. And I hate to say it, Poro, but you know what? EMEA is looking pretty survival right now.
They're not looking great, are they? I mean, you see Navi get absolutely roasted out of a BRDM. You see Virtus Pro get absolutely dominated by Change the Game, ? And then Twisted Minds, you know, again, just kind of left to fight for just horrible position by coming across late. So, I mean, Circle's obviously not doing these guys any favors, but you usually expect to see these EMEA teams find a way to make it work even when they don't get Circle favor. Like, they're still able to get points. They're still able to kind of continuously, progressively climb up and be in the mix. And in a way, that's kind of what VP and Twisted are doing. But for Virtus Pro and Navi, it just hadn't been there yet.
You know, whenever I would tune into...
Eat my sock.
Oh, yeah, your sock.
Oh, no.
Belmoth will take the man of the match for this one. And you know, every time I tuned into PAS and you guys were saying, you know, Colaris is over there saying EMEA is the best region in the world. What an idiot. Maybe I am wrong. Because this is it's looking grim right now.
No, man, you're not gonna catch me celebrating before the buzzer at all. Like, I know how good these teams are, and I'm not gonna be caught drinking a bottle of Arsenal tears. Like, it's just it's unfortunate what's going on right now, but it has led to a couple of really good jokes that I really wish I could get to drop on here, but I don't want to get roasted whenever you comes back.
Yeah, you've seen through my ruse. I know that eventually they're going to come in. That's the problem. That's the problem. They're like, you know, they're the cucaracha. You can't kill them. They're just going to keep going through the nuclear wars. Yeah, good old EMEA. But anyway, that was and Erangel, which of course really turned topsy-turvy, Toffees, when you get that circle shifting north. And Furia, I thought we're actually going to be able to make a good run of it, especially since they had such a good opportunity early game to be able to pick a spot. It's a little shame for them the circles didn't quite come their way.
I love that you hyped up your guys and then called them cockroaches in the same sentence. All right, let's cut over to Furia, right? But Furia I thought they'd make something out of this. Again, they just fall short, and I don't know what's going on with Furia. It doesn't really make sense to me. It kind of feels like VP, right? Like, I don't understand why VP is doing what VP is doing. It does, like, did the honeymoon end? But it can't be, because it's been more than 6 months. So, like, all of a sudden to just sort of not catch rotations, to get caught in off positions, it's just not really computing for me. And the other problem is we've only had 5 games with some of these teams, right? So it's, how do you even make a book on why these things are happening with this low number? And so I think that that's where the upside of this format is, if you do bad, you have that time, right, to get sort of play it out, watch the rest of the teams, take a day and figure out your strategy, and then come back and execute it. And I do think it's very clear that some of our top teams are going to need that day off.
One of the teams for EMEA, at least, that is leading the charge for our region is unexpectedly S2G. Let's hear from them, and maybe we can get a translation afterwards.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with S2G Laza. Hi Laza.
Hi.
Yeah, there's only 2 matches left today, and how do you feel like?
Çok iyi hissediyoruz. Winners'ı da garantilediğimizi düşünüyoruz. O yüzden şu an çok daha rahatız.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about the recent patch notes. Do you think some of the new additions like pickaxe and terrain destruction have actually changed the game?
Ya kesinlikle oyun planları olarak her şey değişti. Ve bu oyunda çukur kazma çok daha fazla oyun planı kurmaya yaradı ve bu bizim için de çok iyi oldu. Şu anda gayet iyi ilerliyor ve bunun üzerinde de çok çalışıyoruz. Kesinlikle çok iyi oldu. Çok daha bir farklılık oldu bizim için.
Okay, thank you so much and best of luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thankfully for you guys, I am fluent in Turkish. So I'll translate for you. His first answer was, I feel really great, and I'm happy we were able to safely make it to the winner's stage. I feel at ease. The second answer, if I just... No, that's word for word.
Oh, I believe
the
you.
second answer, in my perfect translation, is, being able to dig with the pickaxe has made it possible to play a bit more strategically, and it's a huge win for us. There you go. I'm multilingual. I hope you appreciate that.
It's weird how you were looking at your screen the way that Lucy does when she asks the questions.
What do you mean?
I always appreciate all of your responses, and I thought those were very in-depth and very interesting stuff to get to the mind of Laza. This is the game. We're in game number 2. You guys want to hang out, or
you guys can stick around if you want?
I was thinking of translating more Turkish, but anyway, you guys get on with it here. Poro, Toffees, take it away, boys.
I love it, man.
Well, it was
we're banging these things out, Toffees.
Right? It was a delight to hear his Turkish, but we are now here for the Miramar match. Heather taking a couple of pot shots with the Iron Sight SKS. Not going to do much except maybe encourage the Expendables to GTFO.
That's about it. But it's hey, that's some good encouragement though, as we see the hard northwest of Circle, so just north of El Pozo will be dead center. So Team Liquid kind of on the clock as to where they want to play this one out. And not a great game for them last time, but it doesn't really matter for them. 40 points, they're going to be well clear of the cut line. They should be in the winner stage free and easy, as the Expendables, well, they've got a little bit of work left to do. Man, a little bit of work. They're 29 points. They're probably feeling okay.
Okay. Hear me out. Twisted Minds wins this one. Okay? They're in a good spot. They're in a great circle position. They're not going to get over crashed. This is the game. This is their game. This is about to be their. I'm excited.
The only problem for that is that they've got Vitality right off to their east. What if they run into Vitality? It's going to be EU taking. The only one that takes EU out of these lobbies is EU.
Ooh, 15th versus 21. Who will come out on top? Imagine. Isn't that fun to say? Sorry. We don't get these wins very often. Okay, let's talk about the cutoff.
Victory lapping a little bit here. I don't know how I
can't help it because we're not going to get chances to do it in the future.
That's fair.
Our crew is waking up right now. All of our people are tuning in. It's going to be great. All right, let's jump into the actual cutoff because that's the conversation.
Yeah.
For those of you who might be joining us or just waking up, again, all that really matters right now is make that top 16, right? Get yourself into the winner's division and not have to get stuck in sort of the survivor right out of the gate. So that's what we're looking at. Pay attention to that. We'll follow it for the next 2 games. The thing that is blowing my mind, Poro, is how low that cutoff looks like it's going to be. There's a lot of teams who are just 6 points. Like, literally, there was multiple teams that weren't even in the hunt, and then all of a sudden have one good game and they're back into it. The fact that the last place team is at 9 and the cutoff is at 16 means that everyone has to play hyper tight.
Yeah, I mean, you look at PGS 1, right, and 17 Gaming won that group stage with 80 points, right, and they were 15 points clear of second. 4 Angry Men had 65 points. Right now, our first place team has 61. So what that means is that all those points are getting spread out amongst all these other teams that are in the chase, right? So it's making that cut line go a little bit lower, and I think the cut line we've kind of beaten it to death at this point, but was a 3-way tie at 27 points was the cut line last time. And if you look at that with this game and 1 game remaining, that's still 11 points clear of where Furia is at right now. So if our top performing teams right now continue to perform well here on Miramar, that cut line is going to be very, very achievable. Even if you are a team like Navi or Vitality that's had a slow start, even 4 AM with 11 points, or anyone's Legend even with 9 points, it's going to be, they're 7 points out. So 1 good game and you're right back in it.
And we're going to lose 8, right? And so far we've lost E-Arena and we've lost Cerberus. They've fallen below the cut line. They've played out their max games. They will not be joining us in the winner's bracket. That means, though, that there's still quite a few teams that these guys have to close the gap on in order to get those spots for themselves. And most of them are still racing. As the shift comes out, I'm sorry, the replay, I was like, wait, that's the wrong map. The map replays are catching me off guard. This is a new thing, man.
It is indeed. Well,
T1's rotations, I guess.
Yeah, you get to get an idea of how T1 got here, and it's kind of impressive to see that they managed to win this one as a duo. I mean, remember, this was them coming in from that far south side when that circle shifted up to the north. They had to fight their way up there. They only managed to get Heather and End in there.
There's that crash.
I'm not sure. Like you said, I'm with you. I don't typically like to assign blame to teams when I don't know exactly what they know, but it feels like it might have been just a misread maybe on who was where and how that whole thing played out. So I don't know. Myth will be looking at that one back and feeling probably like they could have done more.
To focus on the positives, though, the real mind boggler for me was Heather. Heather not only played that last sort of fight when he ran the flank impeccably, he was managing utility through the entire defensive phase at levels I've never seen before, right? He didn't blow the Panzer, he didn't use the grenade until it was needed. And when he needed to stall, he blew up a car and then shot them as they moved for cover. Like, his ability to sort of manage that defense in a way that I don't think most teams could was actually real. I mean, expected. It's Heather, but also just really fun and interesting to watch. Like, go back and watch it again, guys, later as a clip, because it's really impressive.
Well, we saw T1 was in a little bit of trouble, and now Team Liquid are going to find themselves surrounded by Myth. A big trade to start things off. Scappa gets knocked low. Kurt will take him down. Cowboy's going to get taken down and flushed, though. So Team Liquid now down to a trio with Myth still kind of surrounding them. I don't think all of Myth is there. There's one kind of off in the distance. There's Kiss. Yeah, you see him off in the range here. Good grenade, though.
Guess he was in nade range.
Apparently.
Man, that was a great shot by him. Kiss planes well. Alo's got to now play this defense, trying to get Purdy smoked up. Jacob crawling away, and now Kiss is going to keep moving forward, but I think there should be enough time for, never mind, for Alo to do some stuff. But Tanvu from the outside goes ahead and gets that flush.
Well, and he's off to the north, I think. Yeah, just hanging out on the next mountain over. Now, this fight at the end of the day, not super... it's not the worst thing either for both of these teams. Liquid and Myth, both pretty secure in that winner's bracket, but it's taking points off the board, right? So that's the other problem.
I think that's it. Is the top teams take kills, it's going to make it harder for the chase pack to separate themselves. And that's a lot of what we're going to see out of some of these teams. VP, Twisted Minds, they're going to play tight. They're going to try to utilize position. They're going to get a few placement points here. But guys like Navi and 4AM, they need to go hunting for kills. And they're going to start doing that very, very soon. Kiss, hunting for kills. He comes over the top of the hill, gets that first spray on Alo, knocks him down. Luke 12 tries to make a counterplay. Kiss says, I want the flush. Goes back to the spray. Luke 12 hiding on his old truck, hoping to make the play. Kiss is low, down to 4. Liquid's going to throw out the flash. Comes around to the right side. Kiss gets the heal off, but Luke 12 has closed. Second flash, just to make sure, goes to the left side. Creeping, pulls out the gun, but Kiss does it! The kiss of death as the man, the myth, the legend, the leader of the forest comes out and gets a play.
He sure did, and he caught Luke in the middle of a reload, and the Expendables, they are just waiting for this to happen. Kiss gets away, but he's not going to get away very far as Clories will take him down, and that is a needed point there for the Expendables. Actually, no, they're at 33 points. They're feeling fine. They've got 4 already as well, so imagine we'll be seeing them in our winners stage as they are well clear of that cut line.
Well clear, but playing aggressive. Like, you saw them make that pick off. I like that they didn't just harry after the fight, right? They waited and watched what happened and then came in and played cleanup. It was a very mature style of play for them, from a team that I often expect to just sort of make aggressive decisions 90% of the time. So fun to see them doing that despite the fact that they're already locked in at the top of this leaderboard. Now, that also stands to what you said earlier. That is another example of these top teams sucking up all of those kills and making it even tighter for the guys in the mid-pack.
Yes, indeed. JDG, you can see them in 19th right now, 14 points overall. Playing from the south side, they've got a big wide split going on, and they've got Virtus Pro in their midst. They've got to change the game down there. 17's down there as well. But still a lot of distance in between, as down to just 56 alive in the lobby, 14 teams up. And you can see that winner's stage cutoff right there. That's the 4 teams that are kind of hanging around E-Arena already out, as you said.
All right, now we see that this is. I expect the mid game to be interesting here, because the problem that I think all of these guys from VP down, right? S2G at 29 is feeling pretty okay with themselves, but VP, Twisted, Furia all the way down to 4AM is a separation of 7 to 8 points, which means you can't be overly aggressive. You have to play careful. You can't get caught out. You've got to try to find a spot and lock it up. And that is not the way a lot of these teams in the mid-pack like to play. Furia likes to be aggressive. Twisted likes to make proactive rotations. VP likes to fight. Like, these are Na'Vi wants to punch you in the face, and they just can't do that right now, Poro.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is that your every game that passes is adding to the pressure. Is JDG now going to run right into 17s? Mitz, cold 119 gets knocked really low, and it's just peak battle at peak battle. And Xiaowu going to keep him distracted enough until he's able to hit him with the grenade. And that is cold 119 going down. The rest of JDG looks like they're just going to go ahead and retreat and trying to get everybody back together here in this southwestern corner of this zone.
And that's tough. Limping at 14, 2 games left to play. You're already down 1. Not something that you want to see there, as we also see VP trying to make the move here. Shilla opens fire on CTG, gets the knocks on XC. And CTG at 14 is going to suffer big time right now, as Shilla, who doesn't necessarily need the points, is having a grand old time knocking these guys out of contention.
I think that 1 kill putting them at 30, I think now they can feel a little bit more comfy with 2 games remaining. But Shillia, a little bit out of no man's land here, as he is getting peppered down by a JDG and change the game. But that's going to be a shot from Laser that will push Suze back away. So maybe S2G should be able to reset, as they are playing from that western side just south of Pozo. Only 1.5 teams inside of El Pozo proper right now, Toffees. Anyone's Legend and 2 members of the Expendables.
And also, just as you guys are watching at home, the 13th place cutoff is a team who's already played 6 at Therathon 5, and they're at 23. Just so you can kind of keep track of the climb, as I think it's often interesting and mostly fascinating, but this one I think is going to be even more so, Poro, because there are so many teams that are going to be chasing not only those 3, but the 3 teams in between them that are all relatively close when we talk about 23 and 30 being sort of the cutoffs there.
Well, you look at the top of the map, and worst case scenario for EMEA is kind of playing out. Is Vitality, Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and Virtus Pro all on top of each other just around Power Grid. We'll see if they are ended up being forced to fight into each other. We'll see where the next circle decides to take us. As you see Vitality just kind of keeping 4 up, playing around in the mountain range, getting eyes on everything, as Twisted Minds set up just off to their west, and actually Perfectix all by himself here. He's going to have to hear that engine coming in. Yeah, he's going to hop in the vehicle and get out of Dodge. Oh, but no wheels.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Who needs wheels, right? Sand is okay on rims. It doesn't damage the car.
That's fair.
It'll be fine. Yeah. That's my policy. Whenever I get a flat, I just drive on the side of the road. Dirt don't hurt. Okay? Perfectix gets away. No issue.
Yeah, he's got the Uber pickup as well. Lou's ready. Lou's ready for him. But yeah, they got some room to work around here as well. As he's just going to go ahead and clear out the trunk and make sure he gets everything transferred over. And I imagine Perfectix and Lou will once again be on their way and go rejoin their teammates. Batu with the high ground and Example with the low. So we'll see where these two decide to send it.
All right, Circle is closing Fury with a whopper of a spread, but they'll just collapse to whichever direction it goes.
That's good news.
Yep, that is good news. Twisted Mind's going to be stoked on this, as am I. It's one of those things like Twisted Minds needs to be in the final. I mean, the winner's bracket. A world where Twisted is like struggling for survival is a world I don't want to live in.
That's going to be interesting, though, with Navi and Virtus Pro, because they are just off to the south, and they're kind of looking at the same little spots to play here. Navi rejoin the rest of their squads over in the northern side of Power Grid. It looks like Virtus Pro is just going to push on out. We'll see where they decide to go. They've got T1 just off to the east. They're going to send it for the hill as Navi will take shots into their backside. Vitality will take shots into their western side, and looks like Virtus Pro has managed to make it through for now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Virtus Pro has been taking shots to their backside all day. Every rotation is just getting pinned from behind. And it feels like they just can't put it together. So I do hope that they make this transition. They get there with 4. And we have a game from a roster that has been incredibly successful in winning PGSs, being a dominant force last year with the new roster change, showing up here at our first couple of PGSs when they needed to. Sure, they missed 2 finals, but then they stepped up and dominated, right? So, this is a team that should not be in this spot. Upside, you also can't write them off. They may go to the Survivor Series, come out, and still completely win the tournament.
Absolutely. That Survivor Series lobby might end up being terrifying, to say the least.
Right?
But look at this, man. Full Sense again get a BRDM. They've been getting that BRDM fortune here today. And we'll
they were
see
watching
what they do.
Purdy videos, I think.
Yeah, right. That was the Liquid PAS story all over again. Well, so far so good for Full Sense, as they've got a spot to play here in the south side of this new zone. It looks like a few more teams are coming in, but mostly they'll be coming in from the west, so they should have plenty of room to play around.
Ooh. Nice little bounce, lock him in there, keep 17 from coming out. Levante going to go ahead and I thought he was going to flash on top of the blue. Decides to throw a molly in instead. Nice shot.
There you go. Go ahead and burn the toesies of Akuma. Yeah, I think actually I think that might have been the blue zone grenade that did the damage there. As Sololzi and friends will take out a couple of members of the Expendables. So GTE in a little bit of a tough spot here, now down to 2, playing on that western side. Full Sense just keeping eyes on everything, making their way through. S2G gets split into 2, and now 17 on top of things here as well. So S2G, oh man, they are just getting roasted here. That's going to be it for them. The top performing European team in the lobby is out, but they are sitting on 30 points, so they should be okay.
That was good. That was low-key. That was solid.
You like that?
I did.
Hey, no, credit test.
I don't know who the credit's to, but I give credit to this Circle for making the next stage of this game incredibly difficult. It's going to land on 17, but VP catches it. And to me, that is a big win here, the fact that VP is going to be able to stand on this, hold the Circle, and maybe get some points out of it, because it's another team at 19. They cannot feel safe right now, and I expect them to keep pushing forward.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me? Over? Yep. Internet's back, and a little bit of a hiccup there. So it was credit to S2G, man. They've been having a great day so far. And I guess it cut me off there, but
I want to know what you were going to say, because you literally were like, and that's the thing about, and they cut you. And I was like, what is the set? What are they censoring? What insight was so incredible? But I'm sure it was important.
The streets know S2G. They've been doing really good here so far today. but the rest of Europe doesn't want you to know how good S2G is doing. Okay, Navi, where are you going to go? It looks like you're going right into Full Sense territory, but there's BRDM on the other side of that hill, my friend. And I think they'll see it and they'll say, you know what, let's just go ahead and hang out here and stretch for a minute.
I don't need that energy in my life as a reaction. I've dealt with that enough. Chlories gets Duckjuice and Chlories together, just bop out Delwyn. And I always find that fascinating when that happens. As 4 angry men, we jump over there. Winda trying to make himself get up and running as they try to find a spot in the circle. And anyone's legend, 11 points, and still just trying to find a rotation here. What's up, AL?
Not much, man. They are not up on the leaderboard, that's for sure. Well, 4 a.m. also kind of in dire straits here, and they're fighting their way out of Power Grid, pushing right into Na'Vi. Ferris is going to get that knock on the window, and now Spaceman will be running around trying to see if they can maybe do something. Fortunately for them, Na'Vi already making moves, but Full Sense over here in that BRDM, as we saw before. Do they have two BRDMs? Are you freaking kidding me right now?
Oh, no. Can you imagine being Na'Vi in that situation? You're like, oh, okay, take some cover. They've got there's a second one. They do move in herds. As Hakatori says, at least I can shoot you out of a car. It goes for at least 1 kill off the back of a double BRDM burst.
You gotta be kidding me. Well, Belmont's gonna go down as well, so Full Sense, they might have 2 BRDMs, but their 2 players are not gonna be leaving those BRDMs anytime soon. We'll see how good they are at steering, as Trigger's gonna hop out, and he will finish off Hakatori. And now he will make his way into the zone to rejoin Thanadol as the BRDM squad continues to rain havoc on the south side.
Change the game comes up over the hill. He goes, oh, I see a BRDM, but do they know about the second one? The unspoken reality of everyone shoots at a BRDM as often as they can continues to hold true in the modern meta.
I don't think they know about second BRDM. Well, they're still going to find their way in. And now Tigger's hopping out to try to take shots to change the game. It's Spaceman's going to take him out, so Tigger will go down. Thanadol now the last player left alive, and he's going to provide a little bit of cover here for change the game before X Circle finally does go down in the end of Winda. Thanadol will go ahead and steal that one right out of the mouths of babes. 4 a.m. up to 4 kills now. They had some work to do, and they appear to be doing it right now, Toffees.
It's just like the BRDM gaming, using it as a shield, waiting till they start shooting and then hopping out during the reload. Like it's I don't want to say it's next level because it's like basic stuff. It feels gimmicky, but hey, you found the flare, you got the BRDM or you stole it from somebody, and this is a good way to execute it, especially when points need to be put on the board. So no judgment here. If it's in the game, use it, man. And they are using it very well to pick up these points.
What are you gonna see the BRDM and you're not gonna pick it up if you already have one? Right? Come on, brother. Nobody's gonna do that. It's like JDG.
It's like finding a Lynx and saying, no, we don't need that kind of range right now.
Yeah. It's like, of course I'm gonna play for them. Why would I play from the farthest away tees when I'm allowed to play from the closer ones and nobody's gonna say anything? It's fine. Well, JDG will get 2 inside of zone at least. They will lose December 12th in the process though, but that shack will be inside zone for the time being. They've got 4 a.m. just behind them, and T1 raining absolute havoc up here from this high ground.
Yeah, I mean, this is what T1... Heather's like, if I can be in a spot where I can look over something, I am absolutely dominating, right? Because that's what they did in the last game. He immediately goes for the high ground in this one. Twisted Minds up on a mountain in Miramar. Shocking as we watch them rain fire down. I don't believe they've got a circle spot that they're going to be really happy with just yet because VP is still dominating the middle.
And VP in the middle. Vitality still has 2 alive. And, that's a good grenade from Levante. Goodness gracious. Look at how far he was away from that, too. That's massive stuff from him. They would love to be able to get credit for those kills. They desperately need it. As Thanadol continues to cockroach his way around in that BRDM on the south side. Just hovering around 4 a.m. for the time being.
It's just... Yes, there you go. Light it up. He's trying to find a way to make something happen here. He jumps out, goes for the spray, gets back in.
Awesome.
And that will be the end of him. It was nice of him to at least leave the BRDM semi-functional.
Well,
never mind.
So much for that. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take that off the map, and that'll be it for that. As Xiao Wu actually going to get the knock on to Levante. And Levante nowhere near the rest of his team. Well, Quizzy is kind of down here as well, but Vitality going for that big wide split, and it was paying off there for a little bit until it wasn't.
You know, also Furia going for a very large split. We're going to see the shrink here in just a second, and they will have to collapse, but they did that last time. They brought the 2-2 together. They held a good spot. They went to the end game. Here we go. They're going to drop again. They'll probably collapse right between BL and Posa. High ground if possible. Furia in a really good spot. VP hasn't had to move in 2 circles. They went there. They sent there. They got a good location. They've been just locked down. The problem is they're still only at 19, Poro. No kills, just 6.
Yeah. I mean, Furia has been keeping track of this game through the kill feed because they haven't seen it in a while. Everything has been happening on the other side of the mountain, the south side of this mountain. But they might have Twisted Minds coming over their direction pretty soon. But it looks like Twisted Minds is wrapped up with Vitality right now, or at least Hello My Bad. Nice little angle for him to peek will slow things down for the boys in pink, at least temporarily.
Oh, no. So Lolzy's got that Panzerfaust, and I do call okay. They know he's there. They throw some grenades out. He may not get a chance to use it. He's forced backwards and should have time for the first aid kit. But that was important because I think he was about to blow up both of their cars.
He might have been. He might have been. Well, Gedrox. Oh, this is sneaky Gedrox. Nice little angle here as anyone's legend will go down. Lou still focused on one member of Vitality. Doesn't know about second member of Vitality, but that's a great grenade from Perfectix. Takes down Hello My Bad. Gedrox, they've got him pretty much pinned out here as Twisted Minds will continue to make his way through. Yeah, Gedrox, just get on out of there. Try to survive as a solo. Play from that south side if you can.
This is the Twisted Minds we love, though. Systematic, aggressive team play, covering each other on advances. Very, very nice to see. Vitality is ultimately eliminated. Xiao Wu's the one who gets that kill, but now Twisted Minds has a hilltop they can play. They can finally scout, they can get information, and they can plan their transition. That's when Twisted Minds is the scariest.
Yep, looking at those teams that are hovering right around that cut line. Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, 1 point above for the time being. They would love to add to that total, and they are now in placements. And they've got 4 alive on both of them.
So they are tucked in the middle right now. Let's check in and see if we can hear how they plan to deal with the end game.
Check if they're on. I'm not gonna shoot, but I will see if they're on.
Does anyone have sevens?
No. No.
Comes. He's driving up on green. There's a gun green now, okay?
Probably after check dice.
Yeah.
You need to play with me, maybe.
They are still in on. They are still in on blue, by the way.
They're coming with car.
Yeah, just FK. Okay, they are kind of like 2-2 now.
Like if check dice, I can mix. Like if check dice, I can make such a good hole on orange. He came closer. He came to orange. He can nade me. Check dice. We need to play 2 men on orange HB, I think. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if we can. Compound. I don't know.
Careful, Furia. Green.
Check running. Check.
I was trying to figure out what the call was. You can see the pings on the map, and they were calling for orange there as JDG will get taken down by T1. 4AM also finding some kills as well. But Virtus Pro, no kills so far. They need to start collecting some points if they want to make sure that they hold on to that top spot.
Yeah, I think VP needs to collect some points and some cash because they're going to have to repair their hearing in no time flat based on what I just heard. I don't know what the calls were, but I like that they're locked in. They're aware of Furia's position right now, and they're defending it. Beamy and Lucarux get together for a nice stop on End. He survived that!
Holy moly, that almost landed right in his foxhole. He will survive for a little bit longer here as Heather will go ahead and secure that kill on a Spaceman. But the Virtus Pro boys fighting from the trenches, literally and figuratively, as Lucarux will go ahead and join his team. Oh, that's a dangerous place to be. You don't want to put 2 in a foxhole. You will go down very quickly, but they are able to dance around and play in the smokes. So good work on their part to have the happy feet, and good work on the part of their Overwatch, Nixie, making sure that these T1 guys can't just free farm ADR onto them.
Yep, absolutely. You gotta keep those points coming because as VP climbs, so doth Twisted Minds and Furia as the chase is on. Furiam's got to try to make something happen. Now we got Kraken with the links. We talked about it earlier. How did he dodge that car? He big energy as he managed to somehow get out from under that one. Lou does get knocked from Posta though on the high ground. Batulin getting involved. T1 is eliminated as this plays out. I don't know how Furia is in a pretty good spot, to be honest.
They're not in a bad spot. Like playing for that northern side, and if they can get rid of Twisted Minds here, that'd be absolutely huge. But Batulins is on a one-man battle of his own, trying to deal with 17 coming out of the blue, and it's not going to work. Winbo will go ahead and take him down. So 17 will continue to fight their way on the western side as the blue nips at their heels.
Nips at their heels. Wembo going to cut it up to a nice spot there. They can probably get a little steal if they play this correctly. I don't think anyone knows they're coming up over the top. Kraken finishes Lou before they can steal it. Now Wembo up to the high ground sees the Kraken, and they're not happy about that. So they go ahead and knock that down. DraftKings going to drop Furia at 3, VP at 4, and then a couple of solos just trying to survive.
Okay, Twisted Minds drops below the cut line as Furia and Virtus Pro finding some success in this game. Virtus Pro coming alive here in the late game now. They are already up to 7 kills. If they can find some more, they will be flying absolutely high, and they'll find one there onto Kraken. Nice shots from Nixie.
Very, very nice. As VP continues to surge forward, they should be in a much more comfortable position, up to 32. This is what we need to see out of them to get them into the winners group, and they should be mostly okay if they keep grinding this one out. Yep, 10 kills, 35. They're looking really, really good as we go into the last game. 4 AM with a solo to try to stand against this, plus those placement points and the probable flush here. This is the game VP needed, and they, as far as I'm concerned, are secure.
Absolutely, and also a big game for 4 AM. I mean, Shen making it all the way to the top 2. They got 7 kills. This was a big turnaround for them as well. So Miramar being a place of dreams for a lot of these teams. Virtus Pro now just have to put a bow on it, find this last player, as they have no idea where this guy could be. It looks like Beamy maybe spotted him. Yeah, I think they have an idea now.
VP puts on the headphones to listen to the boys play and says, you know what, they can do their own thing. Beamy up on the top with the AWM looking real good. Gosh, I love that gun no matter what stage of the game it is. Shen by himself, I respect that he's gonna play this one out. I love that he's looking for points.
Yeah, not donating anything over. As of course we say that, and now he's gonna run directly into the blue for sure. No,
he's just grabbing grenades, dude.
Yeah, get some util. You got anything? Anything good? Nope, nothing. Only flashbangs.
Nada.
Hate to see it.
Well, better than nothing.
But shit, hey, if there's anybody who's not going to donate his point over to the blue because he legitimately thinks he can 1v3 one of the best teams in the world, it's Shen.
Yeah. I mean, if he's going to show you what he's working with, this is the moment to do it, right? He's coming out 3v1. He can be the big man on campus. And why not? You know, you're at that point where you're pushing at 15, you're 24. VP's not going to be a contest for you in terms of the cutoff. Try to get those points. You do you.
Also, yeah, and also everybody's been talking about Spaceman and Winda, and nobody's been talking about little old Shen, man.
Little old Shen.
Little old Shen, and you can see he's got 0 kills so far this game, but he knows exactly where Virtus Pro is, and he's got very good vision over everything in there. But the problem for him is that Virtus Pro just dug a hole on the center dot, so there's really not much Shen can do here.
Yeah, and they're going to bring in some extra cover. It's one of those things like, Shen, just go to try something.
It's like, come on, man. Like,
it's only going to get worse, man.
they're sitting there, they're like, Shen, brother, we've been here for 10 hours today. Why are we dragging this game out all the way to the very end?
Well, but I've got a flashbang. I mean, if he can get a knock and a flush, it's well worth, right? Because it could be the difference between 16 and not. So I get why he's playing it this way.
Absolutely.
Totally makes sense. But here they come, overwhelming force. He threw that flash, and it told him exactly where he was. Once they had that, it was an easy lockdown. Hold him against the blue, pin him against it. And he says, I'm going to pretend I'm denying, but let me sneak around to the left side and see if I can make things difficult.
He got the first knock, and he was like, wait, am I to be able to do this? Oh, it's too much blue zone damage. Well, Virtus Pro gets a massively needed win there in the second to last game of these group stages, and they were most likely now secured for that winner's stage, Calaris, as, well, good news for EMEA fans, huh?
Never had any doubt. No doubt at all. Never happened, all right? Okay, Mr. Blank joining me as well. How about you, Blank? No doubts? No doubts, right? No doubts?
I was a bit worried. A little bit. What? I was a little bit worried, yeah.
Come on, you got to read the scripts that we send you here, Blank, if you're going to come in here. Let
me look back. I'm trying to remember what VP finished in the finals of PGS 1 and 2. I don't
not in the top 16.
That's right.
Oh,
not
yeah,
qualified.
not in the top 16.
Yeah, that was a blip. Here's the polar bears, though. They've done it. Hooray! As of course, I mean, well, we take a look at how this game boils down, really, Toffees, though. A good circle for Virtus Pro. They're able to capitalize on it. Is there too much surprise?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's funny because we like to give each other a hard time, but at the end of the day, what I've been most excited about is the West seems to have come back. Over the last 2 years, I think that has been something that we've been wanting. But all of these teams to converge, find the right people together, and take it to the East because it has been so dominant, especially when it comes to APAC in terms of how they can control games and control these tournaments. And so, yeah, while it's like, oh, your guys aren't doing as well, the reality is anytime that VP does great and steps up, you're like, yes, this is what we need. We need this Western PUBG to become more competitive. And VP is one of those teams that will do that even when they have a bad day.
And as you guys say, of course, Full Sense in the previous game, they were the Fellowship of the BRDM, and then this time they followed it up with the sequel, the 2 BRDMs for this one. It didn't quite go their way, though. I thought, Poro, maybe they could have made a bit more of a meal of it, considering 2 BRDMs in play.
I mean, you thought they could, but they decided to screw around on that south side for a little while. But you know what? They're in first place overall.
Yes,
like,
there you go.
They can afford to do whatever they want, right?
Yeah, that was the BRDMing of a man with 60 points, right? Like,
Sure.
That was the billionaire buying a private island because it feels fun. Like they're loaded with points. They can do whatever they want.
I need the return of the BRDM in game at number 3 from Full Sense. Hopefully they can make it work, obviously in first place here. But Blank, as we take a look towards the end, a nice little effort here from Shen. He is a fantastic player. He's been a bit of a wild card, he's the Tasmanian devil of PUBG, as I like to call him quite a lot. But for this one, all too difficult against Virtus Pro.
Yeah, there's obviously bigger names on that team, but we were kind of discounting him quite a bit. But he's a very, very strong player overall. He did make that end game difficult, but then again, why wouldn't you after you just see what T1 was able to do? That was maybe a little bit ambitious compared, but still, you know, you got to give it your all the way to the end.
21 points go the way of Virtus Pro here, Toffees.
I'm just saying, I'm not going to give him that many props. He hid, and the second he threw a flash, they knew where he was and just completely toasted him. But I'm glad that he at least fought it out and tried to go. He got that knock. It could have turned into a point, and that might have been the difference. So respect is due where it is. All right, Full Sense total leaderboard, Petrichor Road, tied at the top. These guys have looked good. It is what it is. I love, personally, James, seeing the defending world champions at the top of a leaderboard.
Oh, 100%. That's what it should be. That's what we would love to see. That's why we were so kind of critical, I suppose, of the Expendables after the year they had, or when the complete dismantling of Danawa happened the previous year after they'd won the World Championship, right? But okay. Yes, true. But let's take a look. That is the cutoff point there, which is now gone.
Sorry.
It's very important, considering we've got one game left here. But of course, we see as Spaceman Zhao Wu able to take the top spots here, Poro, for this game.
Yeah, not a bad game for 4 a.m. as they desperately kind of needed to crawl their way out of the cellar, and they were right there with VP. So now they are one game remaining. They're right in line of that cut line. But I mean, it's all VP at this point, right? Like Nixie finally getting to see what everybody else has been seeing what you guys have been seeing all year long. Just Nixie popping off.
Yeah, basically MVP of PGS3. He was the MVP when it came to PEC Finals 1. But the man of the match for this one will be good old Spaceman. And of course, there's a bit of a dichotomy between, you know, how he's playing at PGS's. Obviously, he was the one player, as well as CTG members that were playing kind of online for the last one because of some visa situations and issues. But this time around, he's on location, able to kind of follow it up. Blank here. That's an important move there for Spaceman to do.
Yeah, it is. I mean, for Spaceman, we kind of wanted to see a little bit more from him throughout the entirety of the day, and this is exactly what we were looking for. And it does put them right there with the bat. The ball's been thrown at them. Next match, hopefully they can stay up there, because I do think it has been a little bit of a run towards the end of the day. It's nothing crazy, but they have put themselves in position at least.
Yeah, definitely. All right, let's take a listen in as we've got Beamy ready from Virtus Pro with a short interview.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy and I'm standing here with Virtus Pro Beamy. Hi Beamy.
Hi.
Well, congrats on the chicken dinner.
Thank you.
And now that we're in the second circuit with TPP, do you feel fully adjusted to it now? Because it was a huge change.
I think we are way more adjusted compared to the first circuit at least, but there's still like a bit more to work on, but we're getting there.
Yeah, well, only one match left now, so what's the game plan for the final match?
Just play our own game, just practice. Like, we pretty much made it now, so now we can just focus on like improving stuff.
All right, I'll be rooting for you. Thanks for the interview, and say bye.
Bye, guys.
Oh, that was a cute BB. I liked that. All right, just straight to the point, and obviously very happy to be playing things out here for the games, for the tournament. Toffees, it's a good time here. Be a Virtus Pro fan. They might make it, well, to the winner stage firstly, but then they might make it to a final for a first PGS of a circuit, which is more than we can say for the previous one.
You know, they just need time to warm up, and they're warming up sooner in this PGS series. Hopefully, as you take a look at that head-to-head, Beamy versus Cowboy, that's interesting. Cowboy really popping off here. 1,600 damage is impressive. And his time with his last team with Rothenrollo, I think, was really impactful. But here, it is like Cowboy has just been unlocked. I don't know if it's the freedom that they're giving him to sort of just flex out when he wants to. I know you've watched Cowboy play a lot. I know he was good, but this just feels like a massive grow from him.
Beamy needs to get them headshot percentage up, doesn't he? And then it's the straight up head-to-head. I mean, this is essentially Team Liquid had a couple of really good games in the first 3 set. Then this is mostly Virtus Pro off of one game essentially. But they've still been getting the damage, right? Like obviously 55-76, they didn't get all that in one game, but it's interesting to see, one game hops 7 places for Virtus Pro. And with the cut line being as low as it is, like anybody that's still below it could still find that same success. They should still be able to find themselves up in the top 16 if they can find a little bit of luck here in the final game of the day.
No, definitely. There are some teams, of course, very much in the danger zone right now as that cutoff is getting ever closer for these teams. With only one game remaining, Blank, there are some real problems staring down the barrel of teams like Vitality, Na'Vi, anyone's Legend who's still way down there. These teams have got to step up.
They do. I think probably brings up a good point in the sense of where 4AM is sat right now on the cusp. It's very doable for a lot of our squads.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's get to it here. We'll sign off with Poro and Toffees as me and Blank. It's going to be time to Tago. We're going to tickle Tago's toes, Mr. Blank, for our final game, game number 9. That was weird, wasn't it?
That was weird. Yeah. Don't know if I like that or not.
No, neither do I, actually.
I'll accept it. But yeah, the last game of the day, and it has been a long day, not only for us, but for the players especially. I think for the staff and the coaching, the coaches as well, what a crazy day this is, because you've got to stay mentally active whilst just watching through all of these games. It's a tough one. It is a tough one, because the players might not be able to take a break during those 3 matches during the middle. Obviously, you'd hope they were watching those games, but the coaches got to stay locked in even then.
Yes, they do, as we have a little bit of a potential challenge here. Cloris gets himself a gun. We've seen some crazier iron sight shots hit in the past. Can he hit this one against Vitality? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do too much just yet. Goes for a bit of a spray shots. Not quite Cristiani from PEC. Those were some mental shots from Cristiani, who's Jorge Benito. Hit 3 straight iron sight shots with, I think he did the AK or the barrel, against James. Yeah. And then James was like, we heard the comms after, he's like, what are these shots?
I think even Cristiani was surprised when he got the kill at the end. He took a triple shot and then started to look away, and then he looked back and he's like, wait, I was here? Cool.
Sick.
But
of course, we have the circle here bearing down on that northwest island. The problem is a slight split on mainland, but you're expecting island again here for this one. Ooh, Quepper already start things off against Jacob. Where are they challenging? Up in Shipyard? That's not what I expected here for a plane path like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a curious spot to start off with. Do you think that S2G, what a day they've had. What a day they have had today. It's so against the norm for this team as well from what we saw during PEC. It's an incredible turnaround. I think that's the only way to put it. It is an incredible turnaround. I don't know what they've been doing in the meantime, but it's working. So keep at it.
Of course, the most recent change they made midway through PEC, right, was CCNX out for Laza. Laza's a veteran player. He's been around for a long time and was kind of acting as their coach as a whole, but maybe that's what they needed to be able to gain a little bit more stability. Who knows? We can't. It's a bit harder for us to look into the window of S2G, obviously, because as much as my Turkish is fantastic blank, I haven't had a chance to talk to them recently. So that's a little bit unfortunate. But getting locked in a position here with Made in Thailand, as much as they've had some odd moments today with Made in Thailand, they are still a formidable opponent. So I don't want to be fighting them.
I'd agree. Made in Thailand's a weird one where they have had a little bit of puffing up in smoke. Then other times you sort of watch them and they're demons, absolute demons in the lobby. I mean, Kiss, even that last game was phenomenal versus Team Liquid. So they're an odd team to watch, but they are very fun to watch. I'll give them that. So I do enjoy being on board with Made in Thailand. Definitely have these really weird pop-off moments. But they've done enough right now. 34 points. I think they'd like a couple more, maybe see themselves completely safe. But I don't really think they're in any danger.
Now, Quepa goes down here for S2G. I think that for anybody like Falcons and above, I think that you're pretty safe. There is a world where technically 3 teams could overtake the position of someone like Furia, but just a few points on the board should be able to keep them safe as well. But for anyone between 17th and 24th right now, apart from the 2 teams that aren't playing, a win will probably get you in theory, right? As long as the goalpost isn't moving too hard. Kiss against Schiller and Quepa shuts them down. Let's see if they can get a little bit of follow-up. Good stuff from Baron. A great nade, a follow-up spray, and just like that, S2G is done for the day.
Yeah, again, this is what we're talking about. Main talents just have these crazy pop-off moments, and S2G just could not handle it. Over towards Shipyard. You're right, though. Theracon 5, they're going to be going out most likely. And it will be probably Twisted. I would say it's probably Twisted Minds who are going to be taking up that position. And then it is that outside chance, right, of anyone's Legend, Na'Vi, as well as Vitality. Change the game as well as JDG could have a big chance here. They have not been awfully consistent. I think the reason we talk about Vitality, Na'Vi, and anyone's Legend here is I think those are the teams that can get these massive wins to shoot themselves up the leaderboard.
Yeah, they can. Yes, they can. Seen it plenty, especially in later games. So as much as the MEA is down there towards the bottom, it could quite easily change in the flick of a switch. For Change the Game, 19 points. Kind of where I expected them to be. I kind of expected them to be going into survival stage. Even in PGS 1, 2, and 3, there were some invites that I was dubious about coming on in. And for anyone's Legend, that wasn't one I was really dubious about, but they've had an absolute faff of it throughout the day. Only 11 points here for them. And if they lose a single player on these rotations, I think that would be kind of scuppering their chances completely.
Yeah, well, at this point in time, you need the 4-man, right? You need the 4-man to get the game that you would need to have that many points. If they were up towards, 18, 16 points, they could probably get away with a 3-man game, but at this stage, it's not possible. It really isn't possible. You're already starting to see some of these quick pickups coming through. Heading over towards central side of the map. We've seen quite a few similar circles today as well, so a lot of teams should be quite familiar with all of this. For Group A, definitely not warm coming into this final set of 3, but by this point you would expect match 3 is where they could really shine. Like, funnily enough, it is this last game where they are at their peak.
As we look back on the highlights from the previous game and see what's going on, that is a lot of rally points here from Virtus.pro. And despite themselves just having the circle towards the end, being able to work away from it. Again, though, it's just been hard shifts galore. And these teams have been able to benefit from quite a lot of them. But there was a lot of movement required here for Virtus.pro to be able to make it happen. Just pinging where they needed to go and having some good scouting information when they did make these moves.
Yeah, and a good hold down. I mean, it wasn't like they weren't assaulted on all sides either. I think Nixie was, some of the other players on the team certainly did a lot there. Curiosities was Beamy, but I think Nixie holding that critical spot inside of the ditch, he was really stopping T1 from pushing too far down towards them, which was crucial for their win. And this was the elongated endgame that finally came to an end.
Yes, it was. Not quite, as you say, the T1 versus Full Sense scenario going down. But you know what? Shen's great. Like, from the past, we've seen him being able to pull out some crazy stuff before. Very, very strong player, but not quite strong enough to be able to make something out of that, because you're kind of dead to rights there as a solo. So being a solo is infinitely worse than being a two-man. Like, just the possibilities you've got, the potential threats that you've got, right? It's just so hard to do anything.
You just don't really have any plays. I mean, for T1, they were making some pretty remarkable maneuvers. I mean, I love the stun grenade out to the side. They bait the player moving out towards the edge, and then you're seeing Heather make the push out. It's totally unexpected from T1. It's a very cool little move with tons of little parts added into it. But you just can't make that play. Because there's no one to play pressure off the back of, sadly. Back on board with X Circle from Change the Game. And we've been talking about this guy a lot today, Kale.
Yeah, popping up for sure. I think that, again, it's really surprising to me that I firstly didn't know that these subs were going to be happening coming into the day, and secondly that I feel like for guys like X Circle, right, it's like, okay, this is really a chance to prove myself, right? Like on the international stage, I'm gonna hard lock in. Technically, all the players should be locked in, of course, but for someone like him, even just a few kills here and there could be a huge swing, an uptick in his, in his position and kind of status within the team.
That's great to see. Right now, you'd imagine Twisted Minds, Vitality, and Na'Vi, anyone underneath this 15th place mark are very much praying for Fury's downfall, right? 27 is very reachable and would potentially allow a second team in. I think when we start reaching the 30-point margin there for Furia, it gets slightly away from some of these teams where if you're underneath 19th place, that's a hard catch-up to go for in your final match today. There's a ton of pressure riding on it. You're going to make mistakes. So there is a lot of fingers crossed, sadly, for Furies to go down.
Yeah, as you said, for T5, for third on 5, as you're looking at that exact cut-off point that you can see in your bottom left screen right now, it's almost impossible to be able to survive any onslaught that's going to be coming from these lower teams. As now our circle does shift, and we go all the way into the hills of the Northwest Island. So a lot of teams can coexist up there. There is actually, for my money, like really strong precedence here to go for the big wide wrap. That's what you're seeing Na'Vi do right now. They've decided, okay, they're coming in from the far southwest to try and go for a huge wrap around up towards the north by the looks of things. Likewise, a lot of teams ahead of them as well will try and do that here because Godok, as well as some of that roadside, acts as a bit of a barrier, right? You know teams will already be down there, so those wide wraps are going to be a full focus for this game for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is very similar to the game that Na'Vi played up against Ascend, where they played him from that western side in this almost exact circle, right? And I think they found a lot of success from that position. It was a little awkward on the edge in the end, and there wasn't too many teams left towards the end game, which is probably not going to be the case here because a lot of these teams have massive staying power. But I do trust in this rotate, and I think it has worked in the past for Na'Vi.
Flying on forwards here as Batulin's getting a little bit more of information. The rest of his team on the floor shooting towards positions and teams like, of course, JDG trying to rotate on past as well as T1. Let's see if now Heather can join up the rest of his team.
Oh, it's a little bit tough now. Interestingly, this is sort of where the pickaxe can really change a lot how the terrain works, right? There's quite a few little ridge sides which dip from edge to edge, which are awkward to play, but you create a little hole in them, totally much easier to play in. So we will see if that does become the case. T1, do back off, see the 4AM's up top. That's a nice spot as well. Good split from 4AM. I do like that position. It can be a little bit dangerous at times, but if you're happy to hold it and you don't get too crazy with it, this is a really good spot to play.
It's interesting watching on the map, actually, because Full Sense has gone around all the way, of course, and going for a wide wrap as well. But I think that they might be anticipating other teams moving in behind them and trying to hold them out on that far northwest side. We'll see, because technically teams like Na'Vi could quite easily run into them down the line here. And of course, they are very much in the danger zone, but so is Twisted Minds, as now they're looking towards the T1 position from this spot over in Yongchon, and they do actually see a little bit of what T1's up to, trying to pop some tires here and there, slow them down a little bit. Because the thing is, if you're in Yongchon, you kind of need to take away as many resources as possible from teams around you, because chances are you're going to have to be moving from this landmark into the next circles, and you just, unfortunately for Twisted Minds before this, couldn't really have gotten any further.
It's hard. It is hard moving north from Yongchon as well. So many sightlines from up the hill that will be looking over towards you. So it's tough. It is tough. So you're wondering how they're going to make it happen. Will they wrap over towards the eastern side through the field and try and hide behind the ridge side? Belmoth does go down to a nice little spray from Boostic. Na'Vi good at these ones, to be honest with you.
Yeah, okay, are they coming alive? I thought that these two teams might end up crashing into one another, and Ferris starts things off for them. Despite being the IGL, really kind of fragging out during what we were seeing from PEC. Now he's down though. Flash is doing quite a lot of work, but Hakatori's back on in. I feel like he does some of his very best work on Tego. Now trying to shut down the rest of Full Sense, who, for them, I mean, their task is done, right? Like, this is all on really Na'Vi. The onus is on them to be able to shut down the former current world champions, I should say, and then be able to get moseying on. And they're gone. Wow.
Yeah, a statement made by Full Sense. I mean, to be honest with you, it's been a great day for them. I think they can be very proud of themselves of what they've done here. They just need to translate that now in towards the winner stage. But for Na'Vi, getting 4 points here is huge, and it also clears out a massive amount of space on this northern side. Change the game, going for something maybe a little bit dangerous here. The scout towards the top side of the rock. Looks like they might be going for it.
Yeah, they might go for the pillar, and if they do, they might be able to get quite a few points off of it here. Luke 12 at the same time, though, might be shutting down Anyone's Legend completely on this push on forwards. If Anyone's Legend does do something about this, they are going to be going back to the survival stage as quickly as that. It's all on to the attempt to bail on out now here for Anyone's Legend, realizing they've taken too many casualties.
He is literally on 1 HP. He is literally on 1 HP. Goodness me. Unsure, actually. I don't know where he's hiding. Maybe put him in the trunk.
Eventually. In the trunk.
He's riding around. He's rattling around in the back of the car. Tries to go for a nasty bouncer off the backside there, made in Thailand. Changed the game, didn't move up with that E-pickup. These nades are going a little tiny bit too far. And he's just sicking the rest, the madman.
That is a bit crazy. Now, Spaceman takes down Baron as well. And Na'Vi, okay, Na'Vi's on the warpath now. They realize, okay, yeah, maybe we are in a bit of danger. What if we just shot at everything that moves? As Boosting has been knocked, though, by Cowboy. Good stuff by him so far. And at the same time, we do watch this fight out. Then Thailand's gone. CTG's trying to stay alive. They're currently on the cusp. 22 points, 3 alive.
Hakatori making sure to watch that angle. Get the players back up again. Team Vitality. We're on board with them. Another team that's desperate to make their way in. Hesameme will find Levante. That's a big deal. And Quizzy struggles to get up towards the tree here. There's angles opened up, but a good molly will expose him.
Yes, it will. Still another push on forwards here. Cowboy might just be the reckoning. Spherus and Spiro down. Is Cowboy going to take the entire team? Team Liquid's eliminated, though. The savior as Boostic comes to finish it off, but that was close. Na'Vi now on 8 kills. Are they going to make the run of it? Are they really going to do this? Oh my god, Shen. Bye-bye, Vitality. You're going to survival. Whoa.
I mean, Vitality, we always knew they were a bit of a streaky team. And we also always knew that Shen's a bit of a beast. So, again, for Vitality, they go out. My hopes aren't dashed at that point with this team just yet. But we'll have to wait and see, because this is a team that can go on a bit of that doom and gloom, can't they, really, sadly? But when they're on fire, they're absolutely so good. So it's such a shame to see them going down here at 21st place. For Na'Vi, though, it is last game magic, right? These guys love to qualify. They love to win after a last game.
Yes, they do. And another one of our teams that we are keeping an eye on is, of course, Twisted Minds. Let's listen on some of their team comms. As you can see, as Na'Vi's having a bit of a tough time, but let's listen in with Twisted Minds.
Тик-тик-тик. Наверх заводит.
Да, я вижу, перп, он рядом встает.
Я не могу подагрессировать под тебя?
Можешь подъехать.
Парни.
Подожди чуть-чуть, Дип.
Мы против вас. Если он отъедет, у меня угол охуевший.
Угорь, блять, угол. Он пул отъезжает пока что. Они уезжают вообще, скорее всего, хотят играть отсюда в двойку.
Of course, Twisted Minds has some big moves to make as well here. If it wasn't for the kind of light coming off of Example's screen, I would swear he's frozen in time. But no, he is just that calm, cool, and collected in these games. He's done it all. That's a Panzerfaust that does it all against the Expendables. Oh, nuns.
That is not an easy Panzerfaust to hit either. You got to get that direct to get the triple. And that's a distance too. God, you want to see a replay on that one.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal there. Great shot. Let's take a look at some of the replays coming in here once again from Na'Vi, who's been on an absolute tear on that north side, trying to keep himself alive in this tournament. And geez Louise, such surgical precision from them sometimes when you let them off the chain, as now 8 kills go their way. This is still Twisted Minds though, on the cusp, trying to get on through, trying to battle on through. 17 Gaming ahead of them across the road.
Twisted Minds, we always said it's going to be a little bit of a rough push out. T1 though, pushing directly into Lou, who finds doubles. And there is a player in the back. Fatul is dropping out the glider, looking for the other player. This is a bit of a surprise right now for T1, honestly.
Yeah, Batulin's trying his very best to get down as fast as possible, understanding that Nox is incredibly important, but he's been shut down by Winder. For Twisted Minds, this is an absolute disaster. Perfectix was way away from this, trying to do some damage to 17 Gaming, and they've been so disjointed, but they do clean things up. Very important for Twisted Minds. They jump above the cutoff here, and that is massive if they can hold on and if there's no threats at their back, but there is blank.
It's hard right now for Twisted Minds, for all of these teams underneath, because it seems they've all stepped up here. Change the Game is down on 3, and as is JDG. Slightly less of a chance here, but as I say that, Na'Vi will lose a player to Change the Game. It's a knock, so it is recoverable.
Oh. Yes, indeed. This is going to get tense now because the teams are trying furiously to go for the chase here. Understandably so. Nobody really wants to have to play survival out. The thing is that all of the days from here on out, apart from the final, are just best of 5 onslaughts. And it is not easy to be able to find some consistency or strength in a best of 5 in these kinds of moments. And that's all you're playing it. So they do not want to be going down to yet another one to try and kind of fend it off. Na'Vi, God, I bet they wish they could get Fairest up. But again, you know, he can lead from the POVs. He can flick between them and keep them going.
A lot of teams are quite diminished as well. I mean, for Twisted Minds, they just have to move up the hill. 4 AM can take shots down towards them. I think the big worries right now are probably 17 as well as Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro coming off the back of a win, which is worrying for all these teams trying to chase, because Virtus Pro can just turn it on like a switch towards this end game. And no matter how much you want it, they might just deny it, close the gate on you when it matters most. The end of today of groups.
I'm particularly impressed that Twisted Minds got all 4 back up after that engagement that was going on. I didn't think that they were going to be able to somehow find the semblance of strength that they needed on the southeast side to have everybody back up and good to go, but they are still here. They are still alive and kicking. And the thing is that for all these other teams trying to make a run of it, CTG kind of in that north side, right next to Na'Vi, who's also trying to make the same run occur. So there's a world where they could crash into one another. And of course, Virtus Pro's looking that way as well. So I don't want to be those teams in the north.
It's terrifying. Once again, we see Na'Vi in one vehicle. It's not ideal. It has plenty of times gone wrong, especially on the BRDM. Mal does have himself a nade, pulls the pin, looks to send it over the top. It's a little tiny bit wide.
I'm a little concerned that maybe Delwyn comes in and actually finds the angle on here a little bit later. I wonder where he was for this entire game almost, but he is coming in. It's now Hakatori moving forwards, trying to get a little bit of a spray. They're checking their back as well. Yeah, I think they realize that maybe they've got to be watching their back as well, realizing that there is definitely a huge threat looming. Oh my, they're moving, Blank. They're moving.
I mean, they have to take the fight with VP. I mean, there's no way to go about it. I mean, the way that Change the Game is playing, they likely won't have these sight lines for a little bit, and they can get themselves down towards a little bit of hard cover, but they are penned in now. This is bad news for Na'Vi.
If a single, okay, so either if a single knock happens and Virtus Pro knows that it's Na'Vi, they might go just straight ham on them. At the same time, they might already know that based on where the shots have been coming from as well, now they exactly know Hakatori is down and Virtus Pro might completely collapse on this. A previous champion of PEC alongside Virtus Pro as well. They know that Na'Vi is a contender for championships. They've watched it happen in their lobbies. This could be a perfect cleanup for Virtus Pro to shut down a big competitor.
It's a big maneuver. Out into the blue comes from Boosted, looking to try and make a big play off the back of this one. Dodges down with the play zone, will take him out, and it's looking very bad for Na'Vi. And despite the 8 kills they were able to get, Spiro attempting to salvage here. I don't think it's enough.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. And there, Burst goes forward. Maybe a little bit more here wherever they can. But even that, the goalpost would still be moving even if you got these and then fell down Spiro. As Virtus Pro, all the barrels are looking this way. 4 AM is coming across the ridgeline as well on the other side to be able to shut down CTG. Putting the nail in the coffin of multiple teams here at the moment. CTG is completely wiped down blank.
I mean, they got demolished, but all of those knocks, all of that good molly damage coming through from Spiro was for naught, and Na'Vi will be going through to the survivors.
So will CTG. Tough stuff. The one glimmering hope now for teams on the cusp. JDG still 3 alive, directly in the middle, burrowed themselves in as well. 4 AM driving forward, wheels in tow, and that's Winder falling down like a breeze, gone. And never mind, it's 4 AM taken away in a hurricane.
Okay, this is VP all over, right? You get one good game and suddenly they remember how to play the game again. The RTM in the hand of December 12th, though, that is a nice little bit of a tool to have towards this endgame, especially on this sloping hillside.
Yes, it is. Twisted Minds now very confident about the ability to be able to keep themselves into that top 16 or get themselves in and hold it on down. Regardless of what would happen now, Twisted Minds is through. For some reason, Delwyn somehow won the game. But even that was kind of not possible in the end to be able to do the catch-up on the points there. They need a lot of kills more. But Virtus Pro is now just, I guess, playing Grand Theft Auto and having a fun time.
It feels like it. I mean, once you start to feel like you got nothing to lose, you can start playing a little bit crazier. But Tulin's an example, finding both BB and Kurexi here. They just want to see themselves a little bit safer. I think if they're tracking their points, they know they should be in the clear now. Therathon 5 did drop out as well.
Yes, they did. I feel bad for Delwyn because he's really trying on that side, but there's no way. He'd need to kill so many people and get the win. It's just not possible. As now, example, Twisted Minds is back as well. Virtus Pro gone. They did plenty of damage to the lobby. They sent ripples through this lobby. That's a decent Panzerfaust. Catches Nans. Actually, now this is a problem for JDG. They've got to somehow get out of here, get out of dodge. But 17 Game is going aggressive.
12 just about gets the dodge through, crouches down, moves up. He will just go for the aggressive peek on that one, sacrifices his life for it, but now just one player alive for JDG. This is terrible news for them. They just need to go a tiny bit further. 3 more kills. It's not looking good, and JDG is eliminated, and we have locked ourselves in our top 16.
God, what a jump from Twisted Minds as well. PGS does not compute. Must have a mandated Twisted Minds win, I guess, at the very end of all of this. As now Akuma seeing in the distance Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds is absolutely rinsing the end game here. After the great recovery and crossing of the road on that southeast side, all they got to do is deal with this BRDM, and it should be assured.
It's funny, right? Because this is exactly how it ended up over in PC, where even though Virtus Pro was so far ahead, Twisted Minds, they had to at least make it close right at the end. It's a great game from Twisted Minds. It is a big turnout from VP, getting to 3rd place. What a wild run it's been for both these squads.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done, Delwyn, to stay alive as long as you did in this game. But again, it is all for naught. Here, we will be seeing anyone's legend in that survival stage, even if they got the win somehow here for Delwyn and all 4 kills. It's still not enough to be able to jump them into that top 16 position. So Definitely down to the wire here for this one for Twisted Minds, but again, you know, all comes back to getting yourself that last win. Delwyn does see him. Nice to start things off against Example, but now the jaws should close.
Yeah, this will be the crocodile mouth coming around. Delwyn, and it's a nade to finish it off, and a yummy chicken dinner for the boys, and a much needed venture as well, because it technically hadn't been easy. It technically hadn't been easy up until this point.
A turbulent day for Twisted Minds, but in the end they show superiority and get themselves into that top 16. Joining us, Poro, as well as Toffee's here to be able to round out the day. I will say, you know, I could do the same bit, really, Toffees. I wasn't concerned in the slightest. I was a tiny bit concerned.
Yeah, I mean, yes, everybody was a tiny bit concerned. Nobody so much as Furia, okay? Because I'll tell you what, that fight on the north, the real winners was Furia, who wasn't even in the game at that point, right? Because that 28 was super sketchy, and there were 3 teams on the chase, and all of them died right there. Like, that was absolutely wild. And then Na'Vi, dude, they were crazy, but they had to be. They were so far behind. They were just looking for fights, like sharks in the water. Sally didn't pan out, but it was nice to see him at least being active.
Yeah, a tale of two types really here, Poro. You can be an excellent squad, but you can't leave it to the end, the very last game. Or you can leave it to the very last game if you're Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I get. We'll just call it sandbagging, right? Like they're just they didn't want anybody to see all their strats that they've got set for the next couple of series. No, I mean it always felt like an inevitability, right? That at least one of those teams would find a way. Still a little bit shocking that Vitality and Na'Vi weren't able to put it all together in the end. Yeah. But that's just going to make for a more interesting Survivor series, right, guys?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Right.
It's,
can I test Blank's ability, his knowledge of these teams right now?
Okay, let's go.
All right, Blank, here's the test. How many America's teams were sent to this tournament?
How many America's teams sent to this tournament?
I believe
3.
And how many of them are going to the winners bracket?
I believe 3.
Oh, you're good. He's good, folks.
He's good. He's really. You could tell he did the work.
This was some toffee self-fellatio. I hate this. This was awful.
He's attacking us.
Oh, I love that 3 are moving to the winners final. Okay. Good. Well done there, though, Blank. I guess.
He killed it. Hey, look, if Martin was here, you would be thinking that Twisted Minds was in first all day long, so I don't want to hear it.
He's somewhere shouting at his screen, saying, no, I don't. But that's
with his giant headphones.
Yeah, with his air conditioners on his head.
I should be careful what I say, because I know he can hear me.
Yeah.
He
Can. Yeah.
Pink cans.
He can hear Canis Majoris, that giant star, light years away. Twisted Minds, 23 points. That's such a science joke. That's the stupidest thing I've ever said on broadcast. 23 points for Twisted Minds. Good stuff for them. They'll be able to jump up into this top 16 as we get a full lay of the land for our winners stage. And the top 12 looking good so far. And of course, Toffee's here. A few teams, unfortunately, will fall by the wayside into survival.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the part of me who loves chaos is like, that's great, because there are teams in survival already that are just insanely good, right? So 8 teams are going to get knocked down there, and it's already going to be an absolutely terrifying lobby.
Yes, it is. As we had a lot of fun in PEC with editing Martin and his big headphones, and there's one of them in the Discord right now.
I'm telling you, that makes RAM worth the $900, honestly. just to get to see that.
Yeah, maybe, but maybe not. Look at us, 544 damage, as well as being able to steal the rest of the headlines here. I wonder if Lou actually might be able to steal the man of the match. It might be close here, Blank. As it's good to see the full roster back on International, because Perfectix obviously not only missed the last circuit, but also missed PPMI as well. So Twisted Minds has not been at full strength on Internationals for literally, 6 months?
Yeah, they were just warming up. They were warming up the roster, and I think things clicked at the end of the day. That's what happened. I did enjoy the moment where they went up against T1, and then you have Lou just telepathically stopping the big T1 guillotine in the air, because they just didn't flush any of them, which was very odd. But I think that Twisted Minds, such a heroic moment from Batulins flying in with the glider behind them. I think T1 were discombobulated by that, to be honest.
Yeah, who's that? Who's flying out of the sky? Is it Rey Mysterio? No, it's Batutans.
It's Batutans.
Tomorrow we've got 5 games coming at you. It will be the winner stages. You just saw the 16 teams that will be prevailing and being able to fight on through from that. And with that as well, Toffees, that means we will eventually, after winner stage is concluded, know how which teams are going to be moving through into that final, of which I believe it's 8 teams that move through from the winners.
Yeah, 8 move through, 8 fall off, and you got to try again the next day. The upside for these teams is we're now moving to 5 games in a row. So that does mean everyone on the same level, everyone able to play the same 5. The break between A is brutal. We can all own that, I think. And so it's going to be one of those situations where now we're all back to a nice even keel, and we can watch our guys push forward.
No, definitely. Survival stage, obviously brutal as well, though, Poro. The thing is that with the 24 teams that we do have, there's always going to be some huge names going down there. Nobody really wants to have to fight against someone like a Na'Vi, for example, even though it didn't look great today until the last game.
It didn't, but you know that's not going to last, right? Like, especially when you come 5 games and you're not having these breaks in between, and you don't have. I'm looking at our Discord call. We've been in here for 10 hours and 50 minutes. Those guys' days have been a lot longer than ours. So today is a brutal grind for all these guys. So even if they came in the bottom 8, like, you still have another chance in that survival stage, and I expect to see Na'Vi in that Series 1 final.
Yeah, you'd expect so. Any other teams that really surprised you, Blank, that fell down to the survival, changed the game 3rd on 5, Na'Vi? Anyone's Legend is one that really does stand out, I think, for a lot of people.
I was going to say, you've got to talk about Anyone's Legend there. I think that team is so good. They have great players, but the amount of times they were down to 2 or 1 players so early in the map, it didn't feel right. I don't know what was going on today with them, but I think from everything I've looked in the past from this team, I know they can do better. So I'm putting this up to bad day. It's bad day juju for these guys, unfortunately.
They sort of had a similar thing last circuit, right, Toffees? I mean, if I think about PGS 1, I can't recall. Maybe they didn't even qualify for the final. But after that, they really hit their stride as time went on. And I feel like EMEA does quite a lot of that on internationals. And if Anyone's Legend is there right with them, who can begrudge it in this kind of format?
My only caveat to that is I believe that EMEA takes a longer to wind up because they play a very cerebral style. You guys have this sort of like slow burn system in the way that you guys play regionally. APAC does not. They're mean from the jump, right? So like I think that they tend to adjust faster in these international lobbies because these games are a lot faster. Whereas EMEA is sort of like not ready for all these one-offs and crazy raccoons and things like that. So I do think I'm a little more worried about them when they start slow than I am, say, about Na'Vi, who's probably just adjusting to the meta shift.
What do you think about Full Senses prospects? Obviously topping out at number 1. Technically, I guess, tying with Petrichor Road, Poro, but that's a Petrichor Road with Ike's left, of all players, coming on in as well. 2 teams that looking good. Maybe one of them's poised to be able to take this championship.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably got to be the biggest shock of today, isn't it? I mean, Petrichor Road performing the way they did, tied for first overall in terms of total points, only broken in the tie by 1 placement point with Full Sense. But the fact that Ike's left comes in and just is fragging out like it's 2018 again, 2019 again. Like it's nobody was really expecting that, and all credit to him. Like you could tell, like he came in here hungry, and it seems like everything's just clicking for that Petrichor Road squad right now.
Does make you wonder what would happen if Ike's left was always there. Toffees.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Ike's left, and they started to struggle, right? Ike's comes back and they do really good. So I think Petrichor Road, this is one of those you got to keep him. I don't care how much he wants to go stream. I don't care how much money he's making there. This is your team. They're clearly better with you. You are now a permanent part of the roster. And if you aren't, I feel like we should give you a hard time about it because it's clear that you are still at the top of your game and able to make these plays, like be here, right? So it's great to see him. I hope it continues.
Yeah, no, me too. For the Chinese teams that looked so good at the start of PGS 1, and it slowly petered off when it came to how they were playing for PGS 2 and 3, where EMEA started gathering a little bit of momentum. The prospects for the Americas as well. We're just buying a little bit of time here before we actually get to what we hope is going to be an interview as well. We're basically beholden to Korea and what they're doing right now as well. So just talking about some of these teams as we're going on forwards here into the winners stage. And Americas, let's talk to the Americas boys. Poro, What do you think then for Falcons, Team Liquid, Furia being able to make it on through to the winners?
I think it's about damn time, isn't it?
Okay.
We see this performance on the first day of an international event. Like, usually it takes them a little bit of time to ramp up, and they kind of and honestly, it's like anytime we do see them find success internationally, it's like they get some good circles or they get a little bit of luck going their way. Today, it felt like Liquid was fighting their way out of some tough spots. Like, Falcons legitimately fought their way in here pretty well, and this, Fury the same. So no luck really fell on them today, like we've seen in the past. This is just actually like straight up team fighting and skill. I feel like it's been a while since we saw that on day one of a tournament.
Toughies?
I mean, I think that you summed it up well. Liquid wasn't swimming in BRDMs. Falcons wasn't digging their way under Minas Tirith to try to find some late game, right? Like, they weren't camping, they weren't snaking, they were playing. And they came out with the win. My caveat to that is, let's not go crazy for the Americas, because Furia, the other team that we sent, only got through by the skin of their teeth. Because of that fight on the north side that knocked out 3 teams, they were close to knocking off. So I gotta be honest, right? Furia, I need more out of the Cats. They've got the potential, they've got the leadership, they've got the roster. In the same way that you're probably frustrated with Na'Vi, even though Furia got through, it wasn't what I know they can do.
Let's see if they can meet the expectations of Toffees down the line. And of course, somebody that always meets my expectations is good old Batulins. So let's hear from an interview from him to round out the day number 1.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy and I'm standing here with Twisted Minds Batulins for our last interview. Hi Batulins.
Hello.
So long group stage journey is finally over. So how was your day like?
I woke up at 6 a.m. and I was literally so tired during the game, so I had zero emotions playing the last game. I was just like, just give me one good game and I will qualify. So we just done it. So it's like, I'm happy now.
Yeah, you guys qualify yourself to the winner's stage. So do you have any specific plans for tomorrow?
For tomorrow, we're just gonna slay.
Slay.
Yeah.
Yeah, slay, so good. And did you have any special team talk? What did you talk about your teammates?
I mean, I think we've done a good job today. So we just really were waiting for good circles, because without circles, it's pretty hard to play PUBG, especially in this type of format. So we've done what we've done in the last game, and yes, we qualified.
Yeah, so thank you for the interview, and it's our last interview. So say bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida.
Lovely Batulins, of course. I think he embodies a lot of what the players are probably feeling and experiencing right now. It is a very long day that they've got to battle through here for the group stage, but this is what the format dictates from the guys over in Korea, and that's what they've got to do. And congratulations to them for making it the dash towards the very end. All right, I asked your thoughts basically all before, boys, so we are done for this day. We'll let the Americans go to sleep. We'll let Blank go back to doing whatever he does.
Sleeping. Hangs upside down, sleeps in a coffin, who knows?
That's right, yeah. It's upside down coffin hanging from the ceiling.
All right, but tomorrow we will be back, which is not same time, same place, but it is same place. Of course, we are starting many hours later because we have just the normal 5 game days coming up here throughout the next 4. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. That has been the group stage. We'll all go rest, so will the players, and we'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG action. Bye for now.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got to sell a pretty face? Man, I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile and got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I've been bargain, said I'm down to raise a bargain. I'll beg your pardon, cautious. Fleet, I'm making nauseous. I'm all in this room, my homie never auction. Run up, I'm breaking next, we can do the double take. When I get these, straight on the pressure, elevating. Got no time to negotiate, never change the pace. I'm a 5-star, to the great one. Got to sell a pretty face. Gotta sell a dope to the man. Got a missile and got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you hear me say. Repeat again.
뛰어봐 난 아는 놈이 구며 발치 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 domino 원인 I'm very in yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 짐싸 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 눈에 티 탐이 판에 속 보이는 할 만한 피자
Locked and loaded with the gun we toted. Take me to the battle, my team reloaded. Sky's pitch black till we pull up and blow it. I'm all day with it, no I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama. All the boys I give the trauma. Diamonds spin stir up the pot. Baby, please don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now gotta pave the way they'll never walk.
Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense that's common? Talk the beef get cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress her up with diamonds. I know what I know, I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정해요 번호로.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
Take me to the front line. Better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my pride away. Take me to the front line. Put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
As Hackatory will get that knock on Shell. What? And with the final bullet in the chamber.
Мій ігровий нікнейм Хакаторі. Справді мене ще з дитинства вдохновляла кіберспорт. Брат показав шутери. З того часу я дуже мені подобається стрілятися. І от коли з'явився режим королевської битви, я от зайшов, мені дуже сподобалося. Те, що я став кіберспортсменом, це дуже змінило моє життя. Я навіть не знаю, яким я став би. Так, я займаюся тим, що мені подобається, і я дуже щасливий. Моя найперша спогадка про PUBG. Напевно, мій перший топ-1. Я пам'ятаю, як зараз. Це було на Мірамарі в 2018 році. І так, це найяскравіша емоція. Я пам'ятаю, що я хотів досягнути топового рівня. І потім це переросло в більш професійний рівень. Найбільша емоція, мабуть, з PUBG Global Series 10 у цьому році. Це коли я вбив 1 з 4 17-х. Це найбільша емоція була.
Getting on Navi, but Hackatory aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peak shot. Really nice stuff from Hackatory.
У мене дуже багато знайомих, які мене підтримують, сім'я підтримує, і після цього моменту вони всі писали «красава», «молодець». Минулий рік ми дуже грали добре міні-турніри в ТПП, і зараз наступний сезон переходить у ТПП уже в основні турніри. Останні зміни, які були, насправді ніяк не вплинули на мій плейстайл. Напевно, що я нікого не буду крисити, завжди буду пушити. Дуже приємно, що фанати слідкують, і я б сказав, що мене мотивує показувати добру гру, бути в топі по статистиці. В майбутньому я б хотів би стати найтитулованішим гравцем у PUBG. На наступний сезон у нас більша ціль звикнути до TPP, і це все. Ми будемо показувати максимальний результат, і нові зміни – це лише краще. Слідкуйте, вболівайте. У 2026 році я хочу виграти PGC, неважливо, які будуть зміни. Якщо я стану переможцем, це стане моїм роком.
As Hackatory will get that.